Start over again. Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands, colleagues, staff, testifiers, everyone in and outside the room. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning is hereby called to order. I am Senator Marie C. James, the chair of this committee, and I will be presiding over this meeting today. I ask Madam Clerk to conduct the roll call.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Present. Senator Bolkes present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff absent. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick present. Senator Marie C. James.
I am here.
Senator Marie C. James present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Present. Senator Joseph Sr. present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet present. Madam Chair, we have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. We also have non-committee members present with us today. Senator Novelle E. Francis Jr., Senator Marvin Blyden, and the sponsor of the bill, Senator Avery Lewis. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please read the first block of today's agenda into the record.
Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, Thursday, January 29th, 2026, 12 p.m., Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, USVI. Revised Agenda, Block 1. Bill number 36-0206, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to expand the potable water distribution system, perform necessary upgrades to the existing potable water distribution system, and install fire hydrants in Estate Smith Bay, St. Thomas. Proposed by Senator Avery L. Lewis. Invited testifiers Carl Knight, Executive Director and CEO, VI Water and Power Authority; Noel Hodge, Chief Engineer, Capital Projects Group, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority; Antonio Stevens, Director, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. This concludes the reading on Block 1, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now begin the hearing on Bill number 36-0206 that's proposed by Senator Avery Lewis. I'm going to first ask all the testifiers in this block to speak clearly and put your name, title, position on the record. And we will start with Director Stevens.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, Chairman of the Committee on Disaster.
Just put your name on the record. I need to identify everyone sitting in front of me before you start reading your testimony. Right. So I'll have your colleagues from the Fire and Emergency Management to go ahead.
Clarence Stevenson, Assistant Director, Fire EMS.
Eustace Grant Jr., St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief.
Okay, thank you. Who's here on behalf of WAPA, Virgin Islands WAPA? Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Noel Hodge, Chief Engineer, Capital Projects Group, WAPA.
Good afternoon. Don Gregoire, Interim CO for Water Systems, St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John.
Can you repeat again? I missed that.
Don Gregoire, Interim CO for Water Distribution, St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John.
Okay, thank you. The committee will first hear from the sponsor of the bill, and then those who wish to speak for, against, or neither for or against the bill to be heard today. So I will ask Senator Avery Lewis, the sponsor of the bill, to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the wonderful people of the Virgin Islands. Today, I rise formally to introduce Bill number 36-0206, a measure grounded in theory, but in lived experience, my own and that of the residents of Estates Medbay and St. Thomas. Long before I stood here as an elected official, I began this work. As a St. Thomas Water Island Administrator, I initiated effort to expand access to potable water, understanding then, as I do now, that water infrastructure is a foundation of public safety, community growth, and quality of life. When I sought public office, I made a commitment to continue that work and to see it through. The bill represents the commitment in action. Over the past 7 years, I've heard the voices of residents across the island, voices calling for fairness, for safety, and for access to basic services many of us take for granted. Through close consultation with technical experts and the Virgin Island Fire and Emergency Medical Services and the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, it became clear that while there are many areas in need, Smith Bay, based on readiness, logistics, and public safety consideration, is the most prepared place to begin. Let's be clear, this is not the end. This is the starting point. Progress has to begin somewhere. And today, we choose to begin with a community that has waited long enough. This legislation is not about bureaucracy. It is about people. It is about public safety, dignity, and a basic human necessity. Access to clean, reliable potable water and adequate fire protection should never be considered a luxury in the Virgin Islands. Yet far too long, the residents of Estates Medbay and many other places have lived without the infrastructure that every modern community deserves. This bill, shaped through direct engagement with the people. During my tenure as administrator and throughout my canvassing efforts, residents consistently raised concerns about the absence of potable water service and insufficient fire protection. Families such as the Cantons, the Hormons, the Lakes, the Joseph, the Whitleys, the Brathwaites, the Rapsats, the Flemings, the Greenaways, and I could go on and on and on. And many others made it clear that this was not an inconvenience. It was a daily hardship and a serious safety risk. I listened. My staff and I followed up. We did the groundwork. We met repeatedly with the leadership of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to ensure that this proposal is not aspirational, but realistic, actionable, and ready for implementation. Bill number 36-0206 is about restoring trust. Trust that when people speak, their government responds. Trust that infrastructure will follow need, and trust that progress, once started, will continue. Today we take the first step. Bill number 36-0206 requires VI WAPA to expand potable water distribution to currently unserved areas, upgrade the existing system to ensure sufficient water pressure, and install additional fire hydrants. Critical safeguards that can mean the difference between containment and catastrophe in an emergency. It also establishes accountability by setting a one-year completion deadline and requiring bi-monthly progress reports to this legislature. Colleagues, when a community lacks adequate water pressure, our firefighters cannot do their jobs effectively. I could speak about personal experiences, and I know the assistant director here and the chief here could talk about that. When as administrator, I could remember at least 2 structural fires that while getting the fire contained, there was an issue with water. You know, the trucks are doing this relay run back and forth, you know. But eventually they got it knocked down. But if we had proper fire hydrants in Estates Medbay, just like many other areas, condensed areas, things could have been dealt with differently. There is also a broader economic and social impact. We often ask our young people to stay, to return home, or to invest in the Virgin Islands. We encourage them to become homeowners and build their future here. Expanding potable water service in Smith Bay does exactly that. It gives future homeowners the option to reduce or eliminate the cost of constructing large systems, allowing them to redirect those funds into the actual construction and improvement of their homes. This is how we remove barriers to home ownership and community growth. We for the young people. Some may ask about funding source. While this bill does not tie VI WAPA to a single dedicated funding stream, that is intentional. The authority has access to multiple grant opportunities, including federal funding avenues, and has indicated its commitment to pursue and include this project in upcoming grant submissions. This legislature's role is to clearly establish the need and mandate the action, and that is exactly what this bill does. The estimated cost of this project is approximately $12.5 million. If federal funds can be leveraged to make this project a reality, it will be a win for the Virgin Islands, for VI WAPA, and most importantly, for the residents of Estate Smith Bay. Colleagues, what we are doing here is not unprecedented. We are simply doing what government is supposed to do: respond to the needs of the people by strengthening infrastructure, improving safety, and ensuring equitable access to essential services. The residents of Smith Bay have raised their voices. They have been heard. Now it's time for us to deliver. I humbly and respectfully ask for your support of Bill number 36-0206, and pretty soon I'm bringing an amendment that outlines the funding source, and let us move this bill forward together and affirm that every Virgin Islander deserves safe water, adequate fire protection, and a government that acts with urgency, responsibility, and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lewis. You made sure that you covered any possible objection, and that's good. It's good because as a sponsor of the bill, you have to advocate for your bill. I will now begin with testimony from our invited testifiers, and I will start with the Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, Chair of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, other distinguished committee members, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. With me today, I have Assistant Director Karen Stevenson and Chief Eustace Grant of the St. Thomas Shinjan District. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0206, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to expand the potable water distribution system, perform necessary upgrades to the existing potable water distribution system, and install hydrants in the estate Smith Bay, St. Thomas. Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service is in full support of this bill as written and looks forward to a successful passage and implementation. Hydrants are a critical part of a community's infrastructure and are invaluable to firefighting operations. They provide firefighters with a steady, reliable source of water, allowing for quicker, more effective, and efficient suppression. With functional hydrants in an area, fire crews can spend less time establishing a water supply and can initiate fire attacks quicker. The addition of 2 hydrants or more in the estate Smith Bay would expand the existing water supply in the area to ensure firefighters have the additional sources of water in the event of a fire. Given that the Smith Bay community has a high occupancy and structures such as hotels and other areas in close proximity of each other, the expanded water supply would be particularly beneficial. The Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service is excited at the prospect of having additional resources in the Smith Bay area and hopes this body will take favorable action on Bill number 36-0206. This concludes my testimony today. My team and I are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director Stevens. On St. Thomas, I see Senator Dwayne DeGraff is present, and committee member and non-committee member Senator Carla Joseph. Welcome and thank you for being here. We will now move on to testimony from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. You may proceed.
Good day, Honorable Maurice C. James, Chair of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, members of the committee, other honorable senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Noel Hodge, Chief Engineer, Capital Projects Group of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, or the Authority. Joining me today from the Authority's team is Don Gregoire, Interim Chief Operating Officer of Water Systems. We are grateful for the opportunity to provide testimony to you today on Bill number 36-0206, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to expand the potable water distribution system, perform necessary upgrades to the existing potable water distribution system, install fire hydrants in Estate Smith Bay, St. Thomas. I am here today to express WAPA's general support for the intent of this legislation. The proposed expansion of potable water service to currently unserved areas of Estate Smith Bay would provide meaningful benefits to the residents and businesses. WAPA has also received many requests for potable water service from Smith Bay residents. The primary benefit is to provide a supplemental source of water to the rainwater catchment system, especially during the annual dry season. Public potable water provides residents with an economical and reliable alternative to bulk water purchases when cisterns are depleted. Another benefit is that the Smith Bay and Friedendal communities would be gravity fed by the existing Dunu water storage tank. The Dunu tank has a capacity of 5.5 million gallons and it is located 580 feet above sea level. This provides reliable water service and pressure to the East End communities and St. John for approximately 7 to 10 days. Service is maintained to customers during extended power outages caused by windstorm events. The pump station that fills the Dunu tank is powered by the underground electric feeders, and an emergency backup generator is scheduled to be installed in 2026. This operational mode will provide reliable water service during adverse conditions. The cost to design and install a water distribution system to serve Smith Bay is significant. The cost estimate for the system is $12,773,103. The Smith Bay and Friedendal water line expansion project calls for the installation of 21,000 linear feet of pipe. Extensive trench excavations in the public roadway and pavement restorations are required. Service lines will be installed to connect approximately 250 customers to the system. For a project of this size, approximately 42 fire hydrants will be installed to meet the International Fire Code. The overall project schedule is estimated to be approximately 33 months. Significant schedule activities include design and engineering service task order, design and bid documents, competitive bid for construction services, construction and commissioning. We propose extending the proposed one-year turnaround for this project to reflect a more feasible schedule of 33 months. WAPA continues to face a significant structural financial deficit. As a result, there is no current internal funding available for this waterline expansion project. WAPA has submitted grant applications for other sources of federal funds, including the EPA Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and the FEMA Prudent Replacement Grant. WAPA is following up with federal and local partners, and a decision is expected within the next month. In summary, WAPA supports the expansion of the water distribution system, and we recognize the benefits to the community. We value the support of the Senate, and we look forward to collaborating with you to build out the drinking water infrastructure. Thank you for your attention. My colleague and I are available to address any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Thank both of you for being short and sweet. I actually like when the testimony is like that, because then it gives my colleagues and I time to really ask the questions that are on our mind. And I will start by asking. Well, let me say to the other senators, this is the order that we're going to go into with 4-minute round. 1 4-minute round. And we're going to start with Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., followed by Senator Marvin Blyden, then Senator Hubert L. Frederick is third. Yes, I need to fix this. Fourth is Senator Novell Francis. Fifth, Senator Kurt A. Viale. Sixth is Senator Milton Potter. 7, Clifford Joseph. 8, Senator Carla Joseph. Did I miss? Okay, one more. Senator Dwayne DeGraff is 9th. And then I will ask questions, and then the sponsor will ask questions at the end. So we're going to, I have a quick question. You said that the 42 fire hydrants would have to be installed based on the International Fire Code. So I just wanted to ask the Director of Fire and Emergency Management Services if you agree with that number.
I do agree with that number. He quoted the International Fire Code. I am more focused on the NFPA, which is the national code, but I do agree with the number.
Yeah, they would be in that ballpark. Does the cost estimate of $773,103 that includes the cost of a fire hydrant?
Yes, that's all inclusive.
It does, inclusive. Okay, thank you. So I want to find out also if this bill was not brought forth.
Recording in progress.
How would, okay, Carell's note taking is happening. How would, it threw me off a minute. Okay. If Senator Lewis did not propose this bill, at what point would you, and you may have considered
Recording
the
stopped.
expansion. Okay. I'm sorry for the audience. It's just that I'm seeing note taking and stopping of project. So let's start again. Where on your priority list, because you're responsible for expansion in areas, correct? Do you have like a separate list for expansion? And when would you have gotten to a project like this?
Yeah, that is correct. So we began the work and pre-planning for Smith Bay long before this.
Okay.
In applying for different grants to get the funding for the project. So it's been in the work for several years now before the introduction of this bill.
So the residents in this area rely only on cisterns, not because they don't have potable water, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And I didn't quite understand, but maybe I'll reread it from myself before I ask the question. So I'm going to go forward and have Senator Angel Bolquez begin with his 4 minutes. Senator Bolquez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, Central staff. Good afternoon to the Virgin Islands Emergency Medical Systems Director and leadership team, and also members of the Water and Power Authority. I wanted to start off by saying back in the 35th legislature, I had tried to propose a bill 35-0188, which I worked with Mr. Darrell George, former director, in addition to then CEO Andrew Smith of the Water and Power Authority, to provide fire hydrants in the landfills of the Virgin Islands, St. John, St. Thomas, and St. Croix, because of the sheer fact that landfill fires are a public hazard, in addition to the fact that fire hydrants are only on the exterior of these landfill areas. And it's difficult for our servicemen and women of the Virgin Islands Fire Department to connect or dally, I'm not sure what the term is, the trucks to extinguish these flames. We received a quote from the then CEO, Andrew Smith, and his team to include collaboration with Mr. George in the tune of $10 million. We tried to get the monies from the ARPA funds because ARPA funds can be used for those things at the time. I was told by legal counsel and my colleagues that we were not or did not have jurisdiction to appropriate ARPA funds. We recently had a conversation with the governor of the Virgin Islands stating that many departments who received ARPA funds have not been using the ARPA funds, and there may be a clawback from our local government to try to use those funds for more subsequent and immediate things. Hopefully, in some way, shape, or form, those funds could potentially be used for this. I understand the intent of my colleague and what he's trying to achieve, but I would also like to include the landfills of the Virgin Islands because, again, they're historic, if I can term them that, fire zones, and they cause a lot of public health hazard as well. Now, Mr. Hodge, good afternoon to you, sir.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. You mentioned that WAPA supports the intent of the bill. How would you describe your agency's readiness to initiate this project within a one-year time frame as it's mandated in the legislation? Because there was also a 33-month window that you mentioned. Could you please elaborate a little bit on that so we can understand?
Yeah, so 1 year, the proposed 1 year is not adequate. We need more time to do the design, engineering, permits, and the construction activities. So a more realistic schedule would be the 33 months that I had in my testimony.
Okay, very well, because I was looking at the window myself and I was thinking that's a tight window. But for all I knew, maybe you had the resources, available to try to make that 1 year window. But for the record, we know now that we need more time. Can you break down the estimated 12.7 million project cost and the identity of the components, whether that's material, labor, trenching, permitting, etc.? What is the highest expense?
So the highest expense is the actual paving, repaving of the road. Paving is quite expensive. The asphalt is a byproduct of the like it has like hydrocarbons, you know, the tar. So that's expensive components, and then you'd have like the cost of the pipes would be the next large component.
Okay, very well. I'd like to move over to our Fire Director, Mr. Stevens. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, and I know that we appreciate all that you all do for us here in the Virgin Islands, saving lives every day. And Madam Chair, if I may, because I think I heard my time.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We appreciate all that the fire department does, saving lives every day. And I know it's difficult because if you did have these water line extensions, it would make your job a lot easier. Especially like I mentioned with the dump areas, you know, it's difficult having to, what is the term when you connect them again? What is it called?
Relay.
Relay?
Relay.
Relay.
Yes,
okay.
Senator.
Okay, and I know that that also lessens the pressure that you have to extinguish fires. But I believe that we can try to work together, and I think we should have a discussion with the governor's office, being that he mentioned to us verbally in a meeting that we had most recently that there will be a potential clawback of ARPA funds by agencies that are not utilizing them. And perhaps you can try to get his attention and see if he would be willing to support this initiative. So I ask you to please consider that in your discussions with him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boukes. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you. And I'd just like to add to what the previous speaker is saying. Earlier in my tenure, when I was at St. Thomas Administrator, then Fire Chief Clarence Stevens and Deputy Chief Eustace Grant could clearly tell you we had two hydrants, one way up in Thomasville and one on the other side of Thomasville. And through the collaboration with Mr. Noel Hodge, and then, I can't bring the director WAPA name, we expanded, we put a fire hydrant at the entrance to the Bovoni landfill. So there's a fire hydrant there now. We'd also run the line, stop it out. I ain't no plumber, but stop it out to run the pipe in. And the rest was on waste management. They had some issues in on the landfill for WAPA to come back to determine whether we're going to put the second hydrant further in on the landfill. So I don't want the public to get the idea that there's no water source in Bovoni, but there's one, this administrator and these guys right here, these gentlemen right here, and all of them, close collaboration, place a fire hydrant there, and the infrastructure in place. So when waste management got to act together, it could go further in. There was even talks about even putting a standpipe in there.
That is correct.
And so forth. But that was quite a lengthy cost. So I don't know where we're at with that, but waste management, they had some oil and things by the beginning, and it was a fire department recommendation along with other federal agencies to remove those wastes and different things so we could see the light about putting the infrastructure in on the landfill. So I just had to put that on the record.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. When Mr. Hodge, have you in the past gotten grants for this type of project?
Yes.
So this is something that you routinely do. You attempt to get grants to cover these types of projects, expansion projects.
Yeah, we do get grants, and past legislatures have supported waterline expansion, and we've worked to bring projects online.
Okay, thank you. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Staff, Central Staff, good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Director Stevens and your management team there with you, and good afternoon, Executive Director. No, I'm sorry, I'm tripping today. Mr. Hodge, good afternoon. And thank you for your testimonies. Let me ask quickly, I want to first start by thanking the sponsor for bringing this matter forward, because it's important that we do have fire hydrants, not only in Smith Bay, but throughout the community. But I'm going to get my question toward Mr. Hodge this morning, because without no water, we can't get no fire hydrant. So I want to focus on that right about now. Mr. Hodge, I know we've been speaking over the years in respect to the expansion of the water line distribution system, correct?
That is correct.
As a result of the hurricanes, we realized that the only thing that was constant was the water. The water stayed on, and that was important. And as a result, I met with you and management at a time in respect to expanding the water line system, especially in a space of affordable housing, also for new developments, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, very well. I just want to put it on the record. Now, in respect to the funding, also, how much funds have been appropriated for the expansion of water line and the sewage system, as far as you know, from the federal government? $3+ billion, correct?
Yeah, so on the water system, we have 2.3 billion for that's for the prudent replacement,
Correct.
of the existing system.
$2.3 billion. Correct. And that's why I was hesitant about supporting anything with any expansion of water line here in the territory, and we have federal funds available to do that work. That's very important because we have many, many challenges in the territory in all areas, schools, health, hospitals, you name it. And we need to assure that we utilize every dime when it comes to our federal fund in whatever space they are available for. So I just wanted to start there. In addition to that, let me ask you in respect to the water line distribution system, because I know you mentioned Smith Bay, also we mentioned Nazareth at the time, also Anna's Retreat, Bovoni, Bolongo area. We spoke about those areas also because of the amount of homes that's in those areas and the amount of funding, revenues that the authority can realize as a result of the expansion of the system. That was my main goal and purpose from back then to now. I even brought you on my radio show many times in terms of advocating for the Water and Power Authority and assuring that I can assist in whatever way I could to expedite that process. Where are we now in the process in respect to using those funds, and when do those funds expire?
So
1 minute.
the prudent replacement funds from FEMA, I don't believe that there's a sunset, at least I know of at this time. We have 2 contracts that has been awarded for the prudent replacement. One is St. Croix North Central bundle.
Okay.
And then recently we had the pre-construction services for the St. Thomas East bundle. Those 2 have so far been awarded.
Okay, so they have been awarded. So in respect to assuring that those rewards are completed, what's the plan in terms of assuring that we move expeditiously to move on those projects, because we know the urgency in that respect? Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, so that effort is we're collaborating and working through the Super PMO with
Time.
Office of Disaster Recovery. And they have, pretty much taken the lead in conjunction with all the other utilities, waste management, public works, WAPA Electric, to put these projects in a bundle and then do the improvements to the existing system. I want to make it clear that the funds are for the existing systems to bring them up to industry standard.
And I just thank you so much for your response here, because I really needed to put it on the record, because I've been on this for a while. I've been advocating for this for some time now, and I don't want my constituent to think, I'm lying to them or what have you. It's federal funds. We've been waiting on your team in conjunction with FEMA to assure that those funds were realized, and you said they are. So I look forward to continue working with you on that in that behalf. Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you. Mr. Hodge, is this a project that could be funded under the prudent replacement funds?
The prudent replacement is for existing current water lines.
Okay.
Old cast iron, ductile iron pipes that were rusted.
Right.
We are replacing those, and that's what the funds are.
Right.
However, to the extent that we could bring the projects in under budget, then there are opportunities to do other projects in the water system.
But you would have to first attend to the ones that are eligible under that
That's correct.
Senator
Point-
Joseph, you
point of
act point of
information.
information.
Good morning. Good afternoon. The question around the same subject. The timeline. You said they're talking about the other companies as well, water, waste management, but no timeline from these meetings? Because if you're saying we have a sunset, we need to have some timeline as far as when we're going to start.
The initial schedule that I've seen, we go out to 2031, 2032 for the bundles that I've mentioned. Then there are two upcoming bundles, which will be St. Croix West and St. Thomas West, and those have not gone out for bid as yet. But the two initial ones, we're looking at a 5-year, 6-year window.
And starting date, not starting date in the near future, end of this year, summer this year.
Well, the two that are contracted have already started. They're doing the design work, the initial planning, and then based on the schedule, we should begin seeing some construction, early next year, first quarter, 2027.
Okay, thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator Blyden, point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Hodge, in respect to the water line distribution system, the expansion of that, weren't there mitigation fund that you applied for the expansion? And if not, what funds did you apply for the expansion of the distribution line?
So we have applied for funds from the EPA.
Correct.
The State Revolving Fund for the drinking water. And then we had previously also applied for funds under HUD, CDBG.
Correct. DR, CDBG,
DR, that's correct. So those were the two major funding sources that we looked at.
Thank you. I want that to go on the record also. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now I will recognize Senator Hubert L. Frederick for your 4 minutes. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, Central staff, my staff, and all the beautiful people in the U.S. Virgin Islands, near and abroad. This is a very timely bill. I think it's a discussion we really should have had a while ago. The Virgin Islands is plagued with the same issue. We have infrastructure that only goes to a certain point, and then that's it, it stops. We have money based on the prudent replacement for existing water lines, but what are we doing to move to those areas that we've never addressed? The driest area on this island on St. Croix is on the eastern end. We have no water. It stops at Tide Village, and every year we have fire threats, every year. It hasn't changed. What are we doing to make sure we at least start to extend the water distribution line further east on the island of St. Croix and on the north side as well? There's none. There's zero water. And the threat is there because we're trying to build out those areas. And you can't put a business out there by itself because it's going to be in harm of being destroyed because there's no water. It's dry. And so I hope, Mr. Noel, you have some plans in place already to extend that line. This bill could easily be expanded to include other areas, because definitely Estate Smith Bay needs water, but so does those other two areas on St. Croix desperately. So do you have any plans currently in place, engineering plans, to include those areas that I just asked?
So we have taken the first step, which was we completed a master plan that was completed in January of 2025 for the whole island of St. Croix. And it lays out the capital improvement plan, which includes projects from on the Eastern Road all the way out to Cotton Valley, and expanding the system past Tide Village. So that's the first step. Now, what we're trying to do is find funding to make it a reality. So,
what's the cost for that? At least to Cotton Valley. What would the cost be from Tide Village to Cotton Valley?
that particular one is $44.7 million to complete that expansion.
Okay. So, we need to find this money, I know. The other side of this argument is, Mr. Renoir, do we have the capacity to generate the water for this expansion?
Don Gregoire, interim CEO. That was one of my thoughts as well. So when I was listening to your question, obviously, we have to make sure that our existing infrastructure can support expansion.
One minute.
When you look at our master plan and our prudent replacement plan, the majority of the lines that are in the system right now are undersized, and they're undersized for fire protection. So for me as the officer in water to look to expand, knowing that we're going to be faced with more leaks and more breaks, our focus to me would be, let's build the infrastructure right now with the projection of where we want to increase our customer base to, and then we expand from there.
So the other part of this, and I know we don't do this often, but there should be a cost benefit. How many people, how many residents and businesses are going to be affected with this project? So the one that has the highest volume should be the first priority, in my opinion, because then it could support the revenue base for this project.
Right. So, we're very, getting grants is a good opportunity for us, right? When you look at the cost analysis versus customers who use WAPA water, because a lot of our customers are very seasonal. They will use their cisterns throughout the year. If there's a dry spell, they'll use the water, right? We want to make sure that we have as much customers on the water system as possible, because what that does, you go stagnate the line. If you don't have that water moving constantly and the customer's not new, then it brings other issues to us. So these are all the factors we looked at when we were looking at these expansion projects as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. I just quickly ask, would that be an issue with this particular area? The issue of customers not utilizing the potable water distribution system?
So for Smith Bay, you're referring to Smith Bay, yes?
Smith Bay.
Yeah, so for Smith Bay, I'm comfortable with the expansion. We did build out some infrastructure some years ago when we were doing the expansion out to Red Hook and St. John, and it's adequately sized for this expansion.
Okay. Senator Lewis, point of information.
I just wanted to add two things to the conversation. About three years ago, I want to say, WAPA, we brought the potable water from Foster Plaza to the top, Akasi Hill. From Foster Plaza, we did the drenching. All of that work was trenching. All of that work was done in-house. From Foster Plaza, and we were able to connect those customers in between the stub out, everything was put in place. So water expansion is going on. There's certain areas, other areas in town, Upper Altona, Upper Content, and so forth, where it's really densely populated. The held up was not that they didn't have it in a grant or anything, was that they was awaiting this prudent replacement to harden the infrastructure and improve the infrastructure down below, upgrade the pumps and everything, so the water could pump harder and more efficient to people up the hill. So it's not that water is not, the WAPA is like not doing anything. But these are conversations we've been having. I walked these roads, went to homes, talked to people, went with Mr. Hodge and his team, Scotland and those guys, dig into where the water stops, where it starts, and where we could move forward. So all of these things is in place. So we have some areas that are just waiting for, Then there were some areas that we needed land acquisition to put a pump, help me, man, pump station, right? So those things takes time. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation here today. Thank you.
We all recognize that Senator Lewis was the administrator before he has such a thorough knowledge. I'm going to acknowledge Senator Kurt Vielle for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Do you presently have a plan in reference to water expansion for the Virgin Islands? Areas that don't currently have potable water that are densely populated. Do you have that plan?
Yes, so that is covered in the master plan that I referred to. The master plan for St. Croix was completed about a year ago, and we're in the process of doing the plan for St. Thomas, St. John as we speak.
And that is for water expansion?
Yes, water expansion, water rehabilitation, upgrading.
Okay, so prudent replacement plus water expansion. Okay, and where were the populated areas on St. Croix that don't presently have potable water?
Well, I mean, the one that stands out is Barron Spot.
Okay, Barron Spot. Okay.
Barron Spot and part of Strawberry, densely populated areas. There's water all around, but not in certain parts of Barron Spot.
Okay. In reference on the concept of the bill is a very good idea. The only issue is that there's no funding. So passing the bill doesn't get the project to be started. Correct?
Yeah, not without the funding. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, so the funding is really the issue. Anything that we want to expand, you got to have funding. Or else it's a bill, but there's no funding source. And the funding source is that important component that is needed to connect all the parts. Now, because of the bill, I'm really thinking about the whole entire way that WAPA is set up. Because the government, this legislature, have appropriated money before for water expansion. And you have also received federal funds for water expansion. And then you're able to bill additional customers. And when you bill additional customers, who does the money go to? Who does the money go to?
On record, WAPA.
So off record, what does 7 Seas do? Who the money goes to?
Well, I mean, we pay 7 Seas for the water, but ultimately is what we bill is what we receive in revenue. If we're storing the water...
So what is the return on investment on water after you pay 7 Seas?
I don't have that information in front of me right now.
Okay. In reality, 7 Seas that has this plum contract with the government of the Virgin Islands to be able to produce water is a beneficiary of everything after the government put out everything. And at some point, we're going to have a serious discussion with 7 Seas and look at the financial capacity of their books to see how are they going to have to be involved in water expansion because they're the beneficiary.
1 minute.
Because every single gallon that is produced, they're getting a percentage. But they do not pay anything in terms of repair, maintenance, anything. They pay nothing. So the government pays everything and then 7 Seas collect everything because of a deal that was done many years ago when WAPA used to be the beneficiary when we had the desalinization plan. WAPA was the full beneficiary. So now 7 Seas use a WAPA current and then charging WAPA for the water, and then we pay WAPA and they expanding everything. And I want the water expansion, and I think that if the bill is going to move forward, that there needs to be some parity, that we need to include those areas and St. Croix and St. John that is densely populated, that need the water expansion. How am I healing on the water? I could name a number of areas on St. Croix. So it got to be a concentrated plan that deals with those densely populated areas. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. Point of information, Senator Boulkes.
Much, Madam Chair, and I wanted to chime in from my previous colleague's statements because the water line extension doesn't necessarily only affect public safety. If we're serious about food security here in the Virgin Islands, that water line extension has an instrumental part to play in our food security. and having those extensions go out to our farmlands where we have our farmers to sustain not only ourselves or potentially get to the point where we can export someday. So I just wanted to place that on the record. So all of the things that my colleague previously said, I chime in and I second that emotion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulquez. I will now hear from Senator Clifford Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Potter, you're next. You're recognized for your 4 minutes. And I just want to recognize Senator Ray Fonseca has joined us. Thank you so much, non-committee member, Senator Fonseca. So, Senator Milton Potter, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to our testifiers. Without question, we cannot underestimate the impact that having access to potable water line has on the quality of life of families in the Virgin Islands. Absolutely. I remember living in Smith Bay, Upper Smith Bay, back in the day, maybe about 10, more than that, maybe about 15 years ago, when the main artery in Tutu Valley, potable water access happened in that area. And I was able to run my private lines. I believe that summer I had to buy water. We had a drought at least 5 times for that year. I had to purchase water. So when I was able to connect to that artery, I incurred the expense of running the pipes from the main thoroughfares to my house so that I could access water. It was a game changer, you know? So I think that every resident in the U.S. Virgin Islands should have access to water. Water is a lifeline to potable water. Mr. Hodge mentioned that there is a comprehensive potable water expansion plan for the territory. I believe you said that it was done on St. Croix, and you're sort of in a process of working that out on St. Thomas. Where are we, Mr. Hodge, just to get you to clarify, where are we with regards to the potable water expansion plan on St. Thomas?
So on the St. Thomas, St. John, we already have the consultants engaged and working. They're collecting all the data and they've begun the analysis. We expect that by the 4th quarter of this year, we should have it pretty much substantially complete.
Okay. And really the impediment to implementation is money.
That's correct.
Right? And so I know, you know, areas like Adams Retreat and Smith Bay and Ras Valley and Altona and Bavoni, those individuals have also been, as my colleague mentioned, crying out to receive access to the potable water lines. If the federal grant applications were denied next month, what is WAPA's contingency plan with regards to this bill?
So we're looking at 2 sources. So we have the one has a backup. So we're pursuing both at the same time. But if both fall through, then we go and seek out other potential federal grant sources.
Okay. Thank you for your response. I know you mentioned $12.7 million for the project. You have 250 customers. That's roughly $51,000 per customer connection. Is that the norm when it comes to pricing for potable water lines when you look at, you know, bringing potable water to an area?
Yeah, that's the cost estimate that we've been seeing based on increase in material costs and the ongoing labor rates. So that reflects, we feel, accurate estimation of what it would cost.
Okay. Thank you. I know that other communities, for sure, in the Virgin Islands also lack potable water, as I said. What criteria does WAPA use when you're doing your potable water expansion plan, when you're setting dates and timelines as to what should be first, which community should be second, what criteria do you use to prioritize your expansion projects?
So that is a part of the process when we do the master plan. So we look at things like population density and other factors and we do a weighted criteria and scale the project based on the impact to the community, obviously, health and safety, population density, and other factors, and then that creates the order of priority for the capital improvement plan.
Thank you for your response. I know my time is called. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the flexibility.
Thank you, Senator Potter. The teacher in me, I have to say this, the teacher in me is asking, I just heard Senator Potter say potable water. So I was like, is that a British way of saying it? Because it's potable, right? Mr. Hodge, you're the man, huh? Isn't it potable?
I see.
It's potable. Yeah, every time I heard potable, I was like, potable? What is that? Where did they get that from? But as a teacher in me, maybe that's British or maybe Arabic or something. I don't know. Just having a little fun today with my colleagues. We will now go to Senator Clifford Joseph to talk about potable water.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the listening public. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. My first question, are you guys planning any expansion before the replacement is done?
Yeah, so we are always planning expansion on both islands. As long as, because as long as there's funding, we get the request all the time from the residents to expand the system.
I understand that, but I'm saying, are you planning to physically do any expansion before the replacement at the other lines are done?
Yes.
Okay, good. Has WAPA applied for any grants, and what's the status on the grants?
So we have a number of applications in for the EPA, the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. Mm-hmm. And so we are, those are in process. We have upcoming meetings with our federal partners to follow through on the status of those applications for those projects.
Okay, I got a question for Director Stevens. Is it possible for you guys, speaking about grants, any grants application to help at least maybe fire service attaining the hear me now. That's bad for me now. The hydrants, sorry.
Second, Senator Joseph, to obtain
hydrants. I mean, just like they're trying to get monies, they're applying for grants to get the pipelines down. Is it possible that you could apply maybe to get grants to alleviate some of the costs on them? So if the fire service contribute back to it's the same Virgin Islands, in helping out by you contributing, by you applying for some grants to acquire hydrants, and then you turn it over to them to install.
Senator Joseph, I am not aware, but what I will do is go back and do some research and see if there's any grants that is available to the fire service.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your response. Through the chair, this is from Mr. Hodge. Could WAPA provide the long-term plan for water lines in the territory? Because we got issues just about all over St. Croix, and I'm sure in St. Thomas Smith Bay is one, and I'm sure there are other locations. Our next question I'd like to ask WAPA too is, when we start to look at maintaining, since we have a money issue, are we planning to do any more?
1 minute.
gravitating feeding. That way we will get away from the pumping and the lower areas. If you're up high for a low area, and go back into that style. Because if you're looking at cars and I listening to the pumping station for waste management, and it's the same for you guys. Cause pumping is pumping. At the end of the day, it's something mechanical. So I'm just saying that if you get back to more gravity fed where you can use it, I think it'll save the government down the road the cost of the spend.
I'll grab that question. Don Gregoire, interim CEO. So on St. Croix, our terrain is relatively flat. So majority of our customers from the Kings Hill to the west section island is gravity fed.
Okay, good.
On St. Thomas, obviously we're more challenged with the terrain, and even with the expansion too, we're going to have to look at existing pumps. We may have to upgrade existing pumps as well.
Time.
So I don't think on the St. Thomas district we'll be able to avoid a lot of these pumpings or / booster stations, but definitely on St. Croix, majority of our expansion could include just gravity fed. But when we do these rehab projects like Hannah's Rest and Clifton Hill, we reach out to the community because we realize a lot of customers that live in the community may not be on WAPA water. So we reach out to them. So when we're doing the new lines and we're doing, the rehabs, we'll put stub outs to those new customers if they want WAPA water. So now they have the option. If they didn't have it before, they could come onto WAPA water as well.
Madam Chair, I got one more question. Could I?
Short.
Yes, one question. As far as 7 Seas, WAPA at any time plan to go back into the distilling and itself, their own arrows?
That is a good question. I know their contract their existing contract should be coming up in a couple of years. I know that we have come across potential grant funding that possibly we could build our own arrow unit, but I haven't had that discussions as yet.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just for a very respectful and friendly edification of yourself and for the edification of the general public. Potable water, potable, means safe for human consumption, drinking, while portable water refers to water that is easy to transport, move, or carry.
That's right.
Potable water is meant to remove contaminants, whereas portable simply describes a container or transport method, not
That's right.
the safety of the water itself. So we've actually, as a territory, been saying portable when it really should be potable.
No. And that's Senator Potter. Senator Potter, I knew you were going to do that. But I was only talking about pronunciation, and you decided to throw a R into the mix. Don't throw an R into the mix.
It is potable, though, Madam Chair.
It's
It is potable.
P-O-T-A-B-L-E. How do you pronounce that word? P-O-T-A-B. Hello?
Potable. It is potable.
I want you to go on Google and put in that word and ask them to pronounce it for you. And then you can come back to the teacher here, and I will tell you, don't confuse portable with potable. 2 different words.
It's potable.
So now we're going to go to point of information.
But thank you very much, Madam Chair.
That's it. You know what? Let's not continue this. You know what's gonna happen, right? Oh no. Yes. Let's move on. Senator Frederick, you recognize point of information.
Okay, I'm talking about portable water. So I'm going to stay in the middle of that argument. 2 quick points. When does the contract expire for 7 Seas? If you could please tell us that. Secondly, this bill specifically talks about water distribution, and as a testifier, they brought in the fire service because the word hydrant popped up. Why wasn't that brought up before other things? Because I don't see any testifiers here from the community, other stakeholders that might be affected, but you know, we brought in the fire service and we talked about hydrants for a few minutes and that was it. I'm just curious, why are you part of this discussion if it's just portable water distribution? That's really what the gist is, because you're going to get connected via a hydrant.
If I may. Yes, Senator, because we are part of that critical infrastructure. If you're talking about expansion, you want to make sure that you have fire hydrants. Let's say, for example, the fire service for some reason said that we didn't support this bill. We would have to explain why we didn't support this bill. But it is a bill, after me not being a resident of St. Thomas, but I was able to take a ride with my assistant director and chief, and they showed me the area, and I was like, I could not believe that this area only had 2 fire hydrants, right? And for areas as such, which is a built-up area, dense area, I saw the need to have fire hydrants. I am like excited that in the bill it says, in his statement he said 42. I was asking for maybe just 4 or 5 additional fire hydrants, which can definitely support that area, but 42 is, you know, that's one every like 300 meters, which is great. So again, we are in support of this bill because we care about the community and because we see how it can support the fire service and our response if in the event that there was a situation in that particular area.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that point of information, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This point of information is for the Water and Power Authority. When was the last water line extension completed by the Water and Power Authority, and where? And if it's multiple islands, could you please just put that on the record? Thank you.
You're asking about expansion?
Water line expansion, yes, sir.
So the last one on St. Thomas was in Estate Bovoni Purple Shop, NADA. That was a project that we did in conjunction with the previous legislature.
Could you please place the year on the record for our colleagues, please?
I could go. I have to look in and see. It's a few years ago.
Okay, well, I won't belabor. I'll let you look for that, and I'll let the chair proceed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. We will now hear from Senator Carla J. Joseph for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I really appreciate having this conversation regarding this bill before us, Bill 360206. I believe one of my colleagues asked a very pertinent question regarding funding source, and I really wanted to commend Senator Lewis for bringing this bill, but the bill doesn't speak to a funding source, and I am very cautious about supporting any bill that doesn't speak to a funding source directly. Now, Mr. Hodge, how are you today? I know you've been before us a number of times.
I'm doing well, Senator.
Good. I understand that in 2024, WAPA came before the same committee. It was chaired by our Senate President regarding the potable water distribution. And in it, it had a phase for expansion to Nazareth. Is WAPA still aligned with that to Estate Nazareth?
Yes, Senator, we are still actively planning, and it is our intention to secure the funding to expand in Estate Nazareth.
Okay, but you to secure the funding, now you're saying secure, but based on your testimony, you were already identified ARPA funding for that. Isn't that correct? Yes. CEO had you. Okay, good. And now, how much ARPA funding? Which area are you going to use? Are you going to come through Smith Bay?
So
that your plan?
the line is already extended through the main transmission is extended through Smith Bay out to Red Hook already. So we're going to pick up from there.
Okay, so Smith Bay is already having some access to the portable water line. That's what you're representing based on the funding. That's what you're looking at using the ARPA funds, correct?
Okay, so the ARPA funds for Nazareth was deobligated.
Okay, now this
yes.
is news.
Yes.
Okay, how much was that deobligated?
So we were looking at the design. I could look it up. I'll look it up.
Yes, that is a critical information that this committee need to know in order to consider this bill, not to have the bill come and it be codified and we're putting in monies and then we don't know that the money that was put in place from 2024 through ARPA funding was de-obligated and we don't know the amount. So that's something that we have to look at, colleagues, keenly, because now we have to be filling this void and we have other needs for, I don't know what this funding source is coming from, for funds. We are strapped for funds and we have a cash flow. Mr. Hodge, before my time expires, kindly indicate to me what is the long-term plan, because I think the good thing is that we have that big water dome catchment here in Dunu for the water. Is WAPA looking at doing the similar design plan for the expansion of their water services? Because we need to have a plan. That's what I'm getting at. We need to have a plan and having each phase of this plan cost out so that we as legislators and the people of the Virgin Islands can see how we are working a plan for the big picture, including St. Croix.
Yes, that's what the master plan that I referred to earlier is doing. It's laying out all the capital improvements for the expansion on the St. Thomas St. John district.
Okay, Madam Chair, I know I heard my time called, but I think it would be
wrap it up.
May I wrap up? I think it would be beneficial for this committee and this legislature to see that plan that Mr. Hodge is referring to. We are operating blind in a vacuum. We are going to be appropriating monies and be held accountable for the monies. If the money is not spent in accordance with whatever grant agreements, the government has to take up now the money and pay back if it's misspent. So I think it would be prudent for us in the long term as legislators to see this plan that WAPA has mentioned in his testimony. I don't know if it's on the website or where we can find it, but through the chair, I would like to request that plan for both the St. Thomas and the St. Croix district. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Lewis, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd just like to state, several speakers said earlier, several speakers recently just said that, funding source. I did not legislate the funding source because I added an amendment that reads, the VI WAPA may fund the work in Section 1 through any available funding source, including federal grants or other available funding mechanism. Mr. Hodge testified there's about 2 to 3 different funding sources. I couldn't time down to one funding source. And if we could utilize the federal dollars to pay for this, then I didn't need to have to go through the general fund or any other fund that's available to us. I didn't have to legislate that. I gave them the opportunity, and that's why I'm bringing an amendment to cover it. He said here today that if one fails, you have a backup plan. Why not give it a chance? That's all I'm saying. There is a funding source, and WAPA has it. It's called federal grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Novell Francis. E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. So we're having a very important discussion here this afternoon because it really talks about safety for community members, and of course the issue of water and the fire hydrants is critical throughout the entire territory. So it's one that I believe that only require emotions, but to really require that we do have a plan in which to execute so that we can provide to this community the level of security and safety and response that is required here. So I think that the bill speaks to Bill 36-0206 speaks to twofold. One is to be able to have fire hydrants, and two, for the residents in the area to also have potable water within the residential area there. What is the closest water line available to the residents of Smith Bay at this time?
So there is a transmission main that runs down from Emerald Hill, the top of Emerald Hill, down to the Smith Bay Ballpark. And then it proceeds east over to Red Hook. So that's the nearest water line right now that we have. So it follows that path, but then it doesn't go into the neighborhoods where, you know, it transmits the water from the Dunu tank and it gets it out to Red Hook, which eventually goes to St. John.
Okay, so based on your current master plan, where's that master plan, first of all?
Like I said, it's for St. Thomas, St. John, it's in the works. And we hope that by the end of this year, we would have that completed.
So when you say it's in the works, it's being drafted. So when you say it's in the works, can you just detail what that looks like?
Yeah. So we've engaged a consultant to do the analysis and to draft it, and so that is what's happening right now.
Is Smith Bay part of that plan?
Yes.
Where else? I mean, it's a plan for the entire territory?
It's a plan for the St. Thomas, St. John district. St. Croix was completed last year, January. So we have that plan available, but St. Thomas and St. John is in progress right now.
Okay, very well. Thank you. How many, and obviously, do you utilize the same level of water for the potable water that going to the residents as the same water is required for the extinguishing of fires? Same water?
Yeah, same system.
Water.
Yeah.
Same water. So the issue of the brown water, the contaminants in water and stuff like that wouldn't impact the lines in any way, shape, or form in terms of what's required in that particular area. It's the same water that's going to be distributed through the line that will be used for the fire versus being used at the people's home.
Yes, it's the same water.
Okay. Fire department, quickly, do you have a GIS? Do you know how many fire hydrants we have in this territory?
Yes, we have a GIS, Senator. Off the top of my head, I don't remember how many we have that's operational, but we do have that information.
So a fire occur, you know, beforehand the locations where these fire hydrants are located throughout the entire territory.
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. And in that particular area, how many fire hydrants do you have in close proximity to Smith Bay, Freedom Hall area?
In the Smith Bay area, Senator, we have 2 working fire hydrants, which is inadequate.
What is the frequency of testing these fire hydrants?
And the fire hydrants are tested frequently, at least once a week. A fire crew goes out in particular areas, different areas, and test fire hydrants to make sure they're operational. Most of the times we do so, and we let WAPA know that we're going out to test hydrants so that if they see us water last, they understand that we're outside just testing the hydrants and making sure that they're operational.
Okay. And Madam Chair, if I could just wrap up one final question.
Go right ahead.
In terms of the master plan again, is this plan in any priority formed in terms of density, population size, location? How is the master plan will be aligned in terms of priorities?
Yes, it is prioritized. We met with several stakeholders to look at potential growth, new residential housing communities. So yes, it is based on priority as well. So all that is including all encompassed within the master plan.
And when will the master plan be completed?
Well, as Mr. Hodge just mentioned, St. Croix master plan is already completed.
The St. Thomas St. John master plan.
Approximately another year, you said, Mr. Hodge? About another year.
Another year.
But by the end of this year, most likely it should be complete. We should have at least a draft, because they typically send us a draft for review.
So just to be clear, you do have the funding available for this project, as mentioned in Bill 36-0206.
Time.
We have applications for federal grants, but we haven't secured the funding as yet.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I now recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Mr. Hodge, thank you for the work that you and your team does. You know, I always tell them if we get the water system going, we fix WAPA's deficit. Now, the water that you have already run in Anna's Retreat area that's up above Smith Bay, do you have the equipment presently that could bring that water line further down into Smith Bay?
We have limited equipment, and so pretty much to do daily maintenance and very small expansion projects, not a project of this magnitude.
Right. No, so I'm just saying, so can you get at least one hydrant down into Smith Bay based on the materials that you have, based on the closest water line currently that exists?
Yes.
Okay, because I put that on a record because I'm aware of where your water line runs. So I think if in terms of funding source and the issues that we see at hand, I think we can find some light at the end of the tunnel where at least you can get fire hydrant put at least one down into the Smith Bay area. And then we worry about all the others because, again, you know, my take would be similar to how we did the Bavoni project. If we're able to get water in the area and get residents who could connect to it, would start to generate some revenue. So if you have equipment already on hand that you can work and start, like you say, a small expansion that you can get individuals tied into the system, if it's feasible and within WAPA's plan, I think that will, again, a way to go. We generate revenue that can turn over and ensure that we have some kind of funding to go to seek these grants and things going forward. Now, where exactly now, for the record, is your closest line in regards to the Smith Bay area that, based on what you just said, that we can pull from that line to at least get a hydrant in the Smith Bay area? Where's the closest line?
So we do have a transmission main, again, that runs from the top of Emerald Hill down to the Smith Bay Ballpark, and then follows the main road out to Red Hook. So that's what's existing now.
Okay, so like you say, just purely based on that, and as we just mentioned, putting in a hydrant, if you had to put a hydrant, what would be the closest hydrant to put centralized in that area?
So we would have to take a look at that and look and see where we have the two existing hydrants. But that's analysis that we can do and figure out where would be the most strategic place to put a hydrant. And we could work in conjunction with the fire service.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, Madam Chair, if we could request that from Mr. Hodge, so we could at least try to find that area that can have would bring some kind of relief to the people of Smith Bay with putting in a hydrant based on the equipment and tools that they already have. And in closing, I would just like to say, in your master plan for developing these water systems, whether it be St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, it looked like what standard is you bring a main line into an area and then you branch off everything from it. So if the main line busts, everybody's out of water. Does your master plan look for bringing or transmitting water into areas with alternative routes of main lines? So if one main line goes down, you can strap over another main line to it for the continuity of water in the area, but you close down the area closest to where you may have a leak and address that only. Does the plan address that type of situation?
Time.
Yes, Don Gregoire, interim CEO. When we looked at new design and the master plan, we realized that our existing infrastructure has a lot of dead ends, which adds to the problem of the water quality. So what we did, we started looping a lot more of the communities where, in fact, if there's an area where it has a busted line, we can isolate, having minimum customers affected while we do the repair. So all that is taken consideration in our new designs for the water system.
Okay, that's great. And just in closing, Madam Chair, just based on a conversation with Mr. Hodge, I think we can come to some kind of conclusion where it becomes a win-win for the area. And I do agree that the entire Virgin Islands needs water systems put in for those areas that don't have them, and we need it very fast. But if we could accomplish this mission, at least getting in one that would assist, I'll be interested to hear that. So, Mr. Hodge, through the chair, I asked for you could put together that assessment, and they could submit it to the chair for us to see where would be the closest one you can put in and how you would go about doing it in-house. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I just want to acknowledge that Senator Gittins has joined us, and we have a point of information from Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Hodge, let me ask you for clarification, because I know the Rules Chair spoke about funding source. The sponsor spoke about the different available federal funding sources. Based on what I've heard here today with your testimony and your responses and your master plan, which is a working plan as far as I'm concerned, are there any funding source right now as we speak in respect to the expansion of the waterline distribution system in the St. Thomas, St. John district? Are there any funding source available for the expansion of the waterline system? Yes or no? To clarify for the record, because we are trying to vote and know where we are at.
No, we have no secured funding source for expansion right now.
At this time?
Yes.
Very well. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. We will now hear from Senator Reeve Fonseca for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon to all of the testifiers. I want to follow up on a line of questioning from the majority leader with 7 Seas Water, because I think it's important that the community knows that the water division of WAPA that is headed by Mr. Noel George actually is profitable. It turns a profit. Is that correct, Mr. George?
Hodge.
Hodge, I'm sorry, Hodge. Mr. Noel Hodge. Yes?
Yes,
I didn't hear you.
That is correct.
Okay, and so this is a very important discussion because you mentioned that you're able to deliver the potable water line net cost to the customer of approximately 1/3 the cost of what the water haulers charge. Is that correct?
I'm not sure on the 1/3, but yes, that is correct. It is cheaper to receive WAPO water than to haul it to your residence. Correct.
But right now, the big truck, I think the 5,000 gallon truck is about $500. And if that's a third, you're saying it'll cost $165. So basically, based on that scenario, the customer would be saving $335 each truck. So this is very important. I wanted to go to an issue here. Fire Director, Mr. Antonio Stevens. You know, I'm a born Savanero, but I have to ask a question about Bovoni, the dump, the landfill. How close is the closest fire hydrant now to the landfill, and have you added any additional capacity to fight a fire at the Bovoni landfill since the last big fire in 2024?
So we have added a hydrant at the entrance to the landfill. So that was done since 2024.
Okay, awesome. Congratulations. That's very important. Okay, I want to ask you, Mr. Noel Hodge, we had a meeting and we were discussing the area from Rappoon Hill. We had determined that we were going to try to get a temporary line to come up there and then to go down by Edith Williams School to cover that area, because, you know, the dogs, they were there, and you heard their testimony that, you know, the animals, the cats, the dogs, etc., they use a lot of water, and our animal shelter is really struggling, and we as a government, you know, needs to do as much as we can to provide assistance to that. So what was that cost? I know you had gave me a number of what it would be to bring up that temporary lateral line. What is that number?
Senator, I have to go back and research what that actual cost was.
I think it was less than $300,000. But you let us know, and I'll get back to you. But it's very important. This is a good discussion. Okay, I wanted to go back now to the Edith Williams School. That line will come down from the Dunu and feed from there, from the tank on top Dunu. That's where you would run that line?
Yeah, that Dunu tank would service that area. So there'd be like a line extension that goes out to the school.
Time.
Okay, but there's Madam Chair, can I just wrap up?
Yes, Senator Fonseca, but you just, Senator Fonseca, you just confused me as a Crucian, because I thought Edith Williams was in Smith Bay. The scope of this discussion today is about Smith Bay. And, you know, I'd like to narrow it to that in the interest of time. But go ahead, wrap up with your question, and we will proceed to the next person.
Mr. Hodge and I, we've had a discussion on additional water line from Edith Williams, from Dunu, going to cover Edith Williams and Rappoon Hill. So it's the same discussion of a new water line for an area that's underserved. But thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Fonseca. And I understand, like every single one of us sitting in here, we have an area that we would like the potable water to be expanded to. We all do. I want to now recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins, L. Gittins, for his 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Coming from a emergency first responding background myself, I fully understand that public safety depends on giving our first responders the tools and infrastructure that they would need to do their job. So similarly, just like how the firefighters will need fire hydrants in strategic areas to help them do their job, Similarly, the police will need the expansion of cameras and whatnot in different areas. So I definitely understand that. I wanted to ask, though, I think you stated that this cost would be somewhere in the estimate of $12 million, WAPA?
Yes, Senator.
So if no funding is currently secured, what's the realistic timeline you believe this will take for implementation?
So we would not be able to proceed with the project without the funding.
And in talking with my colleagues, you stated that WAPA has completed the water distribution expansion plan for St. Croix, but not the St. Thomas St. John district, correct?
Yes, Senator.
When was this plan completed for St. Croix, and where could we get our hand on a copy of that?
So it was completed in January of 2025, and so we can provide through the chair a copy.
And this is a plan, an expansion plan that was approved by the WAPA governing board?
It's the master plan.
So again, is it a plan approved by the WAPA governing board?
I do not believe that the plan went in front of the WAPA board.
So who
For
approves?
approval.
Who approves your plans?
So we do our internal assessment of the plan, and it's presented but not approved.
So you're telling me a
by the
plan
board.
of this magnitude doesn't require approval from the governing board? That's what you're telling me?
Like Senator, is presented but not necessarily approved. It is no funding associated with the plan. It lays out capital projects. However, we have to go out and secure funding.
Who was it presented to then? Since you're telling me presented but not approved.
So the CEO would see the plan, and
what's your title?
My title is Chief Engineer. And at the time, I was the Chief Operating Officer for water.
So again, how can we get a copy of this? Because I'm not comfortable in your responses. Because I don't understand how a plan of this magnitude does not require the attention and the approval of the WAPA governing board.
Don Gregoire, intern CEO. So when we initially took this...
I don't want to hear no more on that. I just want to know where I can get a copy of
No,
it.
we said in our previous testimony that the St. Croix plan is complete, and we will provide that to the body. That we already stated that.
So when?
As soon as we get back, we'll prepare the document and send it to...
So we're living in a time of technology. You sitting there, I mean, I'm sure it could be sent, but I'll trust your word that we will get it.
Time.
If I may, Madam Chair, conclude.
Yes, Senator Gittins.
Has any of the portion of the St. Croix plan that you stated as completed been implemented? And what measurable outcomes have resulted thus far?
So we're actively working on projects in St. Croix. We've recently completed Hannah's Rest and Campo Rico waterline project. So it's a work in progress.
So it's not completed.
So it's a 20 years plan, Senator. So we can't, we're just in the beginning stages of it.
Madam Chair, just not to abuse the time, I will step back. I will await a copy of this plan, but I'm not comfortable with the responses from the Water and Power Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. The plan will be provided to the committee, and we will review it once we receive it. And if we have any questions, we can always either call you back or submit the questions to you. And I just have one question concerning the plan. The plan would prioritize the areas that you would expand into based on what factors? What's the priority in terms of the areas that you would go to? Is it the ones that are less costly, the ones that are most dense in terms of population? What are the factors that go into where you go first?
Gregoire, in terms here, so we looked at population growth, we looked at business expansion, so there were several contributing factors that we looked at. We met with the different agencies for their feedback as well, so it's a number of factors that went into the plan, and it's laid out into the plan how we prioritize the different projects as well.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I really don't have any additional questions from me as a chair, so I'm going to go to Senator Lewis as the sponsor of the bill for any questions he may have for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, good afternoon to everyone. I really didn't have no questions for the testifiers today, but I'd like to say thank you to all of them for coming here because they do understand the importance of this. And again, White Smith Bay, we have to have a starting point. And we've started that area, and the lines, Mr. Hart just explained that the transmission line is already running in that area. So it's more easier to tap into and do everything. But people are listening, and they're listening all over the world. And I have to put this on the record. Chief Grant, you and I have traversed St. Thomas numerous times. We've been in, I know firefighter, but sometimes I feel like I was one. We have been Long Part. We've been with WAPA, Mr. Scotland, and them identify, Mr. Hodge, hold up your head, Michael, you know about this. Identifying where we're going to change the hydrants that's inactive. Mr. Stevens, you and your team, I don't see Mr. Steve, the Assistant Commissioner. Okay, sorry.
He was excused by me.
Traverse the whole of that area, identifying what's operating and not operating, and where we're going to include it. To include the Savannah area. We did it in other dense areas to include Hayden Valley, to add. But water source remain the issue. We have a lot of hydrants wrong town, but they're not operational. And WAPA have identified them. There's a difference in colors. Lord, forgive me now, right now. I think the red one. Chief, help me now, man.
Eustace Grant, St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief. As I know from before, I used to work public work. Red used to be salt water, and of course they've changed the color. We now utilizing the yellow.
Yellow. And then the one out of service have a ring around it.
Yeah, usually put out of service sign on it.
Out of service.
But when they know about it, that
yes,
they come out and put it out.
Whenever there's an expansion, Mr. Hadj, you have to put it on the record. Expansion happen daily in the authority. When we put in for meters and different things, that's considered expansion. Sometimes the backhoe got to go in to run length of pipe. That's an expansion. And not to call his name because he here, but Mr. Scotland and those guys, they report back. I think a hydrant should go in here. And it happens. Fire patrols the area and check the hydrants. A lot of time we come around the areas and we see the hydrants running. WAPA either flushing the system or doing some work someplace to lower the pressure to ease so they could do the piping. I wasn't no jokey administrator in the wrong tongue. Walking down in the trench, uphill, through Kasha, all kind of thing. Don't they tell them? People, her colleagues talk about, Lord, there's no funding source. Why would I commit the government of the Virgin Islands, who cash strapped to something they cannot afford? But if WAPA have access to grants, it's only prudent and responsible upon me as an elected official to say, well, let's try this avenue. And I included it here. I didn't tie WAPA to no one grant. I said, through any available funding source, including federal grants or other available funding mechanisms. Yes, in the legislation, I said 1 year. I know it wasn't realistical. But you know what? I had to put in something because if I don't do it, Wapa going to sleep on me. So I had to get them in gear. But Mr. Hodge and Mr. Gregoire is here, and they're committed to the project. Colleagues, let's not lose this chance. Smith Bay, then the rest of the island. We could continue building upon it. We have to grow the authority. We can't continue. We can't sit down like Black Boss and watch Netflix come in and take over. We got to grow the authority. That's our job. That ain't nobody else's job. That's us as legislators. Oh, good. That's our job. So I only ask today for your support. I could amend it. I could change it from 33 months, from 1 year to 33 months, or 36 months to give you the 3 years. Mr. Grant said, sorry, Mr. Hart said, if this one don't come true, we have a backup plan. Let's give the federal government dollars a chance. That's all I'm asking. Then we could include other areas. But when a prudent replacement go in, other areas would automatically be included. Upper Altona, Contant, those densely populated areas. I know how it is. We asking people to come home and they have to spend 60, 80, 100,000 to build a large cistern where they could reduce the size of the cistern and put it in the house.
Time.
Put it on marble tile and thing, live good. Colleagues, I ask you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. I'm now going to ask Director Stevens and Mr. Hodge to give us a 30-second wrap-up before we move towards disposition of this matter. So, Mr. Stevens, Director Stevens.
Good afternoon again, Director Stevens, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, I want to thank you and the bill sponsor, Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, for inviting us to testify on this important measure. Like I said in the beginning, we do look forward to supporting this bill because it is a part of a critical infrastructure improvement, and I do believe that it benefits not just the residents but the fire service if we get this bill through. I look forward to providing more support as needed to our friends in VI WAPA.
Mr. Hodge?
Yes. I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify, and we definitely support the expansion of the potable water system and working with the legislature to do that. This is not our first go-round. We've done this before, and we could do it again.
Thank you. Thank you, and you are excused as we go into the next phase of this bill discussion with my colleagues. The committee is in recess for 5 minutes. The committee is out of recess. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Vielle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0206, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to expand a potable water distribution system, perform necessary upgrades to the existing potable water distribution system, and install fire hydrants in Estate Smith Bay, St. Thomas, be held in this committee at the discretion of the Chair. I so move.
Moved by Senator Vielle and seconded by Senator Bulkes. Hearing no objection, roll call on Bill number 36, that's 0206.
Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
No.
Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Marie C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vielle.
Yes.
Senator Vielle, yea. Madam Chair, we have 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36, that's 0206, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to expand the potable water distribution system, perform necessary upgrades to the existing potable water distribution system, and install fire hydrants in Estate Smith Bay, St. Thomas, has been held in this committee and is held in this committee at the discretion of the Chair. The hearing on Bill number 36, that's ordered. The hearing on point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, good afternoon to everyone. And I'd like to first thank testifiers that were here previously. I thank my colleagues. This bill was held in committee. No problem. But I just have to put on the record that I did my groundwork, did my legwork, and everything. I heard the sentiments of all my colleagues. And I just hope that we could work collaboratively to find a funding source together in central government to pay for it. This and many other projects. So again, I thank you for your support, your due diligence here today. And, you know, the residents of Smith Bay and everyone is looking to start on what would have been a start of progress and process here today. We have held in committee. So I thank you, and I look forward to collaborating with you guys in bringing a funding source. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. The hearing on Bill number 36-0206 is now closed. Madam Clerk, please read block number 2 of today's agenda into the record.
Block 2. The committee will receive testimony from relevant stakeholders regarding heirs property, prolonged probate, and vacant and abandoned historic properties in the U.S. Virgin Islands to examine the legal, administrative, and systemic barriers contributing to prolonged probate and unresolved heirs property, particularly where such delays result in vacant, abandoned, and deteriorating historic properties, and to identify coordinated solutions to return these properties to productive use. Invited testifiers: Jessica C. Tully, Esquire, owner and managing attorney, Tully Law, PLLC. Caribou Molyneux Molloy, Esquire, owner and managing attorney, Caribou Molyneux Molloy Law Firm, PLLC. Lance George, Director of Research and Information, Housing Assistance Council. Honorable Jessica Gallivan, Presiding Judge, Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. Nadia Harrigan, Esquire, Acting Chief of Staff, Legal Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Sean L. Krieger, Director, State Historic Preservation Office, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Virginia Claremont, Principal Ocasio Consulting, Frandel Gerard, Executive Director, Crucian Heritage and Nature Tourism, Wayne Biggs, Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, Deanna James, President, St. Croix Foundation for Community Development, Shamari Moorhead, President, Our Town, Frederiksted, Inc., Mary Dima, President, Virgin Islands Architecture Center for Built Heritage and Crafts, and Robert Schuster, Resident, St. Croix. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For far too many families in the Virgin Islands, property meant to be an inheritance has instead become a burden. Trapped in probate for years, deteriorating and ultimately contributing to blight rather than generational wealth. Today's meeting is not about assigning blame, it is about identifying solutions, legal, administrative, and legislative, to unlock these properties, preserve our historic communities, and return land and buildings to productive use while respecting the rights of heirs. The purpose of this hearing is to examine the legal, administrative, and systemic challenges associated with heirs' property. For those of you out there, let me say HEIRS. Family land. So I'm going to use family land so we don't have any confusion moving forward. Particularly where such delays result in vacant, abandoned, or deteriorating historic properties, and to identify solutions to return these properties to productive use while protecting the heirs' rights and preserving community heritage. Too many families are watching generational assets deteriorate because property, as I said before, has been trapped in probate for years. And these issues do not just impact individual families, they affect entire neighborhoods, historic districts, housing availability, public safety, and economic revitalization. This is not about taking property from families, it is about saving property for families. Historic buildings cannot wait for probate to catch up. So today I'm focusing on the entire probate process, but as well as focusing on the historic properties that we have. I want to thank Mary Dima for sending me a lot of different articles. And interestingly, I left it upstairs in my office, but the first one I read, and I want to do this right now. I want to recognize someone whose absence is a major loss in the work to ensure historic properties are preserved, restored, and returned to productive use for the benefit of present and future generations. And that is Jorville R. Larson, distinguished architect, artist, and cultural preservationist who passed away in October of 2025. And that was the first article that I read. And even though it's in 2013, it's still so relevant today. So that's an article that if anyone is interested in, we can share that with you. So I will start by asking, I want to thank all of you who appeared and for your patience, because we went a little longer than we expected to in the first block. So I want all the testifiers in this block to put their name and title and position on the record. And we also have one testifier who's joining us virtually. So we will begin with Mr. George. Is he still with us? He's been very patient. Is he still with us virtually?
Yes.
Okay.
Jane, can you hear me?
Okay, there you go. Hi. You're not here in the beautiful Virgin Islands in the weather we have here, but put your name and your position on the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. James, my name is Lance George. I'm the Director of Research and Information at the Housing Assistance Council, and I am calling in from not warm and sunny Minneapolis, Minnesota, where we have multiple levels of ice at this point. But thank you for the opportunity to testify before this august committee and this important issue.
Thank you, thank you. And now we'll start on St. Croix with the Honorable Jessica Gallivan. Name and position. I know I just identified you, but go ahead. I had to say who I started with. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am Judge Jessica Gallivan. I'm currently the presiding judge of the Superior Court.
Okay, and we will start. Ms. Dima, we're going to start with you and come all the way over till we get to the other side. So let's start with the attorney in front of me, and then we go around this way. Go ahead, Attorney Malloy.
My name is Attorney Carabel Molly Malloy. I am the owner and managing attorney of Carabel Molly Malloy Law Firm.
Good afternoon. I am Mary O'Reilly Dima. No, that would help. Good afternoon. I'm Mary O'Reilly Dima, board chair of the Virgin Islands Architecture Center for Built Heritage and Crafts.
Good afternoon. My name is Attorney Nadia Harrigan. I am the Acting Chief of Staff, Legal Counsel for the Office of Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Charles. I'm the Clerk of Court at the Superior Court.
Good afternoon. My name is Shamari Moorhead. Wear many hats. Today I'm president of St. Croix of our town, Frederiksted, a board member of the St. Croix Foundation, and an entrepreneur in the town of Frederiksted.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Deanna James. I'm the president and CEO of St. Croix Foundation for Community Development.
Good afternoon. Shalma Moorhead, Assistant Tax Assessor, Office of Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon, everyone. C. Portia Joseph, District Recorder for St. Croix.
We will go to St. Thomas, and I know Attorney Jessica Tully is there, so we'll start with her. I don't know if she's in the middle or where she is, but we will start with her and then go to her left. And oh, there you are. Okay. Actually, I see. Okay, I see Director Krieger. He's at the end, so let's start with him and then go to Mr. Richards at the end.
Sean L. Krieger, Director, State Historic Preservation Office, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Jessica Tully, owner and managing attorney of Tully Law PLLC, a private law firm in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am Brent Laird, tax collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon. I'm Erica Dover, Recorder of Deeds, St. Thomas.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ludens Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Good afternoon.
Thank you. And welcome. I'm really happy to have everyone here. I'm going to start with Mr. Lance George for his testimony. And then we will follow. Well, he's going to explain a little bit about his involvement with the Virgin Islands and how we got to know one another. So go ahead, Mr. George.
Madam Chair James, Vice Chair Milton, and members of the committee, greetings and thank you for this opportunity to testify on resources for heirs property. My name is Lance George, and I'm the Director of Research and Information at the Housing Assistance Council. Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I tend to speak extemporaneously, or I personally enjoy that. But in this instance, to honor the integrity and the importance of this body and this issue, I will primarily present from the Housing Assistance Council's stated record, and then happy to answer any questions. But again, it's a pleasure to see you again, and see Senator Joseph as well. We appreciate your attention to this issue. If you don't mind, I will start into my prepared remarks.
Yes, go right ahead. Thank you, Director George. Go right ahead.
Thank you. The Housing Assistance Council, often referred to as HAC, is a national nonprofit corporation that supports affordable housing efforts in rural areas of the United States and the territories. We help build homes and communities across rural America. We work with local community-based entities, including nonprofits, states and municipalities, tribal entities, and for-profit developers. These groups, like you, know what's best for their community. HAC just helps enable them to improve their housing conditions through an array of efforts, including research, financial products, technical assistance and training, and policy formulation to help inform local strategies and solutions. As will be discussed into detail at today's hearing, heirs property is land owned by multiple people as an undivided shared interest and is often created when a landowner dies without a will or an estate plan to pass on their property. In many parts of the United States, including the territory of the U.S. Virgin Islands, heirs property may be a reflection of family legacy and strong community ties. While this form of ownership is legally valid and culturally rooted, families often face challenges within legal and financial systems that affect access to housing finance, and the ability to preserve generational wealth. These barriers also impact the long-term resilience of entire communities. Our partners across the United States, like you in the U.S. Virgin Islands, are working to provide heirs property owners with access to these financial systems, flexible capital, and clear pathways to title resolution. Through our heirs property initiative, the Housing Assistance Council is working to increase access to capital and resources needed to support homeowners exercising full agency over their housing needs and goals, in alignment with their aspirations and visions for their families and property. We also strive to strengthen cross-sector collaborations at local and national levels across housing, finance, legal, policy, academia, and agriculture. Our work centers on residential property, in particular with emphasis on rural communities, tribal lands, native Hawaiian homelands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Northern Mariana Islands. In the affordable housing and housing finance sectors, there's a collaborative effort underway to help develop solutions that support heirs properties owners and preserve affordable housing and communities. As part of this growing movement, the Housing Assistance Council, with support from Wells Fargo, partnered with practitioners to preserving Black communities and generational wealth and generational Black homeownership. This project, Heirs Property, Elevating the Story, highlights the complex, nuanced, and diverse experiences of heirs property owners and the organizations that support them. A series of videos spotlight the voices of community members, leaders, and practitioners, offering a platform for their stories are now available to be shared directly with a wide range of audiences on HAC's new interactive clearinghouse, Heirs Property Central. And I invite everyone in the hearing today to visit that site and also to start contributing to the site. Today, we are pleased to present our video highlighting St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. I wish to especially recognize Virginia Claremont, CEO of Ocasio Consulting, our partner for this video, Senator Maurice James of the U.S. Virgin Islands Legislature, and all of the community practitioners and residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands who shared their expertise, experience, and aspirations in this video. I would also be remiss if I did not acknowledge and thank my colleague, Natasha Moody, who led HAC's Heirs Property efforts and this video series, as well as Natasha was just a nationally recognized thought leader on heirs property. St. Croix is a beautiful island with a rich history of strength and resilience. Its vibrancy shines through its people, natural resources, and a blend of cultural traditions and influences from indigenous Caribs, West African traditions, and Danish and Spanish cultures. Land ownership in the U.S. Virgin Islands, as you well know, has a unique context. Conversation around heirs property, property rights, land ownership, and land retention take on distinct meanings in the territories. As national attention grows around the retention strategies, it is essential to include places like St. Croix, a majority Black rural island within a U.S. territory, in the development of solutions. Title issues, including heirs property, affect not only individual families but entire communities. We invite you to view this video, which showcases powerful community leaders and the beauty of the land, people, and culture of St. Croix. As you watch, we encourage you to consider how St. Croix, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and other territories can be intentionally included in design solutions, and the development of capital to preserve homes and communities. HAC appreciates the committee's attention to heirs property in your communities. I welcome any questions the committee may have, and thank you again for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Director George. We are going to go to the video so that everyone can see. When I saw the final product, Senator Clifford Joseph and I attended a conference, and we found out that it was being premiered at this conference in front of all these people, and I can't begin to tell you the pride I felt, that we felt, just looking at it and knowing that we were from this beautiful place. So we're going to show the film here in the Virgin Islands.
We have a real attachment to this place. We know our ancestors walked on
Hold on
on
a second.
this
Let's
land.
start again. Let's start again. No one in here can see the video. You need to put it on the right.
We have a real attachment to this place. We know our ancestors walked on this land, right? And we see remnants of that period every day. We can't escape it. And we understand the sacrifice that was made for us, right down to obtaining our own freedom and then demanding fair wages. And then our ancestors being able to buy these properties, and now they're falling into disrepair. If these homes, these buildings disappear, our culture disappears forever. It's very personal for us.
Hi, my name is Virginia Claremont. I am a community advocate in the town of Frederiksted, where I was born and raised.
My name is Claudette Young-Hines, and I was a resident of Frederiksted in the early 90s. I've been on St. Croix since '83. In my personal and professional life, I've been involved in a range of projects and initiatives and things in the town of Frederiksted.
My name is Colette Woodson Burgess. I was born and raised here. Went away to school, came back, and decided I was going to be here forever. I'm a member of the St. Croix Historic Preservation Committee. I'm actually acting as chairperson for the past year and a half.
I was born on the island of St. Croix and raised on the island of St. Croix. Spent all my years here except for when I went to college and law school.
We have the 8 flags. I always correct people, they talk about 7 flags. No. The Amerindians, who were here first, their flag has to be respected. You know, people use the word Arawak, Caribbean, interchangeably. The Kalinago were the first peoples of this island, Aye. And, increasingly people are acknowledging those who inhabited the land first. So this is Aye. The Kalinago were the people. And then you had the other 7 folks come. So all of those things, just imagine folks could come to Frederiksted and experience a little of the Danish experience, the French experience, the British experience, the Amerindian experience, the African experience.
In the Virgin Islands, we have a unique relationship with land. Land is their history, it's their culture, it's their heritage.
In terms of the ancestral memory that we have as people of color, there was no such thing as land ownership. You met the land here and you leave it better for your children. You'll read where people on the African continent, when the Europeans talk about we're going to put up a fence and own this, they were kind of laughing at them like, we own you, take it with you, That concept of owning what God created, and in terms of our ancestral memory, I think is pretty foreign. Because of the history of enslavement, both in the upper 48 and here, property ownership is not something that kind of ran through our genes and we did it, and it's something we always did and we always had access to, okay? It wasn't until manumission or emancipation that people of color, people of African descent, could even think about owning a piece of land, okay? Massa might have let you work a piece of land, but it was not yours. Okay, and so the concept of land ownership and passing that land down to someone is a fairly recent occurrence in the lives and the ancestral memory of people of color under the capitalist system in the United States of America.
Dave, the value of land is important to Crucians because it goes back to the fact that we emancipated ourselves. I think in 1848, people realized that here I am planting cane, cutting cane, you know, and this land that I'm on doesn't belong to me. So for me, I think in 1848, we realized the value of the land. Again, with 1878, with the fire burn, we again realized that if we are working, we have to have something that we're working for, right? And something that we own. We were brought here to this land, and so it should belong to us, and we should hold it sacred.
Folks have connection to land. There are families that acquired property at a time where it was dangerous to do so and incredibly difficult. And their families have held on to that property over so many generations. We're looking at 5, 6, 7 generations of folks who are still on land that their ancestors were enslaved on and acquired that property through indentured laboring. When we think about the history and folks' connection to the land that their family has toiled on, they've raised generations, have connections to, it's very important that we find ways to protect that land for those that have ownership to it.
I talk about these major crises that happen on the island of St. Croix especially. I was in high school when Fountain Valley happened. And at that time, there was a mass exodus of people, mostly people from the States who came, that resulted in people who were from here, the locals, being able to purchase homes. So in that sense, I saw a change in subdivisions or developments where they went from mostly white to black. Then later on, Carambola was being developed and the condos were built. People were building houses. There was the boom that was happening, and then Hugo hit. Again, exodus of people. So we rebuilt, and then again, Hovenza closes. Again, the exodus. So those are the changes that I have experienced in my lifetime here. And of course, recently, Irma and Maria.
Ayers property in Frederiksted looks like dilapidated properties that are in ruins. Literally, they are falling apart because they have been in probate sometimes for decades and nothing is being done to them.
A lot of properties that do go into probate have been left to numerous individuals. There's some properties that grandparents or great-grandparents left to 15, 20 people. Some of them have disappeared. Nobody knows where they are, but they're still named on the property. So as a result, in order to initiate a probate, you pretty much have to find most of these people. So it's an involved process. It's expensive. You have to get an agreement from everybody as to what it is you're trying to do once you get it probated.
Because there are multiple owners, now they're all owning it as tenants in common, which means I have my percentage, you have your percentage, and we holding on to our percentage, but we're not participating or coming together to maintain it. So the property then, over time, it deteriorates. In our case, really, what we're not being honest about is they have actually gotten destroyed in the hurricanes. And after hurricanes, people just didn't have the insurance on the properties to repair and restore. And no one wanted to, I don't want to invest my money because I only own 1/10 of it. So then, as time progressed, properties just got more and more dilapidated.
The impact of ARIS property on community and economic development has been pretty severe. It's impacting our economic development, it's impacting our community development, it's impacting the morale of the people that live here. And then if you go from the impact of the morale, and you can go down the line to all of the other things that are associated with that. You just see the despair of the community and feeling like we'll never advance, we'll never become prosperous. These properties will be available for others who can afford it to snatch up.
My vision for St. Croix is that we will become a place where we are more hopeful.
When I look at a lot of these properties, I see places where people once lived. I remember the families. I remember the businesses. They're not ruins. They're homes. It belongs to somebody. They have history.
Property should be used for its best purpose. And when I say that, I don't necessarily mean development. Best purpose could be a nice park, or it could be a hotel sitting there all these years. Those properties are not being used for the benefit of anyone.
It's an incredible opportunity for us to protect and promote. We talk about preserve, promote, and profit. Preserve the history and the culture and the environment, promote it, and profit.
From my standpoint, I don't really think we should leave these kinds of issues up to our government. I think the community change happens from a grassroots level, and that it needs to be informed by the people. We have very unique needs in the Virgin Islands that doesn't always translate to the mainland, and things that are happening in the mainland. We need to be engaged in the process of change. Our voices need to be heard.
So my vision is that we have development, not simply growth, and development with such care and respect for the culture, for the environment, for sustainable economic development, and for respect for those that are met here and for those who choose to make this their home. There's got to be mutual respect.
I think that there's a space for philanthropic organizations to help us change the face of St. Croix.
If philanthropic organization then decides we're going to invest, and I want to say particularly into nonprofits to do this work, there is almost an immediate return on their investment because we're a small community.
One of the main goals of the Historic Preservation Commission is to see these derelict buildings, as they're called, derelict, but buildings that are in a state of disrepair, that they be returned to their glory that they had back in the day.
Oftentimes, we are left out of, for instance, if you're a philanthropic organization, they tend to give money mainly to the mainland, and the territories are excluded. And so there's a whole area of funding that we can't access. I would just like to see investors change their way of thinking as they relate to the territories. There's more to us than just, sun, beach, and sand. We have high rate of poverty here. We have food insecurity here. We have, transportation issues, structural issues, systematic issues. So, just think in terms of there's a whole group of individuals, 3 million of us, that are being left out of the conversation.
For the housing and housing finance systems, it's important to create products and funding sources for housing rehabilitation, for housing construction, for housing rehab that don't require a legal clear title. We have to consider the barriers that exist for residents in the territories, for example, in St. Croix, even without property title issues. Because if we are to, for example, say the pathway forward is to resolve title issues, clear titles, get folks through the legal process, well, then they're still going to face barriers in accessing the housing finance system because of the lower presence here on the island. So it's important to take the experiences here, the insights of local residents here back to our national partners so that they can really investigate how they can expand their reach to support the territories, example, here in St. Croix.
Thank you. What was interesting about participating in this is that I had no idea who the other participants were, and so when it was done and finished and shown, you're listening to everybody's perspective and you realize things you didn't know from others. What struck me though, and this was on a big screen in Washington D.C., was the natural beauty of our island. The natural beauty was just unbelievably right. Thank you, Saviele. Unbelievable. So it's the buildings now, right? That now need to also, I think, as Colette said, be returned to their glory. I wasn't sure, Mr. Director George, are you available to sit with us for the rest of the afternoon, or do you have to leave at this point? I want to make sure.
No, if you allow me, I would love to sit and learn. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, great. So we're going to go to our other testifiers, and Mr. Schuster is here with us. Introduce yourself, and as a testifier, introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Robert Schuster.
To the mic.
It's on. Good afternoon, Robert Schuster, private citizen.
Okay, thank you, private citizen. Way to go. So we're going to go quickly through the testimony so that we can really get into this conversation. And I will start with Attorney Malloy.
Greetings, Honorable Chair Senator Maurice C. James Esquire, Vice Chair and distinguished members of the committee, all members of the 36th legislature present, the listening and viewing audience. My name is Carabel Molyneux Malloy. I am the managing attorney of the Carabel Molyneux Malloy Law Firm, a U.S. Virgin Islands virtual law firm focused on estate planning for probate avoidance and probate representation. I have also served as a probate law clerk in the Magistrate Division of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, District of St. Croix. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the interconnected issues of heirs property, prolonged probate, and vacant and abandoned historic properties in the Virgin Islands. These issues are not separate. They're parts of the same system. When legal ownership is unclear, stewardship breaks down. When stewardship breaks down, properties deteriorate. And in historic areas, deterioration becomes permanent loss. My testimony will explain what heirs property is in practical terms, place it within its broader historical context, and then turn to specific Virgin Islands challenges and solutions. An heir is a person legally entitled to inherit property or assets from a deceased person. Heirs property refers to land that has passed from generation to generation without clear estate planning or recorded transfer, meaning without designating beneficiaries through wills, trusts, transfer on death deeds, or completed probate. Heirs property makes it extremely difficult to insure property, borrow against it, pull permits, undertake major rehabilitation, respond quickly after disasters, or sell property in a timely and orderly way. Heirs property is therefore not merely a technical label, it is a structural condition of ownership that explains why properties become stuck, deteriorate, and especially in historic districts, become vacant and abandoned. To understand why heirs property is such a powerful driver of long-term land loss, it helps to look briefly at what has happened nationally when these same ownership patterns persist across generations. Nationally, heirs property has produced massive land loss. African Americans owned roughly 16 million acres of farmland in 1910. By 1997, they had lost approximately 90% of that land, according to the Union of Concerned Scientists and the American Economic Association. This land loss represents not only lost acreage, but lost generational wealth, lost economic mobility, and lost opportunity for families and communities to build and transfer assets over time. Economists estimate the compounded value of black land loss between 1920 and 1997 at approximately $326 billion, as reported in American Economic Association papers and proceedings. The United States Department of Agriculture has identified heirs property as a leading cause of black involuntary land loss. Once land becomes heirs property, it becomes vulnerable to a particular form of exploitation that has been used for generations, partition by sale. Historically, speculators exploited heirs property through partition by sale. For example, a speculator would purchase a tiny fractional interest, sometimes as little as 1% from a distant heir, and then use that interest to force a court-ordered sale of the entire family estate. One of the most well-documented examples is the case of Melvin and Lee Curtis Reels in Carteret County, North Carolina. Their grandfather did not leave a will, allowing the family's land to become heirs property. By 2011, the brothers had spent decades fighting to keep their family's waterfront property. Instead of receiving a hearing, they were ordered jailed for civil contempt and spent 8 years incarcerated while continuing to fight their case. This history explains why heirs property is not only an economic issue, it is also a civil and human rights issue. It is against this historical backdrop that the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act was created. The Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act has been enacted in 22 states, the District of Columbia, and the United States Virgin Islands through Act 8169 to prevent exploitative partition practices and protect families from involuntary land loss. In the Virgin Islands, these problems are intensified by long-standing informal family land and oral succession practices, high rates of off-island migration, a dispersed population of heirs, and a historic built environment especially vulnerable to neglect and decay. Here, heirs property does not just mean lost equity. It also means lost historic structures, lost neighborhood stabilities, and lost opportunities for local families to participate in development and recovery on their own terms. The resulting land loss in the Virgin Islands means families lose wealth, lose chances to move ahead financially, and lose opportunities to pass on something to the next generation, while the territory loses housing, tax revenue, and small business growth. At the heart of today's hearing is a simple chain reaction. A property owner dies without a clear plan or without probate being completed. Legal ownership becomes fractured or unclear, often across many heirs, some off-island. No single person can lawfully sign, insure, finance, permit, repair, lease, or sell. The property becomes stuck. Tax delinquency grows, maintenance stops, and disasters accelerate deterioration. In historic areas, each stalled property has a multiplier effect. It undermines adjacent properties, discourages investment, and erodes cultural heritage. Deterioration is not neutral. Once a historic structure crosses a certain threshold, roof failure, termite damage, structural movement, the cost to stabilize can exceed what most families can absorb or afford, especially when they also must pay lawyers, genealogists, appraisers, and court costs. One often misunderstood consequence of this chain reaction is unauthorized occupancy, sometimes called squatting. When no one has clear legal authority to act, vacant structures become easy targets. Families are often told they cannot pursue eviction or trespass because they cannot prove standing. Squatting in this context is a symbol of unresolved title and probate bottlenecks. At this point, it is important to address an uncomfortable reality. Probate itself can unintentionally create a recurring cycle of heirs' property. Probate is a court-supervised process of settling a person's estate, everything a deceased person owes and owns after death. When a property owner dies intestate because no beneficiary is named through a deed, will, or trust, the court distributes the property to heirs by statute. Most probate orders distribute real property to multiple heirs as tenants in common. This is legally correct, but it also establishes the structural conditions for future tangled title. Tenants in common is a form of co-ownership in which each owner holds a fractional, undivided interest in the entire property. No owner has a right to any specific room, unit, or portion of the land. Each share may be sold, transferred, or inherited independently and passes to that owner's heirs at death, rather than automatically to the other co-owners. For example, after a probate case, if a court distributes a property to 6 heirs as tenants in common, each heir now owns their 1/6 undivided interest. If each of those 6 heirs later dies without doing post-probate estate planning, that single property now requires at least 6 additional probates. Now, each 1/6 share may then be further divided among children or grandchildren. Within just 2 or 3 generations, a single family home can have dozens of co-owners. The probate was completed, but without post-probate planning, heirs' property was still created. Over time, fractional interests multiply across generations. Within 2 or 3 generations, a single family home can have dozens of co-owners, many living off island, some unknown, some deceased with unadministered estates requiring probate for each deceased co-owner. This is how we move from probate to tenancy in common to death of an heir to more probate to fractional shares to abandoned property. When probate is delayed for years or decades, it is rarely because of a single cause. It is usually a combination of legal, evidentiary, administrative, and systemic barriers. Missing or incomplete records, birth, death, marriage, divorce, name changes, adoptions, difficulty obtaining these records from other states, multiple generations of unadministered estates where one probate turns into several, heirs who cannot be located are deceased or incapacitated, and families run out of money or resources. Administrative barriers include court capacity limitations and heavy probate dockets. The probate docket is frequently supported by short-term law clerks rather than dedicated personnel with specialized probate experience. No dispute resolution option to resolve contentious issues. Notice and service challenges in a diaspora community. Complex estates where the primary asset is real property but cash is limited. Systemic barriers include cost of legal services, surveys, genealogy tracing and appraisals, family conflict and coordination fatigue among many heirs, lack of immediate incentive, where families only act when crisis hits, such as a hurricane damage, condemnation, delinquent property tax sale, or a speculative offer. Once title is tangled, families confront barriers that directly produce vacancy and abandonment. Insurance barriers, where insurance often require clear named insured or a legally authorized representative. Financing barriers, where lenders require clear title and authority. Permitting barriers, where major repairs and rehabilitation usually require proof of ownership. Disaster recovery barriers, after storms, unclear title complicates access to assistance, lawful contracting, and rebuilding. Decision paralysis, if multiple owners must agree on repairs, disagreements can stall all action, which creates a tax delinquency spiral. No one feels both empowered and obligated to pay, so delinquency and enforcement risk increase. Historic properties are uniquely vulnerable because a modern concrete structure may endure years of deferred maintenance where a historic wood and masonry building often cannot. The Virgin Islands enacted the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act through Act number 8169. This has been a crucial reform because partition actions are often the point at which heirs' property is most vulnerable to predatory loss. A partition action is a court case that allows any co-owner of property to ask a judge to either physically divide the land or, more commonly, order the property to be sold and the proceeds split among the owners. Partitions most often arise in inherited property situations where a family member dies and multiple heirs inherit the property as tenants in common. Each heir owns an undivided percentage interest, even if their share is very small. Over time, as heirs pass away and their interests are further divided through additional probates, ownership becomes increasingly fragmented. Properties may end up with dozens of co-owners who live off islands and do not communicate. When co-owners cannot agree on whether to sell, keep, repair, or manage property, any single owner, even one holding a small percentage, can file a partition action. Courts partition property in two ways: partition in kind or partition by sale. Partition in kind means the court physically divides the property among the co-owners, so each person receives a portion of the land itself. This allows family to keep ownership and maintain a direct connection to the property. Partition by sale means the court orders the entire property sold and divides the money among the co-owners. In practice, these sales are often forced, occur below market value, and can permanently remove family land from the community. The bottom line is partition in kind preserves land, but partition by sale converts land into cash, which often results in permanent loss of generational property and the growth of vacant and abandoned homes. The Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act requires courts to evaluate a defined set of statutory factors when deciding whether partition in kind would cause great prejudice, including practicability of physical division, impact on overall value, duration of family ownership, sentimental or ancestral attachment, current lawful use, and each co-tenant's contributions to taxes, insurance, and maintenance. The Act also expressly prohibits treating any single factor as determinative. The Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act protections are stronger than traditional partition law, which relies on a broad great prejudice standard and focuses primarily on economic harm. The Act requires courts to apply defined statutory factors, including non-economic considerations, mandates professional appraisals, creates a statutory buyout right, requires open market sales with licensed brokers and reporting, imposes heightened disinterested standards for referees, appraisers, and brokers. These increased protections represent a significant improvement over Virgin Islands' traditional partition statute by increasing fairness and transparency. These are meaningful protections, but it is critical to understand the Act's limitation. The Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act is partition reform. It is not probate reform. It helps families once they are ready in litigation. It does not clear title. It does not open estates, meaning it doesn't open probate. It does not modernize probate procedures, and it does not fund rehabilitation of deteriorating properties. The Act, which authorizes transfer on death deeds, means that a properly executed and recorded transfer on death deed allows real property to pass to a named beneficiary to avoid probate. This is a great solution. However, even when families use modern planning tools such as transfer on death deeds, the same heirs property structural risk can reappear. For example, a mother records a transfer on death deed naming her 3 children as beneficiaries. When she dies, the property passes to the 3 children as tenants in common, each owning a 1/3 interest in the property. One of those children later dies without a will and leaves 4 children. That 1/3 share is divided into 4 smaller fractional interests. As those grandchildren pass away, their fractional interests may be further divided. Within just 2 or 3 generations, a single property can have 20, 30, or more co-owners. The first transfer avoided probate, but without post-transfer planning, heirs property was still created. This leads to what I describe as an awareness gap. Most landowners and heirs do not understand what tenancy in common actually means. They do not understand that inheriting property requires new affirmative planning, and without that planning, they're almost certain to pass on tangled title to their own children. This is how fractional ownership multiplies and creates modern heirs property, even when the first transfer avoided probate. It's crucial to remember that trust can also create this problem. If we fail to address post-probate planning and tenants in common estate planning, we will continue to recreate heirs property in every generation, even while trying to fix it in the current one. The solution is to return properties, especially historic properties, to productive use. We need coordinated solutions that address authority, capacity, and capital. I respectfully recommend the following. Create triage-based case management to route simple estates and complex multi-heir estates differently. Integrate dispute resolution within probate. Standardize forms and checklists to reduce delays and lower costs. Establish dedicated probate staff attorney positions to provide continuity and specialized expertise rather than relying on short-term law clerks. Provide enhanced preservation guidance and resource pathways for historical significant properties. Use grant or loan programs to reduce the cost of probate and estate planning. Pair post-probate planning with stabilization or preservation funding. Implement monitoring and annual reporting on UPHPA outcomes, including property retention rates and speculator activity. In closing, honorable members and the viewing public, the Virgin Islands does not lack families who care about their land and their history. We lack systems that reliably convert that care into legal authority, timely estate administration, and funded stewardship before historic properties are lost. Heirs property reflects structural gaps in our legal, administrative, and financial infrastructure. The Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act and Transfer on Death Deeds are necessary foundations, but they must be paired with probate modernization, early dispute resolution mechanisms, and post-probate planning pathways that move cases towards resolution while protecting heirs. Thank you very much for inviting me to testify. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Malloy. And well, I am an attorney too, so I made sure that I give each of my children property separately to avoid what you talked about. Because if you give the three of them and then it gets bigger, and it was like, no, I don't want Camille taking advantage of Jordan or Sydney. So you avoid that. You avoid that. But we'll talk a little bit more about it. I have attorney Jessica Tully on St. Thomas, who your testimony is good to follow this because you specifically address some other things that are important in us understanding heirs property. So I'm going to let you go next. And then we're going to go to Vincent Richards. Prepare yourself since you have to leave. And I understand that, but your testimony is both of your testimonies are really short. So we'll move forward with the testifiers on St. Thomas, Attorney Tully, and then Assistant Commissioner Vincent Richards.
Good afternoon, Senators, fellow testifiers, and the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jessica Tully, and I am an attorney in private practice for the past 17 years, the last 9 of which have been in the Virgin Islands as a Virgin Islands resident. I come to the issues before the committee today from a specialized and concentrated background in property title that I'd like to share briefly. For the first 8 years of my career, before moving to the Virgin Islands, my sole practice was drafting title opinions for major oil and gas companies in the Appalachian Basin. Their title standards were uncompromising and led to the development of very specialized title analysis skills. I was required to review and opine on title from the beginning of record keeping in the jurisdiction to present day. In Pennsylvania, this sometimes meant reviewing title records beginning with the 1681 charter grant from King Charles II of England to William Penn. And in Ohio, it sometimes meant beginning at statehood in 1803 and working my way forward. I was required to reconstruct ownership across hundreds of years in 2 states with very different acquisition histories. I analyzed handwritten document after handwritten document for 8 years straight. When I relocated with my family to the U.S. Virgin Islands 9 years ago, I brought my title skills with me. And my practice now and for the past 9 years centers on assisting Virgin Islands families and businesses on resolving title issues, including title impacted by probate. I also help Virgin Island families with estate planning to help prevent probate. In my experience, the core problem when it comes to abandoned and heirs property is title, and the core problem with title is an authority gap. Let me explain the authority gap in plain terms. When a property owner dies without a completed estate plan and without timely estate administration through probate, the property can become trapped in a window of time where there's no clear decision maker, heirs may disagree or be unreachable, and the court has not yet issued letters giving anyone authority to act in a probate proceeding. During that period, no one can reliably ensure title to the property. Taxes and utilities may lapse, liens can grow, and title issues compound as other heirs start passing away. Meanwhile, the property is exposed to weather, vandalism, squatters or trespass, and compounding deterioration. I just want to stress that delay in the designation or location of parties who have authority to act is not a neutral outcome. The longer authority remains unresolved, the more likely it becomes that heirs disengage, evidence becomes harder to obtain, and reparable damage becomes structural loss. From my experience, that is the direct pipeline from a title problem to a vacant and abandoned historic property. The legislature adopted the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act, or UPHPA, through Act 8169 by adding a subchapter to Title 28, Chapter 21. This act is designed to protect family ownership while creating a fair path to resolution through appraisal requirements, buyout options, and controlled sale procedures. I'd like to state clearly on the record that I do not believe this act itself is the core problem. In my experience, this act is a sound framework once the necessary people are identified and properly before the court. The biggest practical barrier is upstream, getting to the UPHPA starting line. In many heirs property matters, the heirs list is not a list. It is a multi-generational genealogy project. Common realities in the Virgin Islands include multiple deceased owners across generations with no probate ever opened, heirs who have moved off island years or decades ago with outdated addresses, name changes through marriage or otherwise, or missing or difficult to obtain birth, death, marriage, or divorce records, and inconsistent spellings and known by names that don't match formal records. Until heirs are identified and properly brought into the case, families cannot use the tools the UPHPA provides. Due process safeguards matter. Service and notice matter, but in practice, notice and service can become the longest part of many cases because families often lack realistic access to heir location tools and reliable current contact information. What happens is that cases sit in what I call service limbo, even when the family wants resolution. And I want to be careful here. I'm not suggesting that due process be weakened in any way. What I am suggesting is that a statutory framework that defines reasonable diligence and provides a predictable mechanism for unknown or unlocatable heirs can protect due process while preventing indefinite paralysis in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Furthermore, the UPHPA requires valuation for the property. Appraisals are often appropriate and necessary, but appraisal logistics should not become an open-ended pause point in a system already strained. There are not very many licensed appraisers in the U.S. Virgin Islands. If valuation becomes a scheduling loop, difficulty scheduling access, difficulty identifying contacts, difficulty paying for appraisal, and repeated continuances, then appraisal itself becomes a delay engine that compounds backlog and pushes properties further into neglect. I would suggest that in routine probate contexts and in the context of the UPHPA, such as inventorying, bond setting, and administrative decisions, tax-assessed value could be the default, subject to timely objection, and could reduce delay while preserving an appraisal pathway for genuine disputes. Now I'd like to shift from the UPHPA specifically to prolonged probate generally, because this is where the authority gap that I've mentioned previously becomes the most destructive. Until letters are issued in probate, no one has legally recognized authority to act on behalf of the estate. That gap, as I mentioned, is when properties are most vulnerable. Utilities can lapse, insurance is unavailable or uncertain, repairs cannot be contracted, liens cannot be addressed, and preventable damage can often become permanent damage. Historic properties are especially unforgiving in this window. This is why I believe a limited, fast pathway for temporary authority focused on preservation, not distribution, would materially reduce preventable deterioration in probate matters. Furthermore, many intestate estates, which are estates without wills, can stall at the beginning because the most capable heir lives off island. This is an extremely common reality for many Virgin Islands families. If law and practice make it difficult or impossible for non-residents to serve as administrators in intestate administration, the case can stall before it starts as we try to find a local resident to serve the role of administrator. Modernizing the non-resident administrator rules to allow off-island heirs to serve with common sense safeguards would reduce delay without sacrificing accountability. Those safeguards can include consent to jurisdiction in the U.S. Virgin Islands, a local resident agent for service or local counsel authorized to accept service for the non-resident, updated contact information, and bond where appropriate. With full respect for the separation of powers, I want to describe a practical reality in many probate cases. In many multi-heir estates, delay is often driven by the fact that our courts require and practitioners are required to obtain consents, waivers, oaths, affidavits, and partial inventories to submit with the initiating petition before any authority is granted, even when the estate is uncontested. In real life, one missing heir's waiver could freeze the case for months. This leads to a procedural paradox. You need authority to fully gather information and act, but you may need fully gathered information and widespread waivers to obtain authority. A statutory mechanism for temporary preservation-only authority could reduce the harm caused by front-loaded probate petitions while preserving due process and the right for heirs to object. UPHPA is a remedy, probate is a remedy, but prevention is equally important, and I want to commend the legislature for adopting transfer on death deeds through Act 8169, because transfer on death deeds are one of the strongest tools the territory has adopted to prevent heirs' property. I'd like to note that transfer on death deeds are uniquely fragile for one reason. Unlike ordinary deeds, transfer on death deeds are not legally effective until they are recorded. So recording is not just notice for transfer on death deeds, it's the trigger for effectiveness. That makes transfer on death deeds uniquely vulnerable to administrative delay. For example, in current practice for non-condominium and non-timeshare parcels, deeds cannot be recorded until the legal description is attested through the Office of the Cadastral. In my experience, that attestation can take weeks. For a transfer on death deed which fails if not recorded before death, weeks can be dispositive. This is not hypothetical. When a client is very sick, I am often forced to recommend a trust and a deed into a trust, tools that can be recorded after death, because I cannot reliably guarantee that a transfer on death deed will clear cadastral processing and be recorded in time for them to survive it. That administrative reality increases cost and complexity for Virgin Islands families at the worst possible moment, and it defeats the purpose of a statute designed to prevent probate. My suggestion is not to remove the recording requirement. The recording requirement is good policy. My suggestion is to make deed attestation an objective, predictable, and publicly known process so families can use the act as created. Additionally, a statutory safe harbor could require acceptance of a transfer on death deed for recordation when the deed is either referencing and attaching the transferor's most recent deed of record or reproducing identically the current legal description from that deed exactly. Under this safe harbor, modernization of property descriptions already in existence would not require attestation from the Office of the Cadastral. A transfer on death deed creates in the beneficiary a revocable, non-vested future interest of expectancy that becomes vested ownership upon the owner's death, conditioned on the beneficiary's survival and the deed remaining unrevoked. Transfer on death deeds are not sales, they're not present transfers, they are simply a probate avoidance tool. In my opinion, removing the burden from the Office of the Cadastral for modernizing property descriptions for these deeds could allow more revocable transfer on death deeds to be processed expeditiously. Furthermore, when a transfer on death deed was recorded during the owner's lifetime, the law should clearly state what must be recorded after death, such as a certified death certificate, so beneficiaries can evidence ownership promptly in the land records and proceed with insurance, repairs, and eventual conveyance. This is the standard practice in the Virgin Islands, but it would be nice if our statutes spelled it out directly to ensure title insurability of these parcels. I recommend a combination of targeted statutory reforms and administrative improvements. The first is create a clear objective pathway for recording transfer on death deeds quickly without weakening the pre-death recording requirement, and define effectiveness by reference to recordation under the safe harbor. Allow off-island heirs to serve with common sense safeguards in a probate proceeding, such as consent to jurisdiction, a Virgin Islands resident agent for service or local counsel authorized to accept service, and bond where appropriate. Create a limited form of temporary estate authority available quickly in uncontested matters in probate to secure, ensure, and maintain real property while notice and full appointment steps proceed. Perhaps a 90-day temporary window so that properties do not fall into disrepair. Require an heir search affidavit or standardized diligence checklist and authorize predictable mechanisms like a guardian ad litem or protective holding tools so that one missing heir does not freeze an entire case indefinitely. Public notice standards are long and outdated. For inventory and bond setting, default to the most recent tax assessed value unless timely objected to, and preserve appraisal for good cause or genuine dispute. When an appraisal is ordered, set a default completion timeline subject to extension for good cause and allow tax assessed value or other evidence when appraisal cost outweighs evidentiary benefit. And finally, clarify a custodial trust pathway to protect minors or protect persons' shares without requiring separate guardianship proceedings in every instance. Furthermore, even with new statutes, meaningful progress can be made administratively. First and foremost, I'd suggest the digitization and public access to cadastral mapping tools and clearer guidance on recordable descriptions for legacy parcels. I would suggest published procedures and transparent processing timelines for cadastral attestation and recording queues, including an identified process for time-sensitive instruments. I would suggest faster access to vital records and stronger interagency coordination among vital records, cadastral, and the recorder of deeds so families can move through probate and title curative steps in real time. The legislature cannot amend court rules, but it can convene and encourage collaboration so avoidable procedural delays do not drive vacancy and abandonment. A practical goal could be to reduce waiver first dynamics that prevent any authority from issuing in a probate matter, even in uncontested cases, and to modernize notice methods so that they reflect how people are actually reached in 2026. In conclusion, UPHPA provides important protections and a fair framework once the necessary parties are identified and before the court. But the primary practical barrier is upstream, locating heirs, accomplishing meaningful notice, and issuing authority fast enough to prevent real property from deteriorating in the meantime. When authority cannot be obtained promptly, properties deteriorate, heirs disengage, and solvable title problems become vacant and abandoned historic properties. The Virgin Islands has already adopted strong tools, including transfer on death deeds and UPHPA. With a few targeted fixes, particularly addressing cadastral attestation timing for time-sensitive instruments, the territory can materially reduce prolonged probate, prevent new heirs property formation, and protect historic properties and neighborhoods. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am available to assist further if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Tully. Your testimony is available on a drive for the Lieutenant Governor's office because it is loaded with suggestions and recommendations, and some of which I understand. A lot of it too, I don't know how much the public understands, but it clearly demonstrates that we, some of the issues that we have, especially when you raise the issue of cadastral, instead of going to Assistant Commissioner Vincent Richards, I figure it'll flow better if I go to the judge. So I'm going to go to the Honorable Jessica Gallivan because it flows with what was just discussed by both attorneys. Go ahead, Judge Gallivan.
Family. Good afternoon, the Honorable Senator Maurice James and other esteemed members of the 36th Legislature who are present or listening. Good afternoon as well to the listening and viewing audience. I am Jessica Gallivan. I appear before you today as the presiding judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. I am joined by Ms. Tamara Charles, the Clerk of Court for the Superior Court. We thank you for the invitation to testify and provide data relevant to the issues which accompany heirs' property, prolonged probate, and vacant and abandoned historical properties in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I want to begin by noting that the Superior Court appreciates its role as a stakeholder. The timely and efficient processing and administration of decedents' estates is directly tied to the stability, economic vitality, and cultural preservation of our community, particularly so when viewed in the context of disaster recovery and strategic stewardship and use of our historic assets. Probate cases are not merely administrative proceedings. They represent a legal bridge between generations. Through the probate process, property is transferred. Businesses continue or close. Family land is preserved or lost, and legal title is clarified so that assets can be rebuilt, financed, insured, or responsibly conveyed. Consequently, unresolved probate matters can delay rebuilding, stall economic investment, and leave families unable to access or protect what they own. In this way, the efficiency and effectiveness of our probate system is inseparable from the territory's vitality and resilience, as well as its recovery following disaster or disruption. I will now address the request for data included in your invitation of December 30th, 2025, and your subsequent response to Administrator Peterson's request for clarification on January 14th, 2026. With respect to the total number of probate matters pending, we continue to manage a significant volume across the territory, with larger numbers on the island of St. Thomas. While precise, real-time figures fluctuate due to filings and case dispositions, our records indicate that as of the close of fiscal year 2025, which is our annual reporting cycle, we had approximately 802 active probate cases in 6 different subtypes. Regarding the average length of time from origination to disposition, this data is not immediately available. Although we process in general 6 subtypes as noted above, dependency of a case is based on a variety of factors, as will be discussed below. Moreover, no 2 cases are alike. Some cases open and close throughout their cycle. Some might be stalled pending an appeal or a temporary judicial vacancy. In terms of the cases which we currently have, the chart below provides some indication of how long the individual cases on our current caseload have been pending. The oldest case on St. Thomas dates back to 1985. It was administratively closed in 2022, but reopened in 2025. The oldest case on St. Croix dates back to 1992. With respect to the number of judges assigned to probate matters and the average judge caseload, pursuant to Title 4 VIC Section 123, subsection A4, magistrate judges have original jurisdiction to hear probate matters. Magistrate judges also adjudicate other case types, such as small claims, petite misdemeanors, traffic, domestic violence, civil stalking and harassment, and initial criminal proceedings, which includes both misdemeanor and felony. At the end of fiscal year 2025, the pending probate caseload for all judges was as included in the chart below. Please know that the Superior Court is deeply aware of its responsibility, and we remain committed to moving our probate matters forward diligently and fairly. It is important, however, to recognize that delays in probate are often the result of multiple intersecting factors rather than a single cause. Challenges include, but are not limited to, errors or omissions in filings, non-responsive parties or attorneys, disagreements over interpretations of wills, trusts, and other legal documents, as well as disputes among heirs, all of which can and do lead to contested and protracted litigation. Many estates require asset valuations before property can be sold or distributed, a process that can also be both time-consuming and expensive. Oftentimes, the court must address issues attendant to misidentification or missing heirs, as well as minors or incapacitated adults who require the appointment of a guardian ad litem or special protection. Sometimes there are multi-generational decedents and heirs with ownership interests that have fragmented over decades, which result in complex estates. To address the existing caseload, the Superior Court has been proactive in implementing several internal measures. We have and continue to enhance our electronic filing and case management systems. We have adopted rules regarding continuances and identified time standards for the processing of cases. With the recent retirement of one magistrate judge and the elevation of another, we have worked diligently to fill the vacant magistrate judge position on St. Thomas, and we expect to seat another magistrate judge on St. Croix shortly. We've categorized all probate matters by age and subtype and are identifying not just the low-hanging fruit, but those which may be stalled and needed more attention. For the most part, our clearance rate exceeds our intake, showing slow but steady progress. But we need more help. We need more funding. We need money to hire and retain clerical, administrative, and legal staff. We need knowledgeable and trained individuals to assist our judges, process documents, answer inquiries expeditiously, and ultimately help accelerate the resolution of our pending cases. But make no mistake about it, this challenge requires more. It requires a multifaceted approach involving the entire community. There must be an increased public awareness of the importance of proactive estate planning, as well as the need to engage experienced attorneys in the formulation of wills, trusts, and other legal documents. Doing so will not only serve individual families, but also support the broader goals of economic stability, cultural continuity, and responsible land and property use throughout the territory. I want to leave you with an excerpt that I recently read from the AARP magazine for May of 2024, entitled Inheritance Time Bombs and How to Defuse Them. It stated, "The cruelest thing you can do to your heirs, ? Simply expect your estate nonchalance to be easily rectified, your will mistakes fixed, or your unexpressed wishes magically fulfilled after you're gone. Old paperwork may be set in stone upon your death. Subsequent court battles, if they're even affordable, they're not for many heirs, guarantee further strife. With proactive estate planning and the use of tools such as summary and settlement without administration procedures, we could see real change and an even greater reduction in the age and number of pending cases. Together, we can ensure that the probate process serves not as an obstacle, but as a foundation for recovery, growth, and generational continuity." Thank you for listening. Ms. Charles and I remain available to answer questions.
Thank you, Judge Gallivan. Actually, your testimony raised a lot of questions in my mind. I'm going to go to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. I'm doing this strategically.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, the Honorable Senator Marie C. James, Esquire, all other members of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, all other senators present, listening and viewing audience. I am Nadia D. Harrigan, Esquire, Acting Chief of Staff, Legal Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. I am accompanied today in the St. Croix Chambers by Ms. Shalma Moorhead, the Assistant Tax Assessor for the Division of Real Property Tax, and Ms. C. Portia Joseph, the Recorder of Deeds for the St. Croix District. In St. Thomas, Mr. Brent Lairdom, the Tax Collector, Mr. Ludens Romney, the Tax Assessor, and Ms. Erica Dover, the Recorder of Deeds for the St. Thomas St. John District, are appearing in the St. Thomas Chamber. Madam Chairperson, we were invited to provide testimony on the role of land records, property taxation, and title documentation in the creation and perpetration of heirs' property, or more specifically, how intestate succession, outdated or incomplete deed records, unpaid property taxes, and missing or unrecorded transfers contributes to prolonged probate, clouded title, and the abandonment of properties, and the extent to which heirs' property complicates tax foreclosure in light of Act Number 8169, which references non-probate matters such as transfer on death deeds. The committee further invited LGO's recommendations for statutory or administrative reforms that will allow the government to more effectively intervene in blighted properties while respecting private property rights, and to support historic preservation, housing, and community redevelopment objectives. The Recorder of Deeds offices in both districts, particularly the St. Croix district, have seen an influx of transfer on death deeds being recorded. After the death of a grantor, citizens may record a death certificate, and this information is shared with the Office of the Tax Assessor, which will amend the real property tax bill to reflect the new property owner's name as conveyed in the transfer on death deed in accordance with Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 2362C, which states the Recorder of Deeds shall transmit written notice of all transfers of real property to the tax assessor. We will note, however, that there is no statutory requirement that a death certificate must be recorded, and therefore, the Real Property Tax Division would be unaware that the real property owner has changed. As a result, the real property tax bills would be sent to the original grantor who may have passed. Therefore, we would strongly recommend that once the original grantor passes away, citizens record the death certificate of the real property owner as stated in the transfer of death deed to enable our office to reflect the new property owners on the property tax bill and in our system. Similarly, we would like to remind the public to inform the Office of the Tax Assessor if you have a change of address. Title 33 of the Virgin Island Code states in pertinent part that the Tax Assessor's Office shall send notice of payment due to all property holders in the Virgin Islands by certified mail to the last known mailing address before June 30th of each year. However, notwithstanding that a transfer of death deed contains the name and address of the grantor and grantee, the address of the grantee may have changed when the death certificate is recorded. Therefore, it is paramount that citizens inform the Office of the Tax Assessor that there is a change of address so that the real property records and property tax bills can be amended accordingly. The change address form may be found online at https://propertytax.vi.gov. Pursuant to Title 28 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 121 states in pertinent part that no deed shall be recorded by the Recorder of Deeds unless proof in writing is submitted that all property taxes due relative to the real property being conveyed have been paid. A tax clearance letter, which is issued by the Office of the Tax Collector, serves as proof in writing that all property tax due relative to the real property being conveyed have been paid. Therefore, a transfer on that deed cannot be recorded if there are real property tax arrearages, penalties, costs, and sewer fees attached to the subject parcel. In that case, the property owner would not be able to obtain a tax clearance letter and would not be able to record the transfer on death deed. I must make it clear that unpaid tax obligations must be addressed before any deed can be recorded, and I encourage property owners who desire to transfer any property interest to be current on their real property tax obligations. Because the Recorder of Deeds Office has ministerial duties, our records are based on the documents that citizens record. Therefore, outdated or incomplete deed records and clouded title would be caused by the documents that citizens record at the Recorder of Deeds Office. Honorable Madam Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity to testify on these matters. We are available to answer any questions that you or members of your committee may have.
Thank you, Attorney Harrigan. Assistant Commissioner Vincent Richards, you are excused, and I'm going to tell you why. You have to leave, number one. But number two, I summarized your testimony, and I heard what one of my colleagues said. Okay, I summarized it, and I'm going to tell you what we really need here as a committee. We need an inventory. You said you maintain an inventory of government-owned properties throughout the territory, especially including the properties in the historic towns, Charlotte Amalie, Cruz Bay, Christiansted, Frederiksted. You acknowledge the prolonged vacancy of government-owned properties that can contribute to blight, negatively affect public safety, and discourage private investment, and that you continue to evaluate these government-owned properties. And you recognize the importance of addressing the vacant, abandoned, and underutilized properties as part of a comprehensive strategy, and that you remain committed to working collaboratively with the legislature, sister agencies, developers, and community stakeholders. So thank you for your testimony, but we want identification of government-owned properties in the historic towns. I see you smiling. We want to know what vacant properties there are that are government-owned and why they're just sitting there and nothing happening. So thank you, Mr. Richards. You're excused. Bye. All right, we will move on to. Oh, you want to say something now? Okay, go ahead. You have 30 seconds.
I have 15 minutes, Madam Chair, for my answer. No, but we did supply your committee, Vincent Richards from the Department of Property and Procurement. We did supply a list of properties in the historic districts of Frederickstead and Charlotte that we believe needs some attention. And the list is a bit shorter than you expect, but we did supply a list for you.
Okay, I'm just going to verify that we got the list. If we have, I apologize, and I'm going to share it with my committee members. But I'm going to bring you back because we need to talk about government-owned properties that are vacant and abandoned in the towns, and what the Department of Property and Procurement is doing for the next 11 months regarding those properties. Right? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, madam.
Thank you. Oh, you wanted to say something? I'm sorry, Mr. Richards. Assistant.
I was saying yes, Madam Chair, and thank you very much. And I will see you next week, Tuesday, I believe, at the Finance Committee hearing, where some of them will be worked on as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I want to go to some of the nonprofit organizations because in a lot of situations where the government cannot do, let's leave it at that, we're seeing some of the organizations doing work. And I'm going to start with Deanna James, the president of the St. Croix Foundation for Community Development. And, one of the reasons that I'm really starting with you is because of what I had read in Jerville's 2013 plan. He talks about Sunday Market Square and other areas, the work that you've been doing. And I want to find out your challenges, and I think the committee members would also like to hear. So, President of the St. Croix Foundation for Community Development, Deanna James.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. St. Croix Foundation for Community Development, the foundation, thanks the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning for the invitation to testify at today's hearing and for the opportunity to contribute to this important and timely discussion. We appreciate the committee's leadership in examining the intersecting challenges of heirs properties, prolonged probate, and vacant and abandoned historic properties in the Virgin Islands. At the outset, the Foundation wishes to state clearly that we do not offer a formal position on the draft legislation presently under consideration. Rather, our testimony is intended to share institutional experience, lessons learned, and guiding principles informed by more than 3 decades of place-based community development work, particularly in the historic towns of Christiansted and Frederickstead. As one of the territory's oldest community and economic development NGOs, and owner of several historic properties in Christiansted surrounding Sunday Market Square, St. Croix Foundation has served as a dedicated steward of what we consider to be some of the territory's most sacred cultural assets. Seated in the historic district of Christiansted, Sunday Market Square represents a unique history. Serving as a center for trade among enslaved Africans in the 1700s, the square was a designated convening space where enslaved colonial subjects were permitted to sell produce, trade goods, connect with loved ones, and commune in the marketplace on Sundays, their only day off from forced labor, and oftentimes their only day of humanity each month. The Foundation is devoutly humbled to fulfill our role as a community steward for such an historic space. We remain convicted in our commitment to placekeeping and to holistic community development. What we believe is indisputable is that Sunday Market Square, along with every single piece of land in our historic districts, is sacred space. How we address the issues of blight and abandonment is secondary to how we address the legacy of systemic social and economic inequities that undergird the stories of so many of the people who own historic properties. having traveled to a number of other historic districts throughout the nation, particularly in the rural South, many with similar demographic, political, and economic landscapes. We believe there is no other predominantly Black community under the flag where so many Black property owners still hold a significant share of legacy assets, as is the case in St. Croix and most specifically in Frederiksted. This is a story that we believe must be preserved and protected. It is also a story that should be the foundation of all future economic development and revitalization policies and vision. Of course, when one looks beyond the glaring aesthetics of blight and derelict properties, which is admittedly an intractable challenge, acknowledging the struggle and unhealed trauma that our people have had to overcome has softened the foundation's position and thus our approach to community development. Founded in 1990, 1 year after Hurricane Hugo, as a non-governmental, non-partisan civic organization, St. Croix Foundation was established specifically to address a broad range of community needs by providing civic leadership and philanthropic resources in key areas of community and economic development. We were the collective brainchild of a steering committee comprising some of our community's most courageous activists and progressive minds, including the lights of Arnold Golden, Ruth Beagles, Judge Patricia Steele, Claudette Young-Hines, and attorneys Richard Austin and Eddie Rivera. But our primary founders were the late Philip Gerard, a municipal government activist, and a local stalwart in the industry of insurance, and Michael Neuberger, a German transplant and aeronautics engineer. I offer this contextual history as the framing for how St. Croix Foundation was conceived and birthed, and how we sit in this community, and why some of our core principles that we hold dear around community development and civic leadership remain sacrosanct 35 years later. From our inception, the foundation has held firmly to the belief that the health of our historic towns is interconnected with the overall health of our communities. It is also an important factor in incentivizing social development, as well as economic growth and vitality. Because of the devastating impact Hugo had on property assets and the physical infrastructure in our historic towns, community and economic development represented the foundation's primary priorities and investments, as evidenced in our leadership around long-term rehabilitation of Sunday Market Square. Beginning in the late 1990s, the foundation became the trusted steward of 7 derelict historic properties, commencing our journey through and around the complex issues surrounding title, financing, preservation, and probate. The properties we acquired were previously held by the bankrupt Virgin Islands Tri-Island Economic Development Corp., VITIDE, which held significant holdings throughout the Virgin Islands, including Tri-Mart in St. Thomas and Sunday Market Square on St. Croix. Philip Gerard had previously served as a board member of VITIDE, and through his leadership and advocacy, the foundation requested and was subsequently granted court-appointed receivership of the properties, which we boarded and cleaned. Shortly thereafter, through a Community Reinvestment Act partnership with Bank of St. Croix, we were able to purchase the properties outright. The restoration of the square has not been a siloed capital project, but rather a multi-phase effort spanning more than 2 decades, requiring patient capital, iterative planning, and continuous stewardship. These early investments were intended to serve as a model to encourage more independent restoration and catalyze renewed commerce, nonprofit tenancy, and cultural-based programming within Christiansted's historic core, ultimately demonstrating what holistic redevelopment can achieve. Since acquisition of our Sunday Market Square property holdings, holistic community development and historic district revitalization have framed much of the foundation's investments and programming. Through these priorities, the foundation has administered a number of deeply impactful initiatives and programs. First, and most notably, we conceptualized and spearheaded the Scrape Paint Rejuvenate program, which supported the painting and beautification of over 200 historic building facades and the clearing of abandoned lots throughout Christiansted, Frederiksted, and in Charlotte-Amalie. Through the Scrape Paint Rejuvenate program, we worked intimately with historic property owners, providing grants and hiring contractors to beautify their properties. Funded by the former Anti-Litter and Beautification Commission, In 2006, the Foundation's Spray Paint program, as well as our entire community revitalization portfolio, were recognized by the International Downtown Association in Curacao for the comprehensive nature of our complete body of work. We subsequently provided the programmatic policies and procedures for Spray Paint Rejuvenate to our partnering organizations, Our Town Frederiksted and the Historic Commission in St. Thomas, while also marshaling resources to them in order to replicate this successful program. Spray Paint Rejuvenate currently now lives at EDA's Enterprise Zone Commission. Beyond the Spray Paint program, the Foundation served as a third-party fiduciary and program administrator for Anti-Litter and Beautification Commission on St. Croix, administering a number of highly successful programs for just shy of a decade, including the Junk and Abandoned Vehicles program, which funded the identification, tagging, and safe removal of abandoned vehicles, the CARE Grant program, which awarded grants to neighborhoods, youth clubs, and individuals to beautify roadways, neighborhoods, and beaches, the Youth Environmental Summer Program, which provided environmental conservation and anti-litter youth summer program, the After School Greenhouse, which educated youth on the varieties and maintenance of local plants, and the Roadside Cleanup, which was a partnership between the Foundation and the Department of Public Works to hire crews to maintain roadways. The Foundation also co-authored portions of the original Enterprise Zone legislation. We led the restoration of Sunday Market Square roadway and adjacent properties, and we supported the VIPD with writing the first grant that secured funding for the first installation of security cameras in the historic districts on all 3 islands. We subsequently maintained those cameras for 7 years, as well as spearheaded walkway lighting initiatives, all funded by private philanthropic donations. The first phase of our community revitalization investments in our property holdings included the restoration of several properties which now house 2 beautiful low-income apartments, several nonprofit offices, private commercial businesses, the Foundation's headquarters, a small business incubator, and internet conferencing facilities. We also hosted the VIPD Bicycle Patrol Unit Precinct, which operated rent-free for 20 years, and Catholic Charity Soup Kitchen, which also operated in one of our properties rent-free for 20 years. Finally, we firmly established ourselves as the territory's preeminent fiscal sponsor for grassroots nonprofits, including several community development organizations, enabling them to advance their projects and access philanthropic funding under our accountable fiscal umbrella. Ultimately, our early portfolio was expansive and offered a central lesson around the distinction between comprehensive, i.e. broad-based, versus coherent, deep and intersected approaches to community development. While most of our early initiatives were indeed visible, in recent years, we have dedicated much more focused investment around holistic and just approaches to community development. We have concurrently cultivated new relationships with national civic brain trusts who are spearheading progressive initiatives in similar communities around the country. The lessons we are learning from them and from our local initiatives have transformed our thinking and have deepened our approach relative to socially conscious development and historic placekeeping. Currently, through our Healing Humanities initiative in Sunday Market Square, not only has our vision for the square evolved, but we have also very intentionally integrated cultural preservation and healing as essential components of balanced place-based revitalization. We have also grown more deeply aware of some of the complexities and nuances surrounding property acquisition, probate, and blight. In the second and current phase of our Sunday Market Square revitalization efforts, we have advanced and our original vision exponentially. Our blueprint for the square now includes the transformation of the old Alexander Theater into a state-of-the-art safe room and disaster shelter capable of housing up to 600 residents during a disaster. In Blue Skies, it will double as one of the territory's largest at over 28,000 square feet, indoor performing arts centers and after-school educational spaces. Sunday Market Square will also host 7 additional affordable rental units, a joint intake social service co-working space, a community food and wellness garden, several affordable commercial rental spaces, a community resilience hub with an independent cistern and solar microgrid. Through our Healing Humanities investments, the foundation is also supporting initiatives that center historical truth-telling, cultural memory, creative expression, and collective healing as foundational to sustainable community development. This holistic initiative has ultimately required us to add additional properties to our portfolio. Our newest acquisitions have all been legacy properties previously owned by native Virgin Islanders who have entrusted us with the stewardship of their family assets. One property is in fact an heirs property ensnarled in the complex web of multiple deceased and or expatriated owners. Today, we understand the vexing challenge of navigating the underbelly of what we all collectively must contend with in order to address our abandoned, blighted, and derelict property issue in the territory. But we remain encouraged as we have come to recognize that there are models for just development everywhere. In fact, in many communities that are faced with or have had to overcome challenges around blight and heirs properties like South Carolina Low Country and Africa Town, Seattle, civic leaders are building important models that can both ensure and ensure social consciousness, balance, and economic vitality. Undoubtedly, the issue of securing funding for comprehensive restoration of historic properties is central to this challenge and a complex hurdle that is rooted in more systemic institutional inequities surrounding financial capacity, blatant banking discrimination, and economic profiling, which have all served as barriers for many willing property owners, preventing them from accessing the funding necessary for property restoration. The banking issues in particular highlight the need for a holistic response that cannot simply include policy, but must encompass a comprehensive system of supports comprising things often overlooked when economic exigency drives the agenda, things like civic engagement and data collection. Over the past decade, and particularly through focused community engagement efforts, the foundation has worked closely with native Virgin Islanders who own historic properties. In partnership with two of the local nonprofit testifiers here today, the foundation convened historic property owners to better understand their aspirations and barriers faced in restoring and retaining family land. A consistent finding was the cost, not lack of interest or commitment, as the primary impediment. Owners frequently cited the prohibitive cost of restoration as well as initial cost of architectural and engineering assessments to determine the structural integrity of the property as an early and oftentimes insurmountable hurdle. Without these assessments, owners felt that they could not determine whether restoration was even feasible or whether they could secure financing or simply make informed decisions about owner succession. Yet another grounding discovery was that many property owners expressed a deep, almost spiritual attachment to land and to the stories of triumph surrounding their ancestors' acquisition of property under oftentimes oppressive historical conditions. Of course, these challenges are further compounded by long-standing inequities in banking and lending systems that disproportionately affect Black and Brown property owners and in turn limit access to capital even when families are motivated to invest in their properties. As an unendowed community foundation, St. Croix Foundation is acutely sensitized to these challenges as we have had to navigate the maze of funding hurdles surrounding the development of our own properties. Leaning on our organizational experience with financing, it is also important to note that throughout the foundation's early downtown revitalization community development initiatives, including historic property rehabilitation from 1998 to 2008, we were almost exclusively supported by direct local government capital. Through strategic investments and partnerships with the Public Finance Authority, Anti-Litter and Beautification Commission, Community Development Block Grants, the Casino Control Commission's legislated community development allocations, and VI Housing Finance Authority's lending programs, we benefited from deep public sector support and buy-in. Over the past 15 years, the foundation has received zero dedicated funding from any of the aforementioned local government sources in support of our community development initiatives. In fact, recent realities have limited our funding support for our community revitalization efforts to very expensive, reimbursement-based federal funding, as well as national private philanthropic grants. I think I speak for many of the nonprofit colleagues in stating that relying solely on federal resources and philanthropic investment to advance this work is as challenging as we suspect it is for the untold number of local families who are navigating the multitude of probate and financial hurdles to find the pathway towards retaining and restoring their legacy properties. Ultimately, our journeys have required careful prioritization of agendas, rigorous compliance around federal funding requirements, and a deep appreciation for the true cost of time, money, as well as the test of hope that undergirds commitment to the rehabilitation and stewardship of historic properties. The Foundation's experience has amplified the harsh reality that heirs properties and unresolved probate are not isolated legal issues. Instead, they sit at the nexus of multiple systemic challenges, including historic disinvestment, intergenerational wealth erosion, restricted access to capital, and displacement pressures within historic districts. When title remains unresolved, families are often unable to insure, finance, rehabilitate, and legally transfer property. Over time, these barriers contribute to vacancy, deterioration, and blight, conditions that undermine public safety, weaken town centers, and place disproportionate burdens on familial relationships and neighboring residents. In historic districts, these challenges are compounded by preservation standards that, while essential, can impose additional cost burdens on property owners already constrained by limited access to capital. It is important to note that the Foundation's engagement with issues related to heirs properties and title clarity is not new. As early as 2016, the Foundation identified intestate succession and unresolved title as major impediments to downtown revitalization and economic growth, and called for territory-wide approaches to understanding and addressing the scale of these challenges. In subsequent legislative policy discussions, the Foundation has consistently emphasized that heirs properties is a common challenge in communities of color, and that sustainable solutions require a balanced combination of incentives and accountability measures. While the Foundation is not advancing specific legislative prescriptions today, we respectfully offer the following guiding principles for consideration as policymakers continue this work. First, heirs property is a systems issue. Legal reform alone is insufficient. Effective responses must integrate legal assistance, financial tools, data collection, and community education. Native ownership retention matters. Historic revitalization efforts should strengthen, not erode, intergenerational wealth and cultural continuity among Virgin Islands families. One-size-fits-all solutions carry risk. Without appropriate safeguards, well-intentioned reforms can unintentionally accelerate displacement and or speculative acquisition. Community trust is an asset. Solutions developed with meaningful community participation are more likely to be durable, effective, and just. In this context, public institutions play an important role in modeling the standards and practices that they seek to encourage. When government demonstrates consistency, transparency, and stewardship, it strengthens public confidence and reinforces shared responsibility. Finally, nonprofits represent essential levers for overextended public instrumentalities. Our founders were affirmed in the belief that in the absence of municipal government, holistic community development would most effectively be achieved through sustained, trust-based partnerships with both government and nonprofit sectors. As such, early public sector investments and collaborations enabled transformative progress in our historic town centers, underscoring the importance of aligning policy goals with targeted resources and shared responsibility. As implementation strategies are considered, attention to capacity, funding continuity, and the true cost of long-term stewardship will be essential to achieving durable and equitable results. In closing, St. Croix Foundation views land in our historic districts and throughout our entire territory not merely as real estate, but as cultural inheritance and shared community legacy. As a civic organization committed to placekeeping Our historic towns in particular represent sacred spaces shaped by African labor, resilience, and collective memory. The stewardship of these properties carries both responsibility and obligation. This issue must be grounded by the stark legacy of displacement, land loss, and unresolved ownership, not solely economic desperation, in order to ensure that our collective revitalization efforts honor both the physical and human dimensions of historic spaces. The Foundation appreciates the committee's willingness to engage deeply with these complex issues and stands ready to serve as a continued resource as this dialogue continues. We share the committee's interest in ensuring that solutions to heirs properties and historic preservation preservation challenges strengthen families, stabilize communities, and honors the people whose lives and histories are rooted in these places. On behalf of the board and staff of St. Croix Foundation, thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. James. That was very comprehensive and hard. Director Krieger, but I'm going to ask you to actually, I've been moving through these testimonies really quickly, and ask you to start on page 3 of your testimony where you talk about clearing up the misconception on the probate process. The reason for that is, and make sure you skip about the, you talk about the court with the 11,000 to 12,000, but you heard the judge talk specifically about the probate cases. So you and your recommendations on the continuity of judges, the legislature just passed legislation that allows what you're recommending. So if you can start on page 3 and jump over what is no longer an issue, like keeping judges on the bench until successors are confirmed, because that is now law. It was overridden, okay? That would work.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we can get to some of the other testifiers. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, and thank you for the time. Good afternoon, Senator Maurice James, Esquire, Chair of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands present, and the listening and viewing public. My name is Sean L. Krieger, and I am the Director and Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer for the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I appear before this Legislative Assembly on behalf of the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission to provide testimony on the intersection of heirs property, prolonged probate, and the troubling growth of vacant and abandoned buildings in our historic towns. The committee's letter asks that the VI SHPO explain our statutory tools and limits, the practical constraints we face when title is fragmented or in probate, and recommendations, legal, administrative, and policy to arrest demolition by neglect and accelerate stabilization and reuse. First, allow me to clarify that the matter managing the adverse effects of prolonged probate processes is the responsibility of the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission and its district committees. Therefore, my comments will be focused from the perspective of the Historic Preservation Commission. Clearing up the misconceptions on probate process and the Historic Preservation Commission. The question, does the HPC review delay probate? The answer is a resounding no. HPC review applies to exterior alterations, demolitions, and new construction in local districts, and only after an applicant with legal standing seeks an application for review. VIHPC does not adjudicate ownership. If an applicant lacks standing due to unresolved title, VIHPC cannot even docket a substantive application, much less issue permits. That pause is a downstream effect of probate, not a cause. In other words, our process is not the source of probate delays. Rather, probate delay prevents applicants from coming to HPC with actionable plans. When a lawful applicant appears for HPC review, timelines are finite and predictable. Recommendations. What other jurisdictions do? Best practices that we can adapt. Court-adjacent fixes to reduce probate delays. Dedicated probate teams and continuity of judges. Jurisdiction under strain, extended judicial terms to prevent gaps. Promote the TOD deeds heirs education. Stage with national actors. Promote transfer on dead deeds to avoid future probate for homes. Parent outreach with simple forms and recording guidance markedly reduces new filings. This education on TOD deeds can be easily incorporated into the Virgin Islands Enterprise Zone Commission's estate planning workshops that have become very popular over the years. Conservatorship, receivership for blight. Examples, Pennsylvania's Act 135 allows courts to appoint a conservator to stabilize and abandon code-deficient building when owners fail to act. Used in Pennsylvania or Philadelphia to save registered historic buildings and return them to productive use. The owner retains surplus proceeds after cost, preserving equity while stopping demolition by neglect. Receivership abate nuisance. An example in Baltimore's housing court, receivership moves chronically vacant buildings to vetted rehabbers under court order. Thousands of cases have been filed to compel rehabilitation or transfer with documented block-level impact. A land bank nuisance abatement. Example in Detroit's land bank uses civil nuisance abatement suits. Owners must rehabilitate under compliance agreements or risk transfer to the land bank. The tool has produced rehabs, but has also generated legal scrutiny. A preservation-specific enforcement and incentives. Recommendations to support the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission's enforcement update that will allow code revisions to strengthen the enforcement of historic district violations, including neglected buildings and demolition by neglect. The VIHPC, with support of DPNR, has completed the draft of this code update and is pending submission to the legislature. Increase additional funding sources for the Virgin Islands Reconstruction and Restoration Revolving Fund. Presently, the fund is supported by a 2% contribution from the Casino Control Commission. The VIHPC proposes that this fund should also receive funding from the Tourism Fund to support a vital component of our tourism product, the historic towns of Christiansted, Frederiksted, Charlotte Amalie, and Cruz Bay. This increased funding would allow the Commission to also extend the preservation and restoration work to all Virgin Islands historic registry sites and places as mandated by statute. This would also increase the work of the Commission in the area of heritage tourism, a sector that is mostly untapped in our territory, but holds much potential. The VI Sherpa is also working on these opportunities in partnership with the National Park Service for the development of the St. Croix National Heritage Area. I will skip at your recommendation, Madam Chair, the references to the judiciary. As in closing, we again recommend that the TOD deed campaign take place, fund a record of deeds and bar association outreach to record transfer and dead deeds for owner-occupied homes, a simple clinic model, fee waivers for seniors, and how-to one-pagers. As mentioned before, this could be partnered with the Enterprise Zone Commission, which has a similar campaign for estate trusts and wills. Heirs Property Legal Aid and Title Clearance Fund. Partner with the legal aid and community groups to mediate family agreements, prepare affidavits for heirships where appropriate, and finance surveys, quick title actions, and recordings. The St. Croix Historic Preservation Committee Chair Colette Woodson Burgess has committed using some of the proceeds from the sale of the Hospital Chic property to Z Development for this very purpose. Adopt a Virgin Islands conservatorship receivership statute for blighted buildings. In closing, Act 8169 gave the right laws. To realize their promise, the authority needs judicial capacity, clear probate period authorities to protect property, and tools that let courts stabilize truly abandoned structures while preserving owner equity and historic character. With targeted investment and the statutory refinements outlined above, we can move properties from limbo to life, safely, fairly, and faster. And one more item, I would like to thank this legislature on behalf of the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission for the passage of Act number 9075, Bill number 36-0217, which allowed the sale of parcel number 20A Hospital Street in Christiansted by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and the Z Property VILCC, which directed those proceeds of $260,000 to the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office. The Historic Preservation Commission Chair Kurt G. Marsh Jr. and St. Croix Committee Chair Colette Woodson Burgess particularly thanks President Milton E. Potter, Senator Novell E. Francis, and Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for their efforts to see this law pass. I thank you for that. And in closing, Madam Chair, I remain available for any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sean L. Krieger, Director of the State Historic Preservation Office of DPNR, for your testimony and input. We will now proceed to Mr. Shamari Moorhead, the President of Our Town Frederiksted, Inc. You're now recognized.
Good afternoon, Chair Maurice James and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the issue of the heirs property, prolonged probate, and the growing number of vacant and abandoned historic properties across the Virgin Islands. I appear to you today in my capacity as President of Our Town Frederiksted, a nonprofit organization focused on the revitalization of Frederiksted through place-based community-centered strategies. If I may, I'll skip over some of my testimony in the interest of time and jump to the recommendations that we have and discussion. So we've heard a lot about the issues with properties and the discussions of our towns. I think one of the missing pieces is insurance and risk. While much of the policy discussion focuses on legal title and probate reform, is a critical issue that receives far less attention: insurance. Even when families are willing to resolve ownership issues and invest in repairs, many are unable to obtain affordable property insurance. Aging structures, historic construction methods, coastal exposure, and hurricane risk combine to make insurance either prohibitively expensive or unavailable altogether. Without insurance, properties cannot be financed, rehabilitated at scale, or reasonably occupied. Here's an example. If a property needs $150,000 in repairs, but the bank requires full insurance coverage at $30,000 per year, repayment of a $150,000 loan over 15 years amounts to almost $700,000 in payments. If we're serious about stabilizing historic towns and supporting generational wealth, we must consider whether the territory should explore changes to our insurance availability, pool risk models, or some form of government-backed underwriting for properties in our historic districts. Similar to how public policy intervenes in other high-risk but socially valuable sectors, there may be a role for the government to help in de-risk preservation and rehabilitation. Without addressing insurance, we risk creating a situation where families are able to resolve title but still unable to act. Policy considerations and recommendations. Based on Our Town Frederiksted experience on the ground, I respectfully offer the following considerations. Expand or create low-interest financing programs similar to VI Slice, specifically designed to address heirs property resolution, succession planning, and early-stage stabilization. Increase access to financing and technical assistance for properties located within enterprise zones and historic districts. Revisit prior efforts by agencies such as the Economic Development Authority to proactively identify properties and assist families with probate and legal challenges, and clarify why those efforts did not scale or persist. Ensure that probate reform, including the legislation currently under review, is paired with practical, funded implementation strategies. Explore insurance reform, pooled risk mechanisms or government underwriting options for historic properties, particularly for owner-occupied or community-serving uses. Prioritize place-based strategies that are culturally sensitive and community-driven, recognizing that one-size-fits-all solutions will not work for historic towns. In closing, Ayers Properties is not merely a legal issue. It's a housing issue, a public safety issue, an economic development issue, and a generational wealth issue. The continued deterioration of our historic properties is not a failure of families, but a signal that our systems are incomplete. I commend the legislature for revisiting this issue and encourage a comprehensive approach that aligns legal reform with financial tools, insurance solutions, and on-the-ground support. Only then can we realistically return long vacant properties to productive use while keeping families and communities whole. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shamari Moorhead, President of Our Town Frederiksted, Inc. We'll now proceed to Ms. Mary Dima, the President of the Virgin Islands Architecture Center for Built Heritage and Crafts. You are now recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Senators of the 36th Legislature. Oh, sorry. Is it on now? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chairwoman James, for your invitation to provide testimony to the Virgin Islands Legislature's Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning Committee. It is an honor to appear before this committee, its members, and all of the senators participating today to discuss heirs property, prolonged probate, and vacant and abandoned historic properties in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you for inviting us to speak about the mission of the Virgin Islands Architecture Center for Built Heritage and Crafts, or VIAC as it is known, as we are known, excuse me. The work we are concurrently doing and how VIAC is an important part of the solution to the challenges outlined for this hearing. We hope to share a few ideas of how the issues of heirs property, prolonged probate, and vacant and abandoned properties can be addressed. I am Mary Dima, Board Chair of VIAC, the Virgin Islands nonprofit 501c3 community development organization that was created to rehabilitate the old barracks property on Hospital Street, Christiansted, St. Croix, into a historic preservation and educational center that will teach, train, and certify young Virgin Islanders, young people in the building arts of stone, wood, iron, and other crafts prevalent in the U.S. Virgin Islands and other historic U.S. and Caribbean towns. VIAC's mission is to train young people to own and operate businesses and services connected to these crafts and create a viable local workforce with the skills to rebuild and rehabilitate the aging towns in the Virgin Islands. Board members with me here today are Board Vice Chair Donna Christiansted, and not just a private citizen, Director Robert Schuster. And board members not here today include Dr. Chinzira Kahina, Bo Mandaram Jensen, Christiana Williams, Jerry Ferrante, Lee Rohn, Jed John Hope, and Garth Rockcastle. Also present today are our staff, Operations Manager Amanda Sacchi, Grant and Public Relations Manager Monique Clandon Watson, and our Construction Project Manager Xavier Acevedo. So what is VIAC's role in the pressing issue of heirs property, prolonged probate, and vacant and abandoned historic properties in the Virgin Islands? Our role is rehabilitation, education, and public awareness and advocacy. VIAC is conducting its own rehabilitation project at the old barracks and plans to work with other nonprofits and family owners to restore their properties. VIAC is educating current high school and college students about Virgin Islands built heritage and has plans to train the future architects and tradesmen and women needed for the rehabilitation of our historic towns. VIAC is raising public awareness about the importance of our historic structures as places that hold the stories of our past, while at the same time the promise of our future. VIAC is advocating for policies that will result in the revitalization of our historic towns and neighborhoods in a manner that benefits community. How is VIAC engaged in rehabilitation? VIAC has begun Phase 1 rehabilitation of the old barracks property, which includes the emergency stabilization of the Hospital Street staircase, the shell construction of Building 2, the old labor building, and the stabilization of Building 1, the old police station. How is VIAC engaged in education and building public awareness? Since 2024, VIAC has provided educational programs through high school summer programs, college internships, and support to history and social studies classrooms that want to learn more about the Virgin Islands built heritage. We have built a state-of-the-art classroom at our off-site location in Watergut, and we have completed 2 cohorts of summer programs with 20 high school students from across the territory with lessons on historic and environmental preservation, drafting and architecture, skilled trades, financial literacy, and social-emotional well-being. We have also completed 3 cohorts of college internships where we have placed UVI students in internships at the State Historic Preservation Office and the divisions of libraries and museums, where they obtained hands-on experience of working in the preservation economy. At VIAC, our North Star is the development of a 2-year college program that teaches Virgin Islands architecture, building trades, and cultural heritage tourism. To achieve this, VIAC has begun a relationship with the University of Notre Dame's School of Architecture's Duda Center for Preservation, Resilience, and Sustainability, with whom we hope to soon offer training in historic preservation techniques for local architects, tradesmen, and trades helpers. We also have relationships with the American College of Building Arts in Charleston and the School of Architecture in Aarhus, Denmark, with which we also hope to offer training opportunities. Through funding from the Mellon Foundation and the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands, we have begun several projects to develop a visitor center at the old barracks property that will create a space where built heritage of our town is archived, interpreted, and told for those of us who love and live in the Virgin Islands, those of us who are Virgin Islands connected but live elsewhere, and for visitors interested in the authentic history and culture of the island and its people. We have begun to refocus the St. Croix community on the importance of built heritage and the not-to-be-forgotten stories and histories that the towns hold. We have provided opportunities for the community to interact with the work being done in the towns by organizations and individuals that highlight the importance of rehabilitating old structures and telling the stories of the people who built and lived there throughout the centuries. We have highlighted the work of our historians and curators and the work they have done to preserve the Virgin Islands narrative. We are currently conducting a survey on this project, and we urge everyone to visit our website at www.viacstx.com and take the survey. VIAC is here today to advocate for the creation of a cohesive organizational structure that supports historic preservation and the revitalization of Christiansted and other historic Virgin Island towns, that is recognized and supported across all branches and agencies of the government, and that has the buy-in and support of the community. In 2013, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, the VIEDA, conducted charrettes on Christiansted Town Plan and architect Cheville Larson's vision of renovating the old barracks property into an educational institute that taught the building trades and architecture was chosen as the desired plan. VIAC was created in 2018 as a vehicle to realize this vision, but VIAC is aware that this plan has only been adopted by the VIEDA and is not being implemented or administered across all agencies of the Virgin Islands government. Cheville Larson's vision was approved as the Christiansted Community Plan on March 10, 2016. And is part of the VIEDA Enterprise Zone Plan for Christiansted. The plan describes Christiansted as the college town and describes economic activity eligible for tax exemptions as infill housing, artisan live work, museums and art galleries, greenbelt businesses and cultural businesses. If you download the USVIEDA application for benefits on their website, you will see that if you want to invest in Christiansted and apply for benefits, you are asked to check one of these categories to become eligible. While VIEDA is fulfilling its part of the Christiansted Town Plan by offering incentives to developers, we also ask, how is the rest of the government of the Virgin Islands fulfilling the mission? Because clearly, if the true vision is to take shape, there will need to be buy-in from all agencies of government and support for nonprofits such as VIAC, CHANT, St. Croix Foundation, and others doing this work with the people of the Virgin Islands in mind. The nonprofits don't need tax incentives, but they need investment to do the work. VIAC has demonstrated its capacity to take seed money, multiply it, and make significant moves to make this vision of Christiansted a reality. The blueprint for preservation planning, funding, rehabilitation, culturally sensitive design, and community engagement, funding models, public-private partnerships, and policy reforms are all included in Cheville Larson's town plan. The question is, how does the government of the Virgin Islands implement and administer the plan? How is it funded? What are the mechanisms that ensure it is adhered to? I have submitted his proposal for the record to the committee so that you can understand the comprehensive nature of his vision for how Christiansted should be developed. We all should familiarize ourselves with it. In this plan, he addresses residential and hotel development, commercial development, historic preservation and public education, infrastructure, parking, sedimentation and erosion control, public safety, noise pollution, homelessness, contemporary architecture and historic preservation, economic development funding, and development anchors. With the government-wide plan for the towns that have buy-in from the community, the following can be assigned to the appropriate agencies or contracted to nonprofits that can do the work on heirs property. Nonprofits should be funded to conduct workshops on how to navigate the court system and avoid the pitfalls of prolonged probate. A preservation registry of property should be created and funding should be directed to owners at different stages of development. Legal assistance teams should be created to assist property owners and models of how other communities like New Orleans and Charleston that have similar issues are moving to resolve them. There should be collaboration with entities such as the Center for Heirs Property Preservation in South Carolina to assist property owners in obtaining clear title and addressing other issues. On prolonged probate, we have learned that on St. Croix there is only one magistrate on St. Croix who handles probate issues, with the docket also filled with traffic offenses, misdemeanor criminal matters, probable cause hearings, bail, warrants, domestic violence protection orders, protective orders, small claims, landlord-tenant eviction proceedings, and many other functions. There is a need for an office or division that handles only probate matters. On abandoned and vacant properties, we understand that a percentage of casino funds have been set aside to rehabilitate properties in Christiansted and Frederiksted through VIEDA. We hope that many grants can be provided for architectural assessments, roof repair, landscape cleanup, and board up and secure. The government of the Virgin Islands should also inventory the properties that it owns and support a rehabilitation schedule for each one, which in addition to revitalizing the towns, could provide additional sources of income for other rehabilitation projects. Support for the work of the government agencies already doing the work. With town plans that are supported across the government, there should be more coordination with agencies such as State Historic Preservation, the Historic Preservation Commission, Public Works, Planning and Natural Resources, WAPA, Fire and Health, to ensure that they are fully funded and staffed to implement the functions that they have jurisdiction over. These are some ways that VIAC believes that the issues concerning our historic towns can be addressed. The towns need our investment, and our intention. Like many other areas in the Virgin Islands' life, our towns are suffering under the weight of old systems created for another era. The Layserville-Larson's Town Plan is a blueprint that supports the rehabilitation of generational family properties for the use of those families as starter homes, for young families or income-producing residential or business rentals. In the epilogue of the Christian Town Plan, he wrote, quote, "Any town planning success is defined by the involvement of the citizens it will affect. Citizens cannot expect government to be the only driving force to affect changes, but the government can be the spark to get things going. The citizens are the fuel to create the fire of change and make it happen. Our community must buy into the goals of a formalized town plan and become full stakeholder participants in making it a reality," unquote. With the support of his family, Viac will honor Javille Larson's legacy by naming the rehabilitated Building 1 of the old barracks property in his honor. Through the Mellon Foundation's planning grant, he spent many hours over the past 2 years meeting and planning to bring this part of Viac into reality. Viac hopes that this committee, the legislature, and the entire government will honor him by adopting his vision of creating viable town plans that are implemented and supported to create a better life for all Virgin Islanders. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dima. I want to thank my colleagues. I know you're counting down the testifiers, so we have 2 more. This is a heavy topic. And the amount of stakeholders should tell you how important this mission is, because we need to really focus on our tongues. So Mr. Schuster, I saw in your testimony you talk about crucianism. So I'm looking forward to this testimony here. So you can begin, Mr. Robert Schuster.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Maurice James, Chairwoman of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, and other members of the committee and non-members, fellow testifiers, and viewing and listening audience. My name is Robert Bobby Schuster. I'm a 9th-generation Crucian, a Vietnam vet, who spent 36 years engaged in knowledge and skill transfer with the Department of Education. I am here to try and add some context as to why our historic structures need to be reconstructed and preserved, and why the owners need help from multiple sources to assist in the effort. As our Virgin Islands identity continues to erode daily, I can recall that at the Saturday market held in Shan Market Square, we could tell where a person lived on St. Croix just by their inflection when they spoke, whether they were from Low Valley, Grove Place, Spanish Town, Bethlehem, or West End. We used to say that twang was different. These things can be told and written about, but such experience can only be lived, for there is no way to bring them back. St. Croix now has a blended culture and society, and we should do our best to hold on to some of our traditions, or they too will disappear. My interest was piqued even more by my father's words and the way he spoke of the beauty of St. Croix, the character of its people, and how generous and respectful they were with one another. Even though they didn't have much for themselves, they shared. He said the fabric of those people is the backbone of our island. Always trust and respect them. They very much have earned it and are the elders from whom we should learn. I remember some of those interactions between my father and those individuals, and I say in this hall today, without any fear of contradiction, that kind of fabric no longer exists within our community. Those characteristics are gone, lost forever, a true shame. But thankfully, I was able to experience some of those some of that living history and the sweetness of being able to mingle and exchange with among such treasures. I believe that the lack of historic knowledge and understanding of our towns by individuals who have held the positions of Commissioner of Public Works and Directors of Planning has led to questionable decisions about unnecessary changes to our town's infrastructure. Decisions that still affect how they function today and into the future. More so are the ones that have been neglected that someday in the future may cause unnecessary fatalities because individuals don't know they exist, and the fact that the VI government does little maintenance and only hesitantly reacts after the fact. Christiansted and Frederiksted each have a clear, distinct historical character and legacy not found anywhere else in the Caribbean. But human neglect has been the biggest culprit. Thus, in a sense, our architectural legacy should be regarded as a Crucian culture characteristic. Our Crucianism must be truthful and authentic so that our population will take pride in what they own and strive to refurbish them. So let's start at the beginning and set our history on the right course and commit to accurate knowledge transfer. Virgin Islands should be able to present themselves with irrefutable confidence and not be hesitant when asked a question, but with certainty. We cannot present inaccuracies as fact or history. I therefore recommend that we start by correcting some of our past errors and set our moral compass to truly preserve our tech history by first amending Bill number 4705 that was passed in 1970. I do not have the act number. Although well intended and created a symbol for the office of the governor, it is not accurate. 5 of the 8 discs show incorrect flags. Additionally, Germany was never any sovereignty of any of the islands. Media, could you please show slide 1? Huh? Yeah. Okay. As you see in this, at the upper left, going horizontally, are the authentic flags that flew over the Virgin Islands. St. Croix or St. Thomas were never under the British Empire. We were never under the Fifth French Republic. We were never under the Republic of Malta. We were never under Spain or never under the Netherlands. So if you look at the sketch on the side, which was part of the bill, it shows what needs to be replaced. Okay. No, I'm saying that some of the senators are looking, I don't know if I... Yeah. Additionally, the Department of Tourism was using the wrong flags in their advertising and media, which was contradictory to historical facts. We were putting forth a bad image, like we didn't know our own history. Only the Caravel Hotel has been flying the correct flags. Our towns have withstood centuries of hurricanes, earthquakes, and tsunamis. Our architecture, a fusion of European, African, and Caribbean construction methods, using discarded ship ballast bricks and materials grown and extracted from our natural environment, offer valuable lessons in resilience for communities elsewhere and especially in tornado-prone regions. St. Croix is blessed with 2 of the most picturesque historic towns in the Caribbean, especially as seen from the sea. Our architecture has a distinctive character found nowhere else in the region, and this traditional form should serve as a standard for all new construction in the territory, but more so on St. Croix to maintain our historical flavor and as an attraction to historical buff and potential students in our unique architectural style, craftsmanship, and trade crafts, which VIAC is trying to foster and preserve. VIAC is a private group of natives, adopted Crucians, and residents who are trying to preserve an important part of our history and culture, which our own government has seriously neglected to do so, what is being done by the private sector. Just look at WIM, our historic museum, a perfect example of inability to self-govern or self-secure our own history. Our government is in shambles, and the state WIM epitomizes the fact ever so clearly. St. Croix is a designated National Heritage Area, and we should use that status as a powerful tool to guide redevelopment in the image of our historic structural character and our architectural style. As part of our planning, all new structures or redeveloped buildings within our towns should at a minimum reflect this style in their facade. What we have on this island is so unique in character that we should not only do our utmost to preserve and protect it, but also to expand on it. I have a collection of photographs that capture the engineering aesthetics of the time and clearly show what we had and illuminate how we altered or eliminated it, often not in our best interest to preserve or repair authentic historical infrastructure. Some of these can be viewed on a YouTube presentation that I did several years ago at UVI. Can you bring up that slide 2, media? For those of you who would like to copy it, after the capital N and V, there is a red mark, which is an underscore. That's required. Clear. Yeah, clearly visible in these photographs is how extensively the street drainage has been altered, now causing frequent flooding of streets and structures. Slide 3. Here you see a picture. That's the Judge Christian building on King Street. In 1964, you'll notice that there's not a wall there. But since the street was elevated, they had to build walls there because the downstairs was constantly getting flooded. And then across the street was the Morales building, which was once Governor King's campaign headquarters. That downstairs was also getting flooded. Also, the streets have been elevated. Slide 4, please. This is the old Marine Barracks, or the Department of Labor in Gallows Bay, on Hospital Street. You see that how much the street has been elevated. That is now causing flooding at that location. Could you please bring up slide 5? This is building 2 that's trying to be, VIAC is trying to reconstruct. But there, the yard is above the street level. Currently, the street level is above the yard, so water is retained in that yard and intrudes into the structure. The window to the left was made into a door, and that's where the Veterans Office used to be. These arbitrary actions undertaken without an understanding of why the original designers of our towns did things as they did have caused citizens unnecessary expense. These practices must be stopped and perhaps even codified. If we are to preserve our unique identity and heritage, they must be regarded as a critical, crucial infrastructure artisan legacy that must be preserved. Where did all the cannons that highlighted our intersections go? Most intersections had 4. Beyond our historic districts, we have wonderful bungalows that are charming, small, single-story homes with sloped roofs and some with small verandas suitable for young families or single units. I think these should also be preserved because they present another unique feature of our architectural legacy and preserve the character of our town. In the heart of Houston, in a section called the Heights, is an example of the preservation of such structures. Down in Galveston, the community engaged in the restoration of such buildings. Key West did a great job. So why can't we replicate what others have done so successfully to preserve a part of their storied history? Yes, the government should encourage and provide funding, but can it? Or at least funding guarantees for the reconstruction of properties. But the government should also conduct itself and shape its planning practices in ways that support and advance these reconstruction efforts while halting the gentrification of our communities. We must help residents back into our towns and encourage Virgin Islanders in our diaspora to return and contribute. Yet this is nearly impossible under our current healthcare capabilities, limitations, and critical status. As for funding sources, there is our infamous internet gaming law, which the territory has chosen not to implement, not even to have the GRS, despite being the first to enact such legislation in the nation. This year marks 30 years of lost funding, largely due to a lack of understanding of the technology and how it could have been implemented using existing systems with the necessary safeguards to comply with the federal law at the time. The law also needs revision because the internet is now everywhere and there's no longer a need for service providers. The territory still has unique advantages that have never been fully explored. But now we are 30 years late in entering the multi-billion-dollar-a-year industry. Truly shameful, and we want to self-govern. What an example to set. The second possible funding source is sports betting. And again, we are late in entering another multi-billion-dollar industry. I believe we have already lost many millions of dollars due to our neglect and continue to do so while others around us seize the opportunities. There is more than ample evidence to support the restoration and preservation of our towns. The big question is, there the willingness and the action to support such tasks. Outsiders clearly see the value in doing so and are putting their money where we can all see it. Why do those in charge not see or appreciate it? Locals need help in probate, which is a major hurdle for many. And second obstacle is families being able to reach amicable consensus on their properties. I have a series of slides that I can show how the streets have changed. Madam Chair, can I show those?
Well, just in the interest of time, because we have one more testifier,
okay,
and we want to get to questions.
Let me abridge and go to slide 28.
Slide, which one?
28.
Slide 28.
Just past it. No, go back.
He can't.
Here. What you see in there is the beach at Altona Lagoon.
That's Altoona Lagoon?
That's
Wow.
what it used to look like. Next slide, please. That's what it looks like today. There is no sand. There's limestone. Every time we dredge, the sand leaves the beach and goes to fill the hole. Next slide, please. No, next slide. Next. What you see there is the mouth to Altona Lagoon, what it used to look like. Next slide. That's what it looked like. That's progress. Thank you.
Well, you surely ended at a... That was a bang, no, patum, knock us out.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the truth though, right?
Huh?
It is the truth.
It is. The pictures don't lie.
Yeah. The next testifier is Mr. Biggs from the EDA, and you can, if you want, summarize because of the time. But you've been. I had so many questions for you too. That's the thing about it. I'm going to have to bring everybody back another day because we really need to have a discussion with the other senators, you know, all the senators really. But EDA is doing some good things in the towns, and so in terms of grants and initiatives, that's why I brought you in. So go right ahead and present.
Thank you, Senator James, and I appreciate. Thank you, Senator James, for those kind words, and I appreciate being here to testify and being invited to testify. I concur that my team is doing some good work in reference to the enterprise zones and the towns of Christiansted, Frederiksted, and Charlotte-Amalie over in St. Thomas. I'll start on page 3 in the interest of time with the first question. We were asked to testify on a variety of areas, and I tried to pick them out and basically format them as questions and then do some responses in regard to that. So the first question was, what are the challenges associated with unresolved heirs property and prolonged probate, particularly where such delays contribute to vacant, abandoned, and deteriorating historic properties? There are several challenges that contribute to vacant, abandoned, and deteriorating historic properties as a result of unclear property title because of unresolved and or prolonged probate. 1, the inability to secure funding for maintenance and or repairs. Even if some heirs are willing to invest, they often cannot obtain loans or grants for necessary repairs or improvements because they do not possess clear, singular ownership of the property. This financial barrier is a major reason why historic buildings, despite potential interest from some owners, remain unfixed and deteriorate. B, the exponential increase in the number of heirs. Over generations, the number of heirs can grow from a couple to a few, to several, to a dozen, to even hundreds. It makes it difficult to locate and notify heirs. And if you are able to locate and notify, it makes achieving consensus on property management, repairs, or sale virtually impossible, leaving historic properties in limbo and susceptible to decay. C, the impact on community revitalization and heritage tourism. Vacant and abandoned historic properties directly hinder efforts to revitalize distressed communities and detract from aesthetic and cultural value of historic districts. This negatively impacts heritage tourism, which relies on the preservation and appeal of these unique historical assets. D, the high upfront cost of probate. Probate itself is not cheap, and if an estate is not liquid, family members or the executor often have to pay upfront for the cost and the attorney's fees. This financial burden can deplete resources that might otherwise be used for property maintenance or as an initial investment required for redevelopment programs. E, other challenges include disinheriting of Virgin Islanders from heritage properties, opposite to wealth building, higher level of crimes of opportunity, homeless squatting, etc. 2, what does vacant and abandoned historic properties affect economic revitalization? How does vacant and abandoned historic properties affect economic revitalization, small business development, heritage tourism, and housing supply, as well as the barriers heirs face in qualifying for ADA programs due to their unclear ownership? In a survey conducted in the Enterprise Zone during the summer of 2025, it was found from all the properties reviewed, and we reviewed all in the historic districts, in the town of Christiansted, in the town of Frederickstead, and in the Charlotte-Omni area, the Savannah Down Street and the Garden Street Up Street area. We reviewed all of those properties. 92 buildings were in need of full rehabilitation, and many others are in need of some form of maintenance or rehabilitation. B, the presence of vacant buildings hinders the revitalization of those areas and the positive growth of the economy that the EDA aims to achieve. More directly, it hinders the ability for business and residential activity to take place in our historic districts due to aesthetics of the building area from the lack of investment in those properties. 3, what are the existing EDA tools that could support adaptive reuse of historic properties once the title issues are resolved? A, Enterprise Zone Commission initiatives. The Enterprise Zone's core mission is to revitalize distressed communities and get vacant buildings active again. The Enterprise Zone can provide tax incentive benefits to property owners and/or businesses that rehabilitate historic buildings. Depending on the Enterprise Zone qualifying program, the Enterprise Zone tax incentives can be in the form of tax credits and/or tax reduction. B, EDB, or the Economic Development Bank initiatives. The Economic Development Bank mission is to provide access to capital for small businesses. Small business owners can use qualifying loan funds to finance the rehabilitation, the retrofit, or the purchase of a historic building or house that houses their business. C, the EDC initiatives. The EDC core mission, or the Economic Development core mission, is to attract investment and create jobs throughout the territory. The Economic Development Commission beneficiaries can and do purchase historic properties and rehabilitate them to locate their businesses within the building, thereby creating renewed activity within the area. D, the VI Slice program. The VI Slice program core mission is to provide gap financing to first-time homeowners. This program could potentially offer financing to support for redevelopment efforts for residential activity. E, the Quest 360 program, an EDA collaboration program between the Economic Development Bank's incubator and the Enterprise Zone's accelerator program. This program provides technical assistance to support small business growth in these areas. 4, what has the EDA and EZC done to resolve issues of heirs property, prolonged probate, and vacant and abandoned historic properties? The EDA Economic Development Commission, the EDA Enterprise Zone Commission have undertaken several initiatives to address the challenges posed by heirs property, prolonged probate, and vacant/abandoned historic properties. Their efforts primarily focus on education, community engagement, and advocating for solutions. A, conference. The Economic Development Enterprise Zone Commission has organized and relaunched free estate planning conferences to share invaluable information about estate planning options and the probate process in the U.S. Virgin Islands. These conferences aim to educate the public, especially residents and business owners within the enterprise zones, on the importance of planning the transfer of personal and real property. These conferences have been held in multiple locations, including St. Thomas and St. Croix, and have been live streamed on Facebook and broadcast on radio to reach a wider audience. At these conferences, legal counsels discuss probate issues and provide expert information to attendees, including in-depth discussion on trust versus wills. B, our webpage. The Enterprise Zone Commission has created a page on the EDA's website, which is www.usvieda.org, that allows anyone to enter a question and get a response based on information provided by the legal counsels at the EDA's Estate Planning Conference. This gives someone a starting place in a private space to start the journey of dealing with this difficult process. C, direct assistance. Through a pilot program funded by a grant from the Department of Interior, the Enterprise Zone Commission has directly assisted several families in resolving their estate planning/probate issues. These will be presented as potential best practices on how to look at certain issues. D, rejuvenations. In the past 12 months, the Enterprise Zone Commission has completed 11 rejuvenations. And rejuvenations, as Director James indicated, is the old scrape and paint program that was housed in the St. Croix Foundation. We call it rejuvenation because we're rejuvenating the property. E, grants. Grant funding secured by the EDA team supports key areas such as business expansion, entrepreneurship, job creation, and long-term wealth building across the territory, positioning the authority to deliver sustained impact and opportunity for Virgin Islands residents. Through these multifaceted efforts, the team at the EDA is working to empower property owners and heirs with the knowledge and potential resources needed to resolve the issues, to resolve title issues, navigate probate, and contribute to the revitalization of historic properties and distressed neighborhoods. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the assessment of how vacant and abandoned historic properties affect economic revitalization, small business development, heritage tourism, and housing supply, as well as barriers heirs face in qualifying for EDA program due to unclear ownership. I'm available to answer any questions you may have related to my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I honestly had like 5 questions for each one of the testifiers today, which is ridiculous now at this point. So I'm going to move on. And my colleagues, we definitely need to revisit, that's the word exactly, this discussion. This is very important. So I'm going to start with Senator Angel Bolquez for your 4 minutes. Mike. Recognize Senator Angel Bolquez. Mike, please.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for having this important discussion today. And as we peel back on the layers, we start to see that the issue before us, whether it's heirs of property or prolonged probate or any deterioration of any historic communities, is not just a legal issue or challenge. It's a multi-layered issue that touches all the community, whether it's economics or identity. And we have to require a response, not only from the legal side of the system, but administrative agencies and community partners alike. But most critically, it will require ongoing education, especially for our people, because once they are educated in the options that are available to them, whether it's a trust, whether it's a will, whether it's estate planning, these are the things that we need to educate our people on. A long time ago, our people were, mama guide, back in the days. And we had individuals who could read and write that took advantage of our people. And these are the things that dwell in the core issue of this problem. And again, we're not saying that we're not educated today, but we need ongoing education in this area so that we can continue to see generational wealth for our people moving forward into the future. So, Madam Chair, again, I want to thank you for this very important discussion. And I wanted to touch really quickly, Mr. Schuster. Yes, I really rather enjoyed your historical documentation. And I just wanted to put on a record, back in 2013, we found 4 cannons in St. John, and it was due to coastal erosion. And I have Sean Craig on the line. He could correct me if I'm incorrect, because I believe he was on the ground there dealing with that at that time. But for most part, I wanted to question Ms. Malloy, Attorney Esquire Malloy. She made some very interesting remarks in her testimony, and you outlined how probate can unintentionally create a tangled title by issuing, producing tenants in common across all generations. Do you think that the legislature needs to consider requiring estate planning education at TOD, is that the term, TOD deed recording?
Thank you for your question, Senator. I believe that community education is not only a government issue. Someone made the important point with, I think it was Ms. Dima, where the community itself has to be interested. And also it's the job of my mentor, Silas Willis, says, it's also the job of the Virgin Islands Bar, the people with the knowledge, to share what we know with the community to enhance the education, because we're the ones drafting the deeds. We're the ones who have to make sure that there's proper title before it's recorded. But so it's not necessarily the job of the legislature. You can maybe help provide funding to organizations like the EDA and St. Croix Foundation and BIAC to assist attorneys to get the resources. But it's at the, to me, it's multifaceted in terms of education. With transfer on death deeds, it's a tenancy in common issue. There's various factors that could create heirs property, but we just need to come together, have resources. I don't know if it should be like a written brochure or just, I was recently a participant in the EDA estate planning conference. Many people were interested. I feel like I'm butchering the response, but it's basically to meet at the bar level. The people who have the information have a duty to share, and it's not just about making money and handling cases. It's also about educating the community.
And thank you for that response. You also indicated the Uniform Petition of Heirs Property Act, which is enacted in 20 states, DC and the Virgin Islands. And it designates protections for families from losing inherited land. I'm not sure how old that, I haven't read it myself. I just shortly researched it after you mentioned it in your testimony. Do you find that that piece of legislation needs any amending to I don't know how old it is, but does it need amending to reflect the common modern day situations that we're experiencing here today? And maybe that would be good for anyone else who is familiar with that.
I think the act that you presently have, I believe, was enacted in 2019. So I believe it is fairly recent.
Okay.
8169 was passed in 2019, so I believe it's fairly recent. I think when I was researching the act, there's what is possible on paper, and then there's actually what can happen once we get to the courts, once cases start happening and the courts start implementing the 7 factors. That's why I mentioned that we need to track the cases and the outcomes to see how effective the legislation is and whether it will need amendment. So we won't truly know until we actually start using the act. And the act doesn't apply to partitions before the act. The act only applies to partitions from the date that the act went into effect, moving forward.
Okay.
So we won't know because it's so new.
Okay, very well. And thank you for your response. And Madam Chair, I look forward to revisiting this discussion at the appropriate time. Thanks again.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Judge Gallivan, it was something that was very concerning to me that I was not aware of as an attorney here, that and I'll tell you my angle because I think Ms. Dima touched on it. Judge number 1 has 179 probates. Judge number 2, 242, and that's St. Thomas. Judge and St. Croix, judge number 1 has 227. Judge number 2 has 142. And these are magistrate judges. And the magistrate judges have original jurisdiction to hear probate matters. I know from practicing that a litigator might not know what tenancy in common is. I'm going to be straight up. I've had situations where, because of my practice, I have assisted if they're representing someone else and they're not familiar. So, are the magistrate judges with that amount of cases, are they trained in probate, family probate law specifically? Do they go through training so they understand the probate process? Because, and I believe it was Ms. Dima that said dedicating a division, I believe you said, for only probate matters as opposed to small claims, traffic, domestic violence, stalking, harassment. Has the court considered that as the way to reduce the backlog? And I'm not going to say backlog because, it doesn't it's not the same in the probate division. So can you address that?
Whether or not the magistrate judges are trained?
Number one, because the more trained you are, you know this, in any specific area. I don't do criminal defense. I can, but it would take me a long time to come up to speed. Same thing would apply to a judge who's handling probate cases. Let's be honest about it. So if you appoint people as magistrates and they have to deal with such a large number of cases, should they not be trained at some point once they're sworn in to handle probate cases if they've never dealt with probate cases before?
All right. Well, I took the bench in 2009.
Mike.
I took the bench in 2009. I had no probate experience. None. I had never worked on a probate case.
Mm-hmm.
And that 142, that's lesser than all of the others, that's part of my legacy in the probate court.
Say that one more time.
Part of my legacy.
What's part of your legacy? That you left
The fact that
142?
I left lesser cases.
Lesser cases.
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were saying your legacy was you left 142.
No, if you're looking at the numbers, that's the least number.
Oh, the least number.
Right?
Okay. Everybody in this room, hello, Judge Gallivan. Judge Gallivan and I are first cousins. Okay. So we are not talking about Judge Gallivan.
Well,
we are not talking, Judge.
I'm getting to the point
Okay.
that I had no probate experience, but I successfully managed a probate docket.
Right.
Right? I recruited law clerks to assist me in that effort. They generally, I'd had a wills and trust class in law school, which most law clerks.
Right. Everybody has.
Yes. So that was part of the experience. And then while I was a probate while I was a magistrate judge working in probate, I asked and went to more than one training opportunity with the National Judicial College on probate. So the answer is yes. If it's been available, it was available to me, I took advantage of it.
And I'm not satisfied with your answer, Judge Gallivan, because as the presiding judge of the Superior Court, if you knew that you needed additional training, you should make that training available.
Well, I've only been the August. I have no idea whether or not the current magistrate judges have asked or been afforded or pursued probate training. I did. I got it. And I have no reason to expect at this juncture that if the current magistrates don't believe that they have the knowledge and the know-how to handle the probate cases, that they wouldn't be afforded those opportunities, subject to funding. But I will tell you that with respect to our current magistrate judges, I've been reviewing their files, and I see that they aptly handle their probate cases. I see it.
Great.
I also bring to your attention that our clearance rate continues to go up and continues to exceed the amount of cases that we take in. I don't have any reason to believe that they don't have the fundamentals in order to be able to address probate matters. But again, if they ask for probate training or if they think they need probate training, as presiding judge, subject to funding, I don't see why they wouldn't receive it.
Thank you. I understand, Mr. Moorhead, you have to leave, and we definitely have to bring everybody back. So you're excused. Yes. And did the Lieutenant Governor's office hear the complaint from Attorney Tully regarding the length of time to get a deed back? Did you remember her? Yes. Can you address that, please?
Yes. Nadia Harrigan, Acting Chief of Staff, Legal Counsel. We heard her concern, and it's something we will definitely look into. I wasn't aware that it might have been taking a long time. The tax assessor can actually chime in, but it's something that we will take very seriously. 2 weeks is too long, way too long, and we will definitely address that issue.
Yeah, I know on St. Croix I don't wait 2 weeks. I just need to put that on the record. St. Croix, no, it's faster. Senator Marvin Blyden. Recognize Senator Marvin Blyden's mic, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you so much for all of your testimonies. This is very comprehensive, and my recommendation, Madam Chair, is that we do meet with all of these individuals, to include individuals from the banking industry and anyone else who has anything to do with this space, and have a stakeholder meeting and really sit down behind the scenes, not here, and really deal with it, because this is so critical in terms of what you're trying to accomplish, and I commend you for that. That's very important. I must say, in respect to this discussion, education is critical, first of all. And of course, to me, these historical sites and buildings and homes is like a footprint in the sun. As we go through history, you really get to see and remember exactly what it looked like and what it means. And in terms of our younger generation, they can really understand from whence we came. So I think it's very critical that we find a way to make it work. But at the same time, it's critically expensive. Oh my God. It's expensive. It's very expensive. And that's why the stakeholder meeting is going to be so important, especially with DPNR and others, in terms of materials you can find, what we can use to substitute, etc. All of that is important in that respect. In trying to get the same look, maybe not the same quality, but the same look, and basically have the same results. In respect to education, though, that's very important also, because we always talk about wills, etc., but wills itself don't hold your home. We need to have estate planning, because a trust is much better, a living trust is much better. You can create cooperation and other instruments in respect to holding on to your family property, and which will assist in decreasing what's going on in that space. I would also like to add, in respect to the non-for-profit organizations, all of them that participated today, I want to commend you for the work you do. I know it's difficult, especially when it comes to funding, and I want to encourage you to continue doing what you're doing on behalf of our territory, our historical districts, and most importantly, many families who can be made whole as a result of your work. I had an opportunity earlier this week to go on a tour of the Frederiksted town, and I think that was with Chant, and they're working in conjunction with the Bank of New York that actually gave them a grant in respect to those historical homes, and I think they got $750,000, but there's $2.5 million available, and that's why we realize how extremely expensive it is, and for just a little small home, very small, and per square feet is $1,000 plus per square feet is ridiculously high. So I must say, I just want to commend all of those individuals who do work in that space, and we really need to have a discussion to see how we can assist them. And finally, in respect to Hospital Street, that area where Peter Zink is actually doing many amazing work over there. Also, I did a walkthrough of that area and all of the work that he did, and the VIAC, this VIAC, yeah, that building right up there. Can't we have some type of P3, public-private partnership in that respect? Because I think the work that man is doing is amazing. I mean, I'm into building. That's my thing. That's what I do. That's what I breathe. That's what I'm into. And the work I've seen, the results, I go based on results. Let me see what you're doing. I'll work with you any day. And what he have done is amazing. And I think you should consider working with him, a private-public partnership, to assist in that endeavor, because guess what? At the end of the day, it's about our young people. And in the meanwhile, in my opinion, they need that assistance. And whatever we can do to make that happen, let's do it. I mean, time waits for no one. Straight up, it waits for no one. So that's my recommendation. I want to thank you for the time, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate all the work you guys are doing in that space. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Wait, he's going to get to you. Or she. Senator Frederick.
1, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, everyone again, listening and viewing audience. I wanted to make a full disclosure. Last week, because of an invitation by the St. Croix Foundation, my eyes was open as to the tremendous work that this organization is doing. I was so impressed with what I learned about these properties and the ownership and the difficult work in trying to figure out how we could rehab these properties. So I want everyone to know there are people working hard in trying to come to some resolution with some of these blighted and dilapidated buildings we have. But this takes me to the judiciary. And Judge Gallivan, I too am now concerned because the word training came in this discussion. We assume as a public, that when we go to court with our challenges, that these judges are well versed in these matters and they could expedite these cases quicker so that we could, move on with our lives. The backlog that we're experiencing with the judicial branch, is costing a lot of money. You just said that some judges are not trained. When you started, you had no training. So I'm going to assume if you didn't, I never asked any of the judges that I interviewed whether or not they had specific probate experience, because I speak to them before I vote. So I'm asking, do you think it's something we should start? I'm going to start asking that question from now on. Tell me your background in probate, just in case you get placed in this situation. I need you to be up and running, proficient in this job. So is there something we need to do to help you with making this matter move along a little swifter? Judge? Any suggestion?
Hold on. Sorry, Jessica. Your mic needs to be. Sorry, Judge Gallivan. Oh, sorry. Please recognize Judge Gallivan's mic.
I never took the position that the judges are not proficient. Quite the opposite. My position is that the judges continue to perform case closures that exceed the amount of filings. They do so year after year. There was a time when we had twice the number of probate cases pending. And now we have the same number of cases pending across both islands that we once had
1 minute.
on St. Thomas. So, and I am actively reviewing the cases along with my team, and we find that the judges are aptly handling their cases.
So
There's no, and I haven't received complaints
okay,
from
hang
the
on
bar.
1 second. I don't have much time, so I have to cut
Well,
you
no,
up here.
but
I'm
you-
sorry.
you-
I need
First
to
of
find
all-
out if there's something we need to do to expedite the training of these judges when it comes to probate cases. That's all I'm asking. If there's something we need to do, you mentioned money. You did say that. Money will assist. I'm not averse to that. Is that not what you said earlier?
You can't mischaracterize my statement and then shut me off and tell me you don't have enough
Well,
time,
in this court,
Senator.
yeah, I can.
No, you can't do that.
But
because you're not giving me an opportunity.
If you need,
to respond and you're making-
I'm going to give you the
don't have
opportunity
enough
to
time.
respond on my time.
Yeah.
Do you need
I'll be quiet.
additional time because the judge did interrupt your time?
Yes.
So go ahead, Senator Frederick.
You know, it's one of the privileges of being a senator. Sorry, but if there's anything we could do, Judge, we're willing to look at the matter. That's really what I'm getting at. We're willing to assist the judicial branch. If it's training they need, fine. It's not unreasonable. They come from all sorts of discipline when we appoint them. So if this will help us move this process forward, that was my whole point. I'm not trying to beat up the judiciary at all. So last but not least, Mr. Schuster, thank you for that eye-opening, short, brief testimony. It's important that we respect our unique towns that we have, and you're correct. A lot of new development have changed the way the water has been flowing around. That's something I know all development faces those challenges, but specifically us, we need to be careful given that these buildings are so old and they can't take a whole lot. The foundations have weakened and a lot of them have collapsed, so that's something we really have to look at. How do we preserve, but yet still grow as a society? Because we just can't keep things the way they are, unfortunately. And one last thing I was concerned about, we talked about financing and the EDA and the programs that are available, and again, education, training, letting people know what's available. There are options out there, and these properties don't all need to be cleared in terms of who owns it. They could still be in probate and still functioning, generating revenues, so that at least they're not blighted looking, and they could pay for their insurance and all that stuff. For those properties that don't have really glaring ownership issues, they could still be used. I don't know why they're just closed up and not being used, but everything doesn't have to be finalized, in my opinion. I think there should be a transition where we look at properties that are still able to be financed, whether it's through one of the nonprofits or EDA, and we could help reduce some of the blighted properties. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. Judge Gallivan, first of all, I want to say that I went into the cousin mode when I said your first name, so I want to apologize for that. It was purely family, pure love. Do you want to respond to the question? Did the mic? So we can.
I really don't see it as an impediment. We currently, for example, we currently have 5 applicants for the magistrate judge position on St. Croix, and none of them have probate experience.
Okay.
And I don't think that that's a reason to discount them. I think where they feel like they may be on shaky leg or need some type of training or experience in that field, I know that they will have my support, and certainly they will have the support of the administrative courts.
Thank you. Senator Kurt Vielle.
Thank you.
One second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just hats off to media. We are shots off and St. Croix today, so we have one person back there that's doing everything. So I just want to say hats off to him. Very, very good discussion. A lot of issues. I'm seeing one issue that we could deal with easily moving forward, which is the estate planning and really getting the message out and getting individuals to do trust, etc. But the real complex issue is those property that have multiple heirs generational. They will pass on to children, the children have passed away, they'll pass on to the grandchildren. They think, well, it's time to look, some of the properties have 30, 40 owners. And those are the complex issues as to how are we going to solve that, because some of the owners don't even know they're an owner. They have left the Virgin Islands. They didn't know that they had a great-grandfather in St. Croix that owned a building in town. So now it is held up. So I was hoping that we would be able to come up with some mechanism as to how do you deal with these complex properties where you can't even get in contact. You have no contact information for possible heirs of the property. And what is the solution? I heard a discussion about Low Country, South Carolina, and some other stuff that have been done in other jurisdictions, but I wanted to know like exactly what was done, because I know some of the measures are drastic. It's not like we're just trying to get in contact with every single person, because if you wait for that, there are possibilities it could never happen. And as you go through estates on St. Croix, you know St. Croix well, every single estate, there are abandoned properties, abandoned homes that are just sitting there because the heirs don't live here. And they have no want to come back to the Virgin Islands and actually develop those properties, so the properties just stay there abandoned. Attorney Malino, you wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the time, Senator Vielle. So I have had the opportunity to work on some complex property cases. And what we do is, the question is, how do you eat an elephant? And you do it one bite at a time. So with the heirs to the property that have a beneficial interest that they want to preserve, even if you can't preserve the entire estate, if you can preserve 40% of the property for the heirs, that have an interest, what I have done in those cases is put the property in a trust. So it wouldn't be a family trust, but let's say there are like 5 heirs. It may be 5 individual trusts, because besides, let's say, a large property, those heirs may have their own individual personal properties. So the trust would be able to hold not only the large property that's shared, but also the individual like homes or whatever. So it's a holistic plan to preserve the property for the heirs that are available to maintain and willing to upkeep it, while they have an opportunity to locate the future heirs. So that's
okay,
my
let me stop you there. I wanted you to go on, but I'm running out of time.
No problem.
So I think we need to have a discussion that is generated towards getting answers and being able to pass legislation to make the process easier. So to just actually put some legislation together that would allow everybody to go through those complex cases. Because a lot of people say, well, I don't want to deal with it. You know, I can't, or they'll charge you a ton load of monies. So we need to have a further discussion as to exactly what do we need to codify that would make the process a lot easier. Now, Judge Gallivan, I want to call you Judge Jessica, or Judge Gallivan.
Time.
I happen to know you. You need additional magistrate? What about the idea of bringing on one or two, or an extra magistrate per island for a time certain just to deal with probate until you're down to literally nothing? You bring on somebody for a year. It could be a retired judge that already has experience. You bring them on for 18 months just to reduce the caseload. They just deal with with probate issues alone. Would you be amenable to that?
Perhaps this is where I might address.
Now, go ahead.
Perhaps this is where I might address the whole notion about a backlog, right? Because
Okay, no, wait. I'm not saying you have a backlog. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying you have 801 cases, right? You have some cases, out of the 801, 650 date back 2 years. No. Okay, no, less than that. Well, you have like 400 cases that date back from year 2 all the way to 21 years or more, which is a limited amount. So I'm not saying a backlog. I'm just saying, how do we expedite? Would it help?
Well, because you are assuming, right?
Judge Gallivan, you need to speak into the mic.
The concern is that you are assuming that the pendency of the cases lies only with the judicial branch.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, we're tracking our cases, right? And we're monitoring what causes a case to be stalled, and it's largely not the number of judicial officers that are assigned. Do we have some issues? Of course. But generally, we're seeing that the magistrate judges, at least what I'm seeing when I'm reviewing their cases, I'm seeing that they're doing orders to compel, they're following up on those orders, their law clerks are making the introspection into why the case might be sitting, why we haven't gotten any responses. In some ways, we could use more of that type of help. Each magistrate judge only has one law clerk, as opposed to the judicial officers who have two.
So would each magistrate get an additional law clerk just to deal with probate issues help?
Well, most of the law clerks in the magistrate division mostly deal with the probate issues.
I know, but I'm saying getting that. Okay.
So if you got an additional
if I look at the
one,
number
they
case,
would be dealing mostly with probate
Right.
issues, because that's how the magistrate judges tend to use their
the
law
law clerks. So I'm
Right.
saying if they could tend to use two law clerks, would it speed the process up?
It may.
Okay, that's all.
And also, we need clerical assistance, right? We experience an usually high turnover in our clerks. The clerk of court is here, and she can tell you about the challenges that we constantly face with not being able to keep our clerical staff.
So can't you speak to that?
And
Why?
Tamara Charles, clerk of the Superior Court. So yes, we do experience a high turnover. We've lost a lot of our clerks to the executive branch specifically, and that is because of pay. When I started with the court nearly 30 years ago, the court was the place to be. That was the place that you had all the high salaries. Everybody wanted to get into the door of the court, and we can't keep people right now. I started to cry. Usually I would say, oh, you got to stay. But it's just hard. It's hard. The clerks are moving off island. They're going to other jobs that pay more, and it's hard that in every magistrate, with every magistrate chamber, we try to dedicate a clerk to that magistrate. And if it's a clerk that is doing small claims, you know, all those other case types that a magistrate have, it is hard to keep somebody. A lot of my clerks complain it's a lot of work. So if dedicated staff for probate might be an avenue, but we also have a spacing issue, because although we may say, okay, bring on an additional law clerk for the magistrate or bring on clerical extras, we have, you know, shortage of space. St. Croix, we could get away with it a little bit. St. Thomas, no. We're like exhausted the space in St. Thomas.
Okay, and this last question, because I'm abusing my time. I heard about a cadastral attestation in the Virgin Islands, and the chair said that's not a problem in St. Croix. I think that's what I heard the chair said. But I heard it's a problem in St. Thomas, and I've heard that from a long time ago. So is it going to be even a worse problem because your person in cadastral is being investigated for issues that were not necessarily legal? The Lieutenant Governor office.
Good evening, Senator Viale. It's not going to be a problem. I have not been aware of any complaints in...
Okay, so hold up. So let me clear it up some more. It's been a problem before the investigation, in which numerous individuals from real estate in St. Thomas continue to complain that there are issues within the office in which you got to pay to play. And now it has come out in which stuff was duplicated, blah, blah, blah. And there's an investigation into an individual in that particular office. I don't want to call any names. But it is something that needs to be cleared up, because before any of this, there were numerous complaints, and the St. Croix entity keep on saying there's no problems on St. Croix. But apparently the person does the same type of work that they are also... I will talk to you off the record.
Sounds wonderful. But that sounds wonderful. We can talk after. Like I said, I am not aware of the complaints in St. Thomas, but I take those concerns seriously. We will look into them. I do know the situation that you're referring to. Well, everybody does know, because it was in the media. But and we are looking.
So was that person suspended? His life, whatever. I got to go back and read the article. Did the person lose the ability to do blah blah blah?
The person's license was suspended for 6 months. And we have made an inquiry with the board for further clarification. So we're waiting on that as well.
Okay, and all I'm saying, this is a serious concern, because this is the person running the office and your license is being suspended for doing activities out of the ordinary. So the Office of the Lieutenant Governor need to take a serious look as to what is taking place.
And we are taking a very serious look. We're discussing it. Like I said, we've requested guidance. Hopefully we will get guidance at the end of this week so that we can proceed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like Attorney Tully to, I saw in your testimony that one of the things you suggested was the standardized air search diligence with the search affidavit. And also the valuation defaults. So those are some of the recommendations that you have in order to speed up the process, correct? And would those be statutory reforms that you would want the legislature to do?
Yes, I do believe that the legislature could enact some statutory reforms that would make it easier for these searches to occur to locate these missing heirs, right? So, as I mentioned, part of this is sort of a multi-generational genealogy project. And I'm licensed in Pennsylvania, which has also been referenced by in this testimony as conservatorship property and modeling it after Pennsylvania. And I think Pennsylvania has some interesting laws with respect to heirship as well that we might want to take a look at. They similarly had these types of multi-generational probate problems, especially across the rural areas of Pennsylvania. And I had done a lot of work with the recorder's office on this because we needed airship cleaned up in order for oil and gas drilling to happen in the basin. So my clients are very motivated to assist on the passage of some laws in that jurisdiction to clear up these old airship issues. I'm not saying that it's necessarily ideal or that it shouldn't be customized for the Virgin Islands and our diaspora reality here, but I do think if the legislature were to take a look into some other jurisdictions and how they handle the complexity of the multi-generational air location, they'll see that these airship affidavits are codified by statute. And there are certain requirements. They vary across different jurisdictions depending on the needs of that particular jurisdiction. I think the Virgin Islands should consider the same.
Thank you. Thank you. I will now move on to Senator Milton Potter for your 4 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Kudos to you for having the foresight to have this very important hearing. I wanted to ask you, Attorney Tully, and good evening to our testifiers. Attorney Tully, you describe in your testimony what you call the authority gap as the most destructive period of real property. The most destructive period of real property. On average, how long does it take from debt to issuance of letters in intestate cases, or in intestate estates, sorry?
I think that that's a very difficult question to answer.
I know,
because it's incredibly fact specific. It depends on the simplicity of the genealogy, right, of the heirs. So in the simplest of cases where I might have a decedent with only one surviving heir, issuance of letters can be pretty quick. You know, we might be able to get those within a couple of weeks. But the more complex the heirship is, the more people that we have to hunt down and locate. Because probate in the Virgin Islands is a front-loaded process, so before we can get letters issued, which, by the way, authorize us to get other inventory assets. I can't get bank statements for a decedent without letters being issued, right? So I don't even know the nature of the total estate before such letters are issued. But I need to focus first on the genealogy project and making sure that we've got everybody that's been contacted and notified. And so in some cases, these, what the judge was saying was that sometimes it is the difficulty in the practitioner side of things to be able to locate all of these people that we need waivers and citations from. In my personal experience, I've had estates where everybody, all the heirs were living at the time that the petition was filed. And then just coincidentally, they pass away within a week or two of the petition being filed. So now my petition is erroneous because I've got a person on there who is now deceased, and I have to have a representative of that person's estate in order for the letters to be issued in the primary estate. And sometimes that's a complicating factor that can delay letters being issued for a very long time. I've got one now that we're getting close to about 9 months not because of anything that the judiciary has done at all. It's just I've got a minor child as the only heir who resides off island. So there had been a guardian ad litem appointed. And the problem is that the front-loaded nature of these probates doesn't take into consideration that we're not going to be able to have expedient processing of these files if I have to have all of the work up front, right? It might take my office, when a client retains us, depending on the complexity, it might be months before we can file because I just don't know who everybody is.
I appreciate your comments. I know you could talk a little more about this, but I have 1 more minute left, and I wanted to ask one more question to you, Attorney Judge Gallivan, as well as Attorney Harrigan. Okay, if this committee could implement only 3 concrete measures in the next 12 months to address the heirs property crisis in our historic districts, what would you recommend and why?
I want to kick the office while it's down, but I am very adamant because of my interactions with the Office of Cadastro that if the Office of the Cadastro implemented more transparent procedures, that we would be able to record deeds, particularly the transfer on death deeds, which are only effective upon recording, without being worried about the administrative delay potentially invalidating the entire process in the first place. If I've got if I've got a transferor, an owner of property who dies before I can get that deed recorded, it's like they never did estate planning at all. So it's a waste of money and it's a waste of time. So what I would urge, because it's not just me, I would encourage maybe consultation with members of the Virgin Islands Bar on the island of St. Thomas. I do agree that the Office of the Cadastro has been delayed so considerably that it actually affects my advice on estate planning for my clients.
Time.
Right here, Madam Chair, if Judge Gallivan, Attorney Harrigan could respond.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for the opportunity. If I had 3 wishes in this area, I would ask you to fund the retention and training of key personnel and staff in probate matters. I would ask you to encourage and fund estate planning initiatives in the community, and to also fund a program for the dispute resolution options that I think could go a long way in addressing some of the more complex probate matters that stem from arguments and disagreements between heirs.
Thank you for your response, Judge.
Thank you for
Attorney Harrigan?
Thank you, Senator Potter. Like I said in the testimony, our documents are driven by what citizens file. So our rules are a little different. However, I think it would be helpful if there were a requirement that a death certificate must be recorded. Because if you don't do that, then we wouldn't know that a transfer occurred. I even think Attorney Tully mentioned that as well in her testimony. And as well as just ensuring that we have the change of address so that we know where the new property owner, what their address is.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your flexibility.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Along the lines of what Attorney Tully talked about, I also had the same situation with not getting a tax clearance certificate because the mortgagee had not paid. Well, they don't pay until August. And the Lieutenant Governor's office has a policy where you do not get a tax clearance letter if after, I think, June. And so my client had to wait until September when the tax clearance letter was finally issued or the taxes were paid. And the same situation would have occurred, which is that could have happened. And as you know, if it's not recorded, then there's no transfer. I believe my military comrade is still over in St. Thomas, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. He's still there. Right, there he is. You're 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still here.
Let him have it.
You know, I heard testimony for hours. We listened to a lot of testimony, and you know, it was so interesting that it's very hard to do it when you do it late in the day, because it puts some people in a position where it basically turns them off. But the information is so great, and I basically look at this here as a community issue, and we are trying solutions, but we have to find solutions for many problems, many issues, being families and education, but the interests. I have children who are away, you know, one here, properties, you know, my parents left properties and different things, and it's to interest them to even want it who here, unless you're handing them it with a blank check to say, hey, take care of it, pay the taxes, do everything. So That's one issue. Estate planning, EDA has some very good programs. I do appreciate EDA and that. So I look at it as that the family estate planning, historical preservation plays a big part because I live in Savannah. Savannah is a historical preservation area. There are so many criterias to taking care of your property, rehabilitating your property. It poses an issue to residents. It goes from that to legislation. We create legislation to build economic development. Economic development drives gentrification in our community because we figure being under the U.S. flag and tourism, we cater to tourism. We forget us. We go from gentrification to probate. Probate on average has taken 20 years. On average. From time I know myself, as I'm in my 60s now, I know from, family members over 40 years still going through these issues. I'm not saying they're in the court. So we have, but the goal, what is the goal? I think that's what we need to look at in terms of looking at probate issues, looking at legislation, looking at gentrification, looking at historic preservation and all these things. The goal, if the goal is our people retaining what they owned through the years, then all of us have to continue sitting down like this, putting out the information to address, because the government cannot control the families. Families going to feud, families going to have their issues. So the families need to be addressed in one instance. The government and the processes that seem to make it Mount Everest for the average person is what we face.
1 minute.
So it's for us in these conversations. I heard a lot of great information, but to pile it on after 12 noon till we have after 5. Oh, Madam Chair, they say the overtime will be signed by either you or Mr. President. So, we got to make sure that people are taken care of. But it's such great information that's being put out. This is a week's summit, and everyone come in and have a day. So you have the Lieutenant Governor's office come in and have a day, and we go through with a fine-tooth comb and address that. We go through historic preservation because all of this reflect on our people. So when you take that average person who has maybe a government job or struggling 2-3 jobs to put food on their plate, then they have to get an attorney to deal with this. My main question is pro bono. What does pro bono mean? Wupati will do something basically for free. Correct. Are there places that our average citizens, our average people can go for pro bono help in estate planning, in legislation that addresses issues? Because I'm saying it's so many complex things that we have facing that we heard today. Are there places right now that provide us pro bono information for the community?
Time.
Whether it's a private entity, whether it's through the government. I know the estate planning is one, but from the private entity, is there any pro bono that is known of, or in the government, or anybody? Anyone on the panel?
I believe that didn't Mr. Bigson, you talk about doing some estate planning for certain people?
Yeah, I mean, we've done some stuff. As the senator indicated, we do the estate planning conference annually. We'd love to do it more often. Unfortunately, it's something that we picked up and we saw a need for it in the community based on our just administering the enterprise zone program. But we've also gotten grants where we've been able to assist directly some families. We're creating white papers with those type of things, and there were generational type families and issues that we were able to resolve in some cases. But there's not enough money and not enough grants on our side in reference to continuing those type of programs. Oftentimes when you get a grant and you use the grant for that purpose, it's not available for that same purpose again the following year or subsequent years. So we will continue to look for grants and stuff, but if we had more funding, would be able to assist more in reference to estate planning and doing some of the things that need to be done. But in the last grant period, I think it was 5 different families that we assisted between St. Croix and St. Thomas and actually worked out their issue that they had in regard to that. So we've been able to do it on that side.
I do want to say that when I attended...
Sorry, Madam Chair, in closing,
go ahead.
EDA does a great job. Mr. Biggs, kudos to you and your people, because you do that great work. But it's funny where you teach someone estate planning and someone ends up passing away before you complete the things you need to complete. What I'm asking in terms of is, when you leave now that realm of being taught or educated on the estate planning, I have the idea, the main character passed away. Now we need someone who takes that next step toward giving that pro bono to educate our public. Boy.
Mr. Biggs.
I guess if you can't, then probably do other things.
What I would say is that I'm just going to speak very briefly. I agree with the sentiment that it's really the responsibility of the members of the Virgin Islands Bar, and to that effect, I have done extensive public education campaigns. I've got a TikTok account with 1.5 million viewers, and I do nothing but speak about Virgin Islands law, Virgin Islands probate, avoiding it, estate planning. I have dedicated the past several years to public education, and I'm hopeful that other members of the bar, when they see that, when they see the social media campaigns and they see my website that's dedicated to public education, that it can maybe inspire some others to provide this information freely to the public.
Good. Madam Chair, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear, that kind of stuff, because that's the reality of what is happening here in the territory. People start, they will finish it, and then they pass away. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
I've also provided education to the public through churches. Whoever asks me as an attorney to come and speak, I do it on my time, free of charge. So yes, there are attorneys who do public service pro bono, and that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Biggs said that he also wanted to...
Mr. Krieger had his hand up. Director Krieger, I apologize. Director Krieger had his hand up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Director Krieger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair James. Well, I just wanted to point out one thing. Prior to having to testify on this matter, I was not aware of Act 8169, and specifically the transfer on debt filings. And to the credit of the legislature, in the creation of this act, you did provide forms that one could utilize without necessarily having counsel. I think that, to some extent, answers Senator DeGrasse's question. It comes back to education, as I mentioned in our testimony. Had these, laws been better promoted, this could be a part of the education process for trusts and wills. So I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, that's true. They are part of the VI code. Mr. Biggs. Yeah,
I think Director Krieger touched on a little bit what I wanted to say. We have to remember that a lot of this is generational issues, and they were caused a long time ago for the most part. So education is going to be the key in reference to getting out of the situations we're in, and we just have to continue to educate as best we can till people get the understanding that you have to estate plan once you start accumulating assets. And
that's right.
We just got to get accustomed to that, and eventually we will.
Yeah, thank you for that. I will now recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. Thank you so much. I skipped over you. You were patient. Thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph, for his 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm enjoying the discussion here this afternoon. I must say that this is a well-planned meeting you had. And I too would support and must say that everybody who is part of these non-profit that deals with these situations is doing a wonderful job. Hands down, without question. A lot of folks don't know how much time and effort folks in the non-profit give. You listen to other people who squirm about they can't make overtime, but if you talk to these individuals that coming out here, you talking about pro bono, that's the hours that they're putting in. And I know a few of you, so I know that for sure. I think even with this although we're having a problem, I look at it like smoking. You know, when you tell somebody you need to stop smoking because you're going to die. Some folks feel the same when they come to estate planning. I really believe so, because I think at this day and age we should have been going forward a little bit, and we ain't moved much because, again, it'll take time to listen. I could stop to a person's house to repair something or whatever, and we having a conversation. I know this one guy tell me, I got 2 homes, 3 children, I selling everything, and I give them the cash because they ain't going to get together. So I ain't going to dead and leave it here for them to fight over. So people got their own plans of how they're going to do it. You know, some feel discouraged. They wanted the child to do this, the child doing, they just disappoint them to a point. So they just leave it. And that's where we at still with some of this, because they frustrated and they did that out and their frustration. But anyway, most of my questions are open to any of the panelists as far as what's the most common reason you have encountered for a probate case? I'll ask you first, Judge. What's the most common reason you have encountered for probate cases being stalled?
It wouldn't be a popular response, but it's non-responsiveness from the parties and the attorneys.
Again, I'm just showing that I asked that question because I know it's kind of open, but it's still, people might say stall and they might be on the judge, but they look at it staying in the court. But like you just said, you see, you just answered a question a lot of people ain't thinking about.
It really is a variety of things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, thinking back to my cases, I encountered where there may be problems with the will, the way it was drafted.
Yes.
You know, we have a lot of blended families in our community, and people don't take time to update their documents, their records. Someone recently said to me they went somewhere and realized that they hadn't named their child as a beneficiary. People don't update those things. They're not constantly thinking about what can happen if they haven't made their desires and needs known.
Okay, I got next. This is for the nonprofits. What about a situation where we allow nonprofits to go ahead and work on these derelict buildings, maybe get a chance to lease them or rent them out, recover your money, and hopefully by the time the probate is completed, there's some monies in a separate account for the heirs because they already paid off yourself for going forward. Because I mean, we have the derelict buildings in our towns, but they're all over the island. But we have, most of them are more prevalent to us because we see them when you drive through the towns.
Profit.
I'll take a stab at that. Deanna James, St. Croix Foundation. We've explored that. You know, part of the challenge for us, and I think for a lot of other nonprofits, is capacity. You know, I think foundation is probably one of the larger nonprofit organizations. And even with that, we have limited capacity, and we are an unendowed foundation. And so even the oversight of our own properties is challenging. And there is, on top of all that, limited philanthropic resources here in the territory. I spend most of my time advocating for deeper investments from national philanthropy to fund and underwrite the work that we're doing, the work that so many of our other nonprofits are doing. And so, yes, great idea, something we've explored, but once again, the reality of, you know, our capacity as organizations to take on more than we're already doing.
Time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you guys for the responses.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So I agree with Judge Gallivan that at times responsiveness by the parties and by the attorneys can also stall. There are a lot of factors. I want to, is there anyone who has a burning question? No? Okay, good. So, the reason that every single one of my committee members and the non-committee members are saying that we need to dive deeper into this is because of your testimonies today. I want you to know that. The information that you provided to us today was very, everyone, all the testimonies. So they were so comprehensive, and I got texts about hopefully it didn't fly over some of the people's heads type of things, because they were so good. I am going to say that I got a suggestion from one person and then another person about, forming working groups. I'm going to reach out to Mr. Lance George, because after the film was shown, the amount of people who came up to me and said they were interested in helping the VA with any issues we have, and I got all those cards, because they had similar issues in Georgia, South Carolina, especially the southern states. So I'm going to reach out to him as a resource, because I know he can assist us with trying to come up with a conference or a summit or some type of, conference, so that we can bring some of those people in and get some help. So we're going to wrap up now. I'm going to start with Mr. George, because I just called your name. 30 seconds, a second statement. Thank you for sticking this out with us. Wow, I truly appreciate that. So everybody will get 30 seconds, beginning with you. And then we'll all go home and have dinner and a drink, maybe. Go ahead, Mr. George.
Thank you, Chair James. I just would say it was a pleasure to stay and learn. I am incredibly impressed by the breadth of knowledge. I often say that heirs property, and sometimes we talk to people and they've never heard of this. It's called the largest problem no one's ever heard of. And I often say, once you hear about it, it sounds very simple, but once you get a centimeter below the soil, it becomes incredibly complex. And I think that this hearing today really epitomized that. And I greatly appreciate just the expertise and the breadth. It's going to take all of us and a lot more work and a lot more effort. So we are happy at the Housing Assistance Council to continue these relationships. And I'm just looking forward to the transcripts and learning and taking all this information in as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And if we can be any assistance at the Housing Assistance Council, don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director George. The Honorable Judge Jessica Gallivan.
I would say thank you for the opportunity to come here and to address this issue. I, too, have enjoyed listening to the other presenters and learning just how much this affects the community, and to say that the Superior Court continues to be committed to the task at hand. So anything that we can do, we certainly will be pursuing that.
Thank you. And Lieutenant Governor's Office, Attorney Harrigan.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to offer testimony and input in today's session. It was very informative, and the Office of Lieutenant Governor continues and looks forward to assisting the citizens of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Attorney Malloy.
Thank you so much. I was so honored to be invited to testify, because this is basically the basis. This is all I do and think about every day. I barely sleep because this is my community. And I wanted to reiterate that I am available for groups. If you have burning interest in estate planning or probate avoidance as a group, I'm available. You can book me for an hour. I do not charge for groups to give general information. So thank you so much, Senator James, for this opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you for doing that. That's a real community service. Attorney Tully and St. Thomas.
Good evening. I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to testify. This is also an area of mine that I'm very passionate about, helping the Virgin Islands families. I think that unfortunately the issues are complex, but if we can work together, we might be able to come up with some solutions, at least to some of these problems together.
Thank you. Mr. Krieger, you got away a lot today, Director Krieger, because one of the things that I think we need to do is, when it's a historic property, I don't know how we would do it, maybe by legislation, but on the dockets of the judges, it should be given. I think that's a factor that should be given priority. So, Mr. Krieger, I will follow up with you some more because I have some ideas. So, your 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator James. Yeah, we definitely do welcome the collaborative effort there with the courts. I want to thank you for this hearing, and thanks also to members of the legislature that were present, the fellow testifiers. There was good information shared. We are hopeful and confident that with all the ideas that were expressed today, that we can come up to a solution for these matters related to probate. The Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission stands ready to continue their efforts to help in preserving and restoring our historic resources. And I thank you again.
Thank you. Ms. Dima?
Thank you, Chairwoman James. I greatly appreciate being invited to this today and the idea of having a working group to continue the discussion is most important. I have been working with some other nonprofits since mid-2016, 2017 in heirs property probate issues. And I feel under VIAC we can be definitely an asset to the working group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Deanna James?
Good evening. I echo everyone else's sentiments. Thank you for this long overdue conversation and a thoughtful agenda. I think I want to leave with a little bit of optimism that I got from sitting with Native Virgin Islanders, that when we look at the blight, I know a lot of us see the negative side of it. And they helped me and the foundation think through that, you know, those properties represent people holding property and not giving up and not selling. And so I think when I look at it, I look at a different side of the story. There is, I think, another positive side of the story that people didn't just, divest from the community, and that I think gives us some hope for the future.
That is an interesting perspective. Thank you for that. I think the last person, well, no. You're going to be the last person. Mr. Biggs. CEO Biggs.
I echo the sentiments of everybody else who's spoken before. We work very closely with our sister agencies, particularly SHPO, in reference to the historic districts. And we're always happy to collaborate, particularly when it means creating generational wealth for the residents of the community. And that's one of our missions, is to create that generational wealth.
Thank you. And Mr. Schuster, I left you for last only because you definitely will need to give a presentation when we start these workshops. So your 30 seconds, please. And thank you for sharing with us today. Those pictures were really, really eye-opening.
You haven't seen nothing yet.
Okay. So your 30 seconds.
Senator James, Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me say my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to say thank you to media. You were great considering we were short staff. You know, Sergeant of Arms, everybody, the central staff, my staff, the Senator's staff, all the testifiers, all the people who came out and supported, because we had people sitting in the audience over here. I can't thank you enough for your testimonies. I mean, I am going to reread every single one of them, believe me, because we need to put this together. And I really, really appreciate your support going forward when we reach out, my office reaches out. And so, thank you so much. It's late. Get home safely. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning is hereby adjourned.